status issues with the government departments who are focused on the very point that she's made.
Stephen Timms.
Madam Speaker, British citizens' relatives who are currently trapped in Afghanistan can't apply for visas to come to the UK because there's no biometric service available, and they have to have biometrics in order to apply for visas. For that reason, the requirement for biometrics has been suspended in the case of Ukraine. Will the Minister suspend it as well for Afghanistan?
I'll raise this issue at the next opportunity when we have cross-government meetings on this.
John Redwood.
Will the Minister confirm that the reason we left Afghanistan in such a haste was that our American allies decided unilaterally to leave at great speed without sharing timetable and plans with us, and that obviously meant we had to leave because they had much superior forces, and therefore all those who did such a good job under such time pressures on the ground are to be praised and thanked for what they did manage to do?
The point I would make to my right honourable friend is that our presence in Afghanistan was a coalition presence. It was done in close coordination with our international allies. When the decision was made by the United States to withdraw, then it was inevitable we would also have to withdraw. The pace of advance of the Taliban took, I think, everybody by surprise and forced a pace of evacuation which we had not anticipated, but as I say, we had made some preparations for, but had not anticipated fully.
Chia Moore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituent queued for 20 hours to get into the Baron Hotel, trying to protect her baby daughter from the Taliban's firing shots and tear gas. She was evacuated, but her nightmare didn't end there. Her daughter's emergency passport has expired. Her brother languishes in a Greek camp, seriously ill. He was a Supreme Court judge. He faces certain death if he's back in Afghanistan. When I raise these issues with the Home Office, I get no response whatsoever.
Shameful.
Can we not do better?
Well said.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the situation that she highlights from her constituents, I know is reflective of the difficult situation that many Afghans face. We were presented with a uniquely difficult set of circumstances. We are working through to try and ensure that we are able to provide support and home for as many people as possible, and we continue to work cross-government department to facilitate that.
Jerome Mayhew.
Madam Deputy Speaker, whilst I'm pleased that the FCDO has undertaken a review for lessons learned in Afghanistan, I'm particularly grateful to the Minister for the tone and content of his response to the concerns raised by my honourable friend, the member for Tunbridge and Malling. But can my right honourable friend set out how our diplomatic and operational response in Ukraine has already changed in response to these lessons?
My honourable friend makes the point that the report from the committee is an important report, and it will be read and assessed with seriousness. But we didn't want to wait before making improvements, so we took lessons from our own internal process, some of which would have already been applied in Ukraine, and I very strongly believe it has improved the response to the Ukraine situation. But we will continue to continue to learn lessons and continue to strive to improve our performance, not just in Ukraine, not just in Afghanistan, but in all circumstances where an emergency response like this is needed.
Lillian Greenwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We had 18 months to prepare for the US withdrawal, but as the committee's report exposes, the end to our mission was utterly chaotic, and many people to whom we owed a duty were left behind, abandoned, their lives at immediate risk. Does the Minister not accept that this episode represents an appalling failure of planning by the political leadership of the department? And when will someone in this government do the right thing and take responsibility?
The precise timing of the US departure from Afghanistan was not a date that was widely shared. The pace of advance of the Taliban was not information that was widely known. We responded as promptly as we were able to. The professionalism of our public servants, both in uniform and out of uniform, was exemplary. We will, of course, learn lessons from that situation, some of which, as I've already said, have already been applied, but we will continue to ensure that we amend our processes, our practices, so that if a circumstance like this were to present itself again, we would be able to respond better and faster.
Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are still 80 cases of people in Luton North trying to get loved ones in Afghanistan to safety. One case I've raised in the chamber before, a woman doctor who led public campaigns on women's reproductive health and vaccination programmes, whose estranged husband is now a member of the Taliban. In fact, ministers and special advisers knew of her case when she was shamefully turned away from the Baron Hotel. This report shows what we all knew. It was chaos and there was no plan. When will the thousands of people that are left behind, like her and her children, be given some hope? And when will individual cases be given a meaningful response?
Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said, the Afghan Citizens Resettlement Scheme envisages up to 20,000 Afghans resettled. Under that, we will work through that. I can't comment on individual cases. I'm sure she will understand, but we will ensure that we discharge our duty to those Afghans who supported us during the time that we were in that country.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I and my constituents continue to be in utter despair at the devastating lack of leadership last summer that's laid bare by this report, but also concerned about the ongoing lack of response to our emails and calls, while the Taliban are advancing a reign of terror. One of my constituents this week has told me about the Taliban visiting the family home, beating her mum and her cousin because her mum worked in a women's charity supported by the UK government. This was one of the cases we sent to the Special Cases team last summer. We need to learn the lessons, yes, for Ukraine, but also for the people in Afghanistan left behind. And the Minister will have the support of this House in doing that. So could I ask the Minister if he could make two swift changes? One is to look to assess the cases for the information the government already has. You can make a decision based on the information that's already there. And secondly, to make sure that we make life easier for those seeking to apply for visas for which they are eligible. The English language test that is now is needed cannot be done in Afghanistan. Can he suspend that requirement for visa applications?
The process through the ACRS is designed to ensure it is robust, but also that it is effective. We have listened to the position or the suggestions that she has made, and I will ensure that my honourable and right honourable friends who are involved in this will have also taken note of the points she raised.
Deputy Speaker, my constituent was in the Afghan Special Forces, a woman soldier supporting the West. She was evacuated in August 2021. Her 14-year-old sister is now with her in Bath. Her husband was killed, her father was killed, and her mother, who lost a leg in a missile strike, didn't make it to the airport. My constituent applied to the Arab scheme, but her application for her mother to join her in Bath, but her application was rejected on the basis that her mother was not a dependent. The mother is highly vulnerable and alone. My constituent is deeply traumatized, and the situation about her mother distresses her even more. Would the Minister please facilitate a meeting with me and a relevant minister in the MOD to discuss my constituent's case as a matter of urgency?
Madam Deputy Speaker, many members of this House have constituents who they are trying to help. We have a system in place. I would strongly urge her to use the system that is in place, because that is the most effective way of getting this done.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Our presence ended in August 2021, but our commitment shouldn't. And we've seen the impact on women and girls, particularly in terms of access to education. So can the Minister outline what steps he's taken to ensure commitment in the medium and long term, and what action is being taken to review our foreign policy? Thank you.
As I said in my opening remarks, we will take the recommendations of my honourable friends committee very seriously. We have launched the Afghan Citizens Resettlement Scheme, and we will, as I say, we envisage up to 20,000 Afghans. She's absolutely right. Our presence in Afghanistan is no longer physical, but we are absolutely committed to discharging our duty of honour to those Afghans who have supported us, including women.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Foreign Select Committee report justifies our worst fears. It says it could be better predicted, things could be better planned for, and people could have been protected. Many people in Afghanistan today were given that false hope that they would find safety here in the UK, particularly people from minoritised groups, LGBT, and people from the Hazara Muslim community. They live from house to house in fear of attacks from the Taliban. So what steps will this government make to those people to fulfil that commitment, ensure that they can find a place of safety in the UK and not have to wait for government to make up its mind?
The government has made a commitment to prioritise those people particularly at risk of persecution by the Taliban. That includes, of course, women and girls. That includes those human rights defenders and people who promoted the rule of law, and also, of course, the minority communities, including the Hazaras, that she has highlighted. As I said, the RS scheme envisages up to 20,000 Afghans, and as I say, the prioritisation will be those most at risk.
Florence.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The summer of chaos is outlined in this report. It's absolutely shocking to read, but the chaos continues, and that is so disappointing. I would echo those concerns of other members for whom I have so many constituents in Afghanistan in danger and in hotels here with no plan that they know of to move them. What is the plan? But I would like to raise the particular issue of those who are in camps outside Afghanistan. A constituent in Roehampton wrote to me and said, "My family have been evacuated by NATO from Afghanistan to a camp in Kosovo, where his sister-in-law gave birth to a baby. He is really concerned about their situation there. What meetings is the Minister holding with UNICEF to coordinate work to bring relatives from those camps to the UK?"
Our response to the situation in Afghanistan has always, by its nature, been international. We continue to work with our friends in other governments and also NGOs around the world to support Afghans who have been displaced by this conflict.
Jim Shannon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank the Minister for his answers to the questions. The report is sober reading. 170 families still in Afghanistan, and the Honourable Gentleman who brought the UQ to the House referred to, who work with us, whose lives are at risk and are still waiting to be processed. Willowbrook Foods and Mash Direct in my constituency are able and willing and keen to offer employment, and in some cases accommodation, and help with that accommodation as well. So how does the Minister plan to get these people to safety, make right the fact that they have not got the refuge that they were indicated they should have gotten months ago, and enable companies in my constituency to help the Minister and help the Afghanistan people get the new lives that they want?
The generosity of the people of the United Kingdom is huge, and the example he gives, I think, will be replicated in many constituencies around the country. We do envisage the process, the ACRS scheme, as helping Afghans come to the UK, but also, and it's been brought up by a number of honourable and right honourable members, we also have a duty to help them become integrated, educated and ultimately employed. That is the full duty that we have, and that is the full duty that we seek to discharge.
Thank you. Business question? Shadow Leader of the House, Thangham Debonair.
Thank you. To ask the Leader of the House if he will give us the forthcoming business.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it will be a pleasure. The business for the week commencing the 6th of June will include Monday the 6th of June, second reading of the National Security Bill. Tuesday the 7th of June, Opposition Day, first day, debate on a motion in the name of the official opposition, subject to be announced. Wednesday the 8th of June, second reading of the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill. Thursday the 9th of June, a general debate on social housing and building safety, followed by a general debate on the government's strategic priorities for Ofwat. The subject for the second debate was determined by the Backbench Business Committee. Friday the 10th of June, the House will not be sitting. The provisional business for the week commencing the 13th of June will include Monday the 13th of June, remaining stages of the Higher Education Freedom of Speech Bill. Tuesday the 14th of June, second reading of the Genetic Technology Precision Breeding Bill. And Wednesday the 15th of June, Opposition Day, second allotted day, a debate on a motion in the name of the official opposition, subject to be announced. Thursday the 16th of June, business to be determined by the Backbench Business Committee. And Friday the 17th of June, the House will not be sitting. Honourable and right honourable members may wish to know that, subject to progress of business, the House will rise for the summer recess at the close of business on Thursday the 21st of July and return on Monday the 5th of September. The House will rise for the conference recess at the close of business on Thursday the 22nd of September and return on Monday the 17th of October. The House will rise for the November recess at the close of business on Wednesday the 9th of November and return on Monday the 14th of November. The House will rise for the Christmas recess at the close of business on Wednesday the 21st of December and return on Monday the 9th of January. And the House will rise for the February recess at the close of business on Thursday the 9th of February and return on Monday the 20th of February. Sitting Fridays will be announced in due course, and I hope this information is of welcome news to honourable and right honourable members.
Shadow Leader of the House,
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank the Leader of the House for not only giving us the forthcoming business, but the recess dates, which members of staff have been asking me for. So I'm very grateful he went further than I even asked. So fair dues, Brucey bonus time. I start, and I'm sure he will join me, by wishing the Queen well on her Platinum Jubilee. I look forward to the Chamber commemorating this historic milestone later today. She has shown remarkable leadership and dedication to public service over 70 years. May I invite the Leader of the House also to join me in congratulating Labour's sister party in Australia on their positive campaign in the election down under. I am inspired by Prime Minister Anthony Albanese's victory in ousting a stale Conservative government which was out of touch and out of ideas. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the damning verdict... Madam Deputy Speaker, My apologies, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, yesterday the damning verdict on Downing Street's law-breaking parties was published. So could the Leader of the House say whether anyone in government received a copy of Sue Gray's report in advance of its publication, whether they attempted to change it? Now, because failures of leadership and judgment at the heart of government are mentioned in the report, it was also particularly sickening to learn of the total lack of respect and poor treatment of security staff being mocked and cleaners being left to mop up. So could the Leader clarify if any of those who mocked staff are special advisers? If so, has the Prime Minister sacked them? And if not, why not? The report concludes that those at the top must bear responsibility for a culture that allowed such flagrant disregard of the rules. The Prime Minister yesterday seemed too busy focusing on saving his own skin to deal with this Tory cost of living crisis. And he also said that all senior leadership in Number 10 has changed, which I found a little odd. Does he not count himself as senior leadership? On the cost of living crisis, 1 in 8 energy customers, Madam Deputy Speaker, are already struggling to pay, and this before bills are expected to go up by a further £800 in October. We know the Chancellor will be making a statement shortly and will, of course, scrutinise proposals carefully. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, why has it taken so long? It really does look as though the government delayed their support for struggling families so that they could time the announcement just as a distraction from the Sue Gray report. Every day, the government has dragged its feet and continues to, refuses to introduce Labour's windfall tax on oil and gas producers. Hundreds of millions of pounds have been added to the bills of households across the country. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, you and I agree that it's important that members are able to hold ministers to account in this place first, and yet It has been widely trailed in the media this morning that what the Chancellor will be doing is making an inevitable screeching U-turn that we all knew he would have to make eventually. So could the Leader of the House please remind his colleagues that major policy statements should be made here first by ministers, not briefed to the media? Madam Deputy Speaker, I am sorry to have to bring this up again, and I have cleared this with the clerk and the table office and with the other Madam Deputy Speaker. So I just want to make that clear. There have been allegations made about the Conservative Party's failure to take proper action. Allegations following accusations put to them about alleged child abuse by a parliamentary candidate. So could the leader now attempt to restore victims and survivors' faith in the Conservative Party's safeguarding processes? He could do this now by committing to an independent inquiry into the party's handling of such issues. Madam Deputy Speaker, months ago we were promised fresh data on response times to written parliamentary questions and ministerial replies to MPs' correspondence, and I am glad to say that after pressure from these benches, there is a written statement on this on the order paper today. But it doesn't solve the problem of the long waits that members' staff are experiencing, not only to written parliamentary questions, but also when calling MPs' hotlines, such as the Home Office. Constituency offices are even starting to receive significantly higher phone bills for the office as a result. So could the leader urge, just for example, the Home Secretary to increase capacity for these hotlines so that members and our staff, importantly, it is usually our staff, can best support constituents who can't get, for example, passports, not just for a well-deserved holiday, but also for ID, for a job, for somewhere to live. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, with a government too busy plotting how they are going to get away with it, as quoted in the Sue Gray report, rather than introducing a proper plan to deal with soaring inflation, falling wages and a stagnant economy, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is now time for Tory MPs to act, remove the Prime Minister, who has lost the confidence of the British people. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to see you in your place. I thought you'd be in Doncaster celebrating their city status, which I know you've been campaigning for a long time. Can I join the Honourable Lady opposite in celebrating the Queen's 70th Jubilee? I think it's going to be a huge opportunity for the country to celebrate and to get together and to recognise what is a huge achievement in public service by Her Majesty. We then got into. I'll also join her actually in congratulating the Australian government actually on their success, and we look forward to working with them certainly on trade and international matters as we move forward. We then got into a sort of usual flurry of accusations and snipes. Of course, she started with the Sue Gray report. I'm glad that Sue Gray has finally managed to get her report out there. I think it does identify the challenges that were ongoing in number 10, but I think it also, as the Prime Minister made clear, he has addressed the culture within number 10. He has changed the senior management team. I think he was also shocked, as many colleagues would be, by the treatment of security and cleaning staff. That's why the Prime Minister yesterday personally went round and apologised in person to those security and cleaning teams on behalf of those people who were rude to those people. And I think that was the right thing to do. He's made it clear that the culture has now changed within number 10, and what the Prime Minister is now doing is focused on what matters to the British people, which is the global fight against inflation, Putin's invasion of Ukraine, and making sure our constituents' priorities are the government's priorities, as they always have been. She mentioned the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Of course, he will be here at this dispatch box very soon, and I'm not going to preempt what the Chancellor of the Exchequer is about to say for no other reason other than I don't know. I'm looking forward to hearing what the Chancellor says. But what I do know is this is a Chancellor of the Exchequer who has already announced £22 billion worth of support, and he's a Chancellor of the Exchequer who, instead of knee-jerk reactions and political gimmicks, thinks through the economic and fiscal plans that he's going to bring forward and makes sure in the plans that he does bring forward gives genuine support to those people that need it, but does not disincentivise people from making long-term investments to continue to pay the exchequer the tax from their successful businesses. And I think that is the appropriate thing to do. She finished by mentioning parliamentary questions. Yesterday I appeared in front of the Procedure Committee to answer questions to that committee. It is a challenge that I recognise. We do need to do better. I as a constituency MP, and many people across the House, will be certainly frustrated by the progress of the speed of return of some of those parliamentary questions. Now, as I've said in this dispatch box before, I think a global pandemic did affect the speed of some departments because they were focused on dealing with the pandemic. That excuse has now passed. We do need to see an improvement in the response from different departments. But I would just gently say to the honourable lady, I know she's in a happy place when she's sort of sniping from the sidelines, but what we've seen from the Labour Party this week, we see the Labour Party vote against the Public Order Bill, putting themselves on the side of Extinction Rebellion, not on the side of hard-working people these are the people that seized an oil tanker full of cooking oil. I think we've also seen them vote against the Northern Ireland Troubles Bill because they've no interest in addressing the challenges that Northern Ireland faces. The shadow spokesman actually said, to quote the shadow spokesman, he actually said the rights of veterans and victims are equal to the rights of terrorists. And I think the Labour Party put itself completely in the wrong place this week. And they will do anything they can to avoid taking responsibility and making the difficult decisions that this government is having to take on the interests of the country.
I do thank the Leader of the House for his kind comments about Doncaster's city status. We are all absolutely delighted. Theo Clark.
Deputy Speaker, I was delighted to welcome the Sports Minister to Staffordshire last week to officially open the mountain biking venue for the upcoming Commonwealth Games. And it's been announced that our county town of Stafford will be part of the Queen's Baton Relay. So does my right honourable friend agree with me it is right that we should have a debate on the UK's ties across the Commonwealth and to ensure that we do deliver a positive economic legacy for people and businesses in Stafford?
I thank my honourable friend for her question. She's a huge champion for Stafford and Staffordshire. I know she's secured the baton coming to Stafford itself, which I think will be an opportunity for her community to celebrate the Commonwealth Games. I think there's huge economic opportunities for the country in us hosting the Commonwealth Games in the West Midlands in the near future, and I know that she will make the most of making sure that the legacy of those games will be felt around her constituency, and I congratulate her on the work she's doing.
SNP spokesperson Pete Wishart.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I add the congratulations of Doncaster being named a city, and also Dunfermline, my hometown in Scotland, which was also added to that list. And there's only one issue that our constituents want to be debated, and that's the fallout from the Sue Gray report and the appalling culture at number 10, and why this Prime Minister is still in his place. The Prime Minister might think that moving on at lightning speed to do something he could have and should have done weeks ago on the cost of living crisis will make this go away, but it won't. It simply won't go away. Our constituents are utterly furious, and they're simply not satisfied with these mealy-mouthed apologies and this drivel about being humbled. They want us to debate. They want us to debate why it's okay for number 10 to have these parties to say goodbye to employees, but no other workplace in this country was offered that facility. They want us to debate why it's one rule for this government and another rule for everybody else in this country. They want to know why things could get so out of hand with these parties that people ended up being sick, with fights breaking out and walls becoming stained with wine. They want to be told why it's okay to demean and belittle the staff whose job is to clean up after this mess, and to humiliate security staff charged with keeping the circus safe. Mostly, they want their MPs to make sure this Prime Minister hears in pristine detail the sacrifices they all made in abiding by these rules, while the Prime Minister oversaw and was responsible for an organisation that gratuitously partied. This isn't going to go away. The people of the United Kingdom want this Prime Minister gone, and in democratic countries what usually happens is the people get their way. It's up to them in that back bench. It's up to them. They either get rid of him or they go down with him. So let's have this debate. Let's have this led by this Prime Minister, and let's have this rotten, delusional government held properly to account.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. I join him in congratulating Dunfermline on securing city status, and I think that's as far as I can go in agreeing with him, to be honest. I think, you know, he says that this is the one topic that everybody wants to debate. I think that my experience is that people are sick and tired of hearing about this. They want the government to be focused on actually what matters to them. They want the government to be focused on the global fight against inflation, on an aggressive Russian state invading Ukraine and causing huge ripples around the world in energy and food prices. And, you know, I think he says it's the one topic that people want to debate. It's the one topic, it's the only topic that he seems to want to talk about. I thought he might have congratulated the First Minister, of course, on becoming now the longest-serving First Minister in Scotland. She's done 7 years, and I think maybe after 7 years he might want to accept some responsibility for the disastrous performance of the Scottish Government and what we've seen in Scotland now. They've let down school children. I think one academic in Scotland described it as government became the servant of campaigning, I think they said. And you know, that's why their education system is in tatters. That's why drug deaths are at their highest level and have been for 7 years in a row. And I think that says all it does about the SNP. They're more interested in stoking division, in trying to create challenges in the union than they are focused on delivering for their constituents.
Philip Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm obviously delighted that Doncaster has got city status, having been born and brought up there, so I'm delighted that your campaign paid off, Madam Deputy Speaker. But next week the government will be announcing the City of Culture for 2025, and one of the 4 finalists in that competition is Bradford. And were Bradford to win that accolade, it would build on the strong cultural offer they already have, whether it be the Brontes in my honourable friend for Keighley's constituency, whether it be the World Heritage Site at Saltaire in my constituency, Madam Deputy Speaker, or the fact that Bradford was the first ever UNESCO City of Film. So given that the House isn't going to be sitting next week, Madam Deputy Speaker, this would provide a huge boost to the whole district, which has been overlooked for far too long, and a city which has been punching below its weight for far too long. Will the Leader of the House go along and speak to his Cabinet colleague, the Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sport, and join me in lobbying her to announce that Bradford is the City of Culture for 2025?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question. And of course, I trust he was in his place for culture questions this morning, just before this, to lobby her directly. But I can't speak for Madam Deputy Speaker in failing to call. We're always pleased to hear from the honourable gentleman, and I'm surprised that he didn't get called this morning. But of course, I do wish Bradford well, and the other 3 cities that are bidding for the City of Culture. We await with anticipation which city it will be announced, and I'm sure whoever is the winner, it will be a great opportunity to go and visit and see the culture of that city.
Chair of the Backbench Business Committee, Ian Mears.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I add my congratulations to Doncaster as well? Because I visit it every week, on the way up and on the way down, albeit briefly. And can I thank the Leader of the House for announcing 2 weeks' business and for the veritable flurry of recess dates. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, I can also give advance notice that the first debate in backbench time on Thursday the 16th of June will be a debate to commemorate the 5th anniversary of the dreadful Grenfell Tower fire.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question, and again I congratulate him on the work that his committee does. I think the Grenfell debate will be a great opportunity to remember what was a terrible, terrible, tragic event, and I know he will continue to bring such matters to the House, and I congratulate him on his work.
Sir John Redwood.
In November 2020, the Chancellor of the Exchequer approved the creation of another £150 billion of new money by the Bank of England and extended the guarantee against losses on all the bonds the bank held, making it a Treasury liability. Can we have an early statement and debate in government time on how that's worked out, what impact it had on inflation and what impact it might have on the public finances?
Madam Speaker, I can deliver for my honourable friend. The Chancellor of the Exchequer will be at this dispatch box straight after me. He will have opportunity to challenge the Chancellor of the Exchequer directly himself.
Marsha de Cordova.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Next week, on the 30th of May, will be the 50th anniversary of the Battersea Funfair disaster, where 5 children died and 13 others were injured. I have been supporting the call for a permanent memorial and more support for children suffering trauma. As one survivor told me this week, bones are mended, physical injuries fixed, but the dreadful damage to our mental health goes untreated. So will the government schedule a debate in their time on improving mental health services and support for children and young people dealing with long-term trauma?
Yeah.
Well, I thank her for her question, and I join her in expressing sympathy to those who were victims of the Battersea Funfair disaster. I wish her well in her campaign to get a permanent memorial. I think the debate she mentioned about mental health is something which is worthy of debate. I would encourage her to apply for a Westminster Hall debate or an adjournment debate where she could pursue that.
Lucy Allen.
Deputy Speaker, can I thank the leader for visiting the factory that makes Parliament's magnificent encaustic tiles in my constituency this week, and I'm delighted that he enjoyed his visit as much as he did. Madam Deputy Speaker, in Telford we are getting ready to celebrate the Queen's Jubilee in style, with many fantastic events being organised by parish councils in every area of our community, bringing people together, celebrating and giving thanks for the extraordinary service of Her Majesty. And I want to particularly highlight the work of Hollinswood and Ranley Parish Council for their organisation of a Platinum Jubilee service and Thanksgiving in Telford Town Park on Saturday the 4th of June. Will the leader join me in thanking Telford's parish councils and their clerks for their service to Telford, and may we have a debate on the important role that parish councils play in our communities?
Well, thank my honourable friend for her question, and can I start by thanking the team at Jackfield for hosting me on Monday. I've turned into a bit of an art geek. I'm now walking around looking at the tiles in Westminster, seeing the work they have done. I think, for many colleagues across the House, we sort of take for granted this beautiful palace in which we work, something which should be protected for future generations, and the art within this building is only here because of the excellent craftsmanship of companies like Jackfield and others. Can I also join her in thanking parish councils? I think parish councils up and down the country, especially those in Telford, are doing great work. It's unpaid, it's often unrewarded, and without our parish councils, our communities would be a little bit poorer. And I can't not mention Woodfield's primary school, Woodlands Primary School, which I visited on Monday as well, where I was interrogated by their school council. It was a great visit, and their enthusiasm for democracy was refreshing.
John Cryer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think we probably all saw the reporting at the beginning of the week on the incarceration and torture of the Uyghur Muslims in China, which confirms something, proved something that we've all thought has been happening, has been widely previously reported. Now, I know we had an urgent question the following day, but there was a time when we would have regular statements on China and the conduct of the regime there. Could we have a statement again?
So, the honourable gentleman is, of course, right. There was an urgent question this week where it was debated. I think the Foreign Secretary will be here on the 21st of June to answer Foreign Office questions, which will be another opportunity for him to raise the matter directly with her. But I know it is something that raises concerns across the House with a number of colleagues, and certainly a bank-bench business debate or an adjournment debate would be something which I think would be popular.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam
Deputy Speaker. We're all looking forward to the Jubilee celebrations. But on Friday, the 3rd of June, the RMT have called a strike at Green Park and Euston Station. And on Monday, the 6th of June, they've called out the whole of the Underground. And I understand strike action is threatened on all the rail services throughout the country. Now, at the moment, we don't seem to have had a statement from the Secretary of State for Transport about what action the company is going to do to stop the RMT paralysing the celebrations of the Jubilee. Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question. He's right, of course, to highlight the outrageous threat that the RMT are making to destroy Jubilee celebrations for thousands of people across the country and their ability to travel to those celebrations. The Secretary of State for Transport has been working closely with rail unions to try and deter them from this action. I think strike action should be the absolute last resort rather than the first port of call. And I hope they reflect on the misery they're going to inflict upon millions of people during the Jubilee celebrations.
Yeah, Hope House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Energy Company Obligation, or ECO, is the government's cornerstone scheme for supporting fuel-poor homes with energy-efficient measures. Delays to the next stage of the scheme, ECO 4, would have devastating impacts on fuel-poor homes and the energy efficiency industry. If it is delayed until after the summer recess, an extra 55,000 homes, households and families could be plunged into fuel poverty. Is the energy bill, which is necessary legislation for ECO4, coming to this House before the summer recess? It matters.
She's right that the energy bill was announced in the Queen's speech, of course, and is an important part of our legislative agenda. She's also right to highlight that we need our energy companies to be investing in our long and medium-term future, which we're encouraging them to do. I think we're making great progress in making sure we have a diverse energy supply, and she'll have the opportunity to challenge the Chancellor of the Exchequer directly. He'll be at the dispatch box after me. And as for the energy bill and its timing, I'm sure that will be announced from the dispatch box in the usual way.
Mary Wilkinson.
Deputy Speaker, a patient in hospital should be well cared for and safe. And so my constituent, Mr Walsh, was devastated when his 41-year-old son was unlawfully killed in a hospital ward at the hands of a security staff personnel who had been only trained to the same level as a person who is on the door of your local nightclub as a bouncer or a pub. Would my right honourable friend give some time to have a debate on this, to look at the restraint, the use of restraint in settings where people are vulnerable, and that could include hospitals and a number of other settings, and this is an issue that really does need to be addressed with a debate.
Well, I thank my friend for the question. I'm truly sorry to hear about the plight of Mr Walsh. It does sound like a shocking set of circumstances. It's health questions on the 14th of June, and I hope she'll be in her place then to ask the Secretary of State what he can do to assist. But I wish her well in pursuit of finding out the truth as to what happened.
Harry Sherman.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I also congratulate you on Doncaster becoming a city? Let's hope it also goes with a lot of investment and new innovation, and if we really believe in levelling up. I also like to support the Bradford's bid for City of Culture, and of course we won't mention Huddersfield's two wonderful weekends this weekend. We can see Huddersfield twice in brilliant matches in football and rugby league. Can I say to the Leader of the House that it's now clear that this government wants to privatise the BBC. It's not just Channel 4. It's very clear from the statement from the Secretary of State that that is the ambition of this government, to abolish the BBC. This is in the Jubilee year when the Queen, we're celebrating the Queen's Platinum Jubilee. And here is the thanks we give to her subjects who value the BBC as one of the other great institutions of our country. Can we have an early debate on that?
I seem to have started a sort of Doncaster celebration inadvertently, but can I just, I'll gently say to him, I wish the Huddersfield Giants well in the Rugby League final. And as he said, we'll park that one there. But I can, maybe I can reassure him that there is no agenda to privatise the BBC or abolish the BBC as he suggested. You know, the BBC is a great institution, but I think we need to recognise that TV viewing and media viewing is changing. The modern world is different to what it was in the 1950s when the BBC was created. And I think you know, a modern BBC needs to compete in a modern world, and that's what the government will assist it in doing.
Order. We've obviously got a big statement coming after this, so would urge colleagues to be very brief in the questions. Peter Bone.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A local vicar in my constituency has applied to take in Ukrainian refugees. The grandparents have been approved to come to my constituency. Unfortunately, the 11-year-old grandson hasn't been given permission because of red tape, as far as I can see. There is no policy as yet for unaccompanied minors to come to this country. He's not unaccompanied because of his grandparents. So would the Leader of the House arrange for a statement next week from the Minister that can cut red tape so these Ukrainian family can come to my constituency as soon as possible?
Leader of the House.
I thank my honourable friend for his question. If he writes to me with the details, I will raise it directly with the Home Secretary on his behalf.
Thank you,
Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, black women are 5 times more likely to die in childbirth, according to the Joint Committee on Human Rights report of 18 months ago, and prior to giving birth are 40% more likely than white women to suffer a miscarriage. This is a shocking inequality. So would the Leader of the House consider a debate in government time on how to breach these inequalities, these serious inequalities in maternity care between black and white women?
Leader of the House.
Well, I thank her for a question, and I join her in that ambition to try and improve and close that gap in terms of the service that those women are feeling. I think maternity services up and down the country are working very hard to help with childbirth, but of course hopefully she'll be in a place on the 14th of June at Health Questions, but I think an adjournment debate or a backbench business debate is something which would be widely supported.
Ruth Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Will my right honourable friend join me in congratulating Nottingham Forest on reaching the Championship playoff final and in wishing them the very best of luck for Sunday? And does he agree with me that when they return victorious from Wembley, we should have a debate in government time on their triumphs, past, present and future?
Yes. Leader of the
Madam Deputy Speaker, I am torn, to be honest, between over-enthusiasm and jinxing what may be a marvellous day. But I would say to her, you know, oh City Ground, mist rolling in from the Trent. My desire is always to be there, oh City Ground. Let's see what happens on Sunday.
Neil Hanley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last Saturday, my constituent, Andrew MacLeod, was trying to board his 7:20 flight to Alicante. He passed through security, he got through passport control, but even though his passport was valid until December the 22nd, he was refused access to his flight because the airline were using the metric of date of issue plus 10 years minus 3 months, which meant his passport was invalid. He's not alone. This is an issue that is now being picked up by the media, and given the enormous pressure that we are all aware of on Her Majesty's Passport Office, this is a significant problem that people are only finding out as they attempt to board. Now, Mr MacLeod is not worried about his own circumstances. Family were upset and they went on holiday. However, he is concerned about those who are travelling with some urgency or for compassionate reasons. And I would ask the Leader of the House if he could ask the Home Office to issue urgent clarification on this rule so that it's well understood, not just by members, by the public, but most importantly by airlines, and an urgent statement be brought forward on the matter.
I really do need to emphasise that the questions need to be brief, otherwise we just won't get through everybody. Leader of the House.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. I'm sorry to hear about the plight of Mr MacLeod, and I hope his family had a good time whilst they were away, despite him not being with them. I will, of course, pass on his comments directly to the Home Secretary. She has been investing many more staff in the Passport Office to try and get through the backlog. I think we've already seen 700 announced on top of the 500 that we've already recruited, so the Home Office is focused on solving the challenges that the Passport Office.
I thank the Leader of the House for visiting Biggleswade in my constituency last week, so he will know that the flight paths for Luton Airport have recently changed, creating air and noise pollution for Potton, Sandy and Biggleswade. And further, the Luton Airport is seeking a substantial expansion in capacity. He may not know that a Labour-run Luton Council currently gets tens of millions of pounds from Luton Airport, and there is nothing for surrounding communities. So can we have a debate in government time of how communities can benefit if airports are allowed to expand?
Leader of the House.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question and his hospitality last week in Biggleswade. I think it is an important issue that is worthy of further debate. It's transport questions on the 30th of June, and I'm sure he'll be in his place to challenge the Secretary of State directly. But I think certainly an adjournment debate or a Westminster Hall debate on the benefit of Luton Airport and regional airports would be worthy of further discussion.
Paulette Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm campaigning to oppose the latest planning application for a betting shop on the Erdington High Street. We already have 7 bookies on the High Street, and the last thing we need is yet another one. Last year, a multi-million-pound bid to transform Erdington High Street was turned down by the government. We'll be submitting another application soon, and I hope that ministers won't let us down this time. So can we have a debate on the vital need to invest in our high streets?
Leader of the House.
Well, I thank the honourable lady for her question. There are existing powers for local authorities to stop such applications, and I would encourage her to press her local authority to take a stance. I wish her well with her campaign, but I will pass her comments on to the Planning Minister directly so that he can respond to it.
Ian Paisley.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are some reports in the local press that on the 6th of June, the Government intends to introduce the Northern Ireland Protocol Amendment Bill. If that is the case, can the Leader of the House confirm? And if it's not, when do they intend to expedite this matter, and will it be by accelerated passage?
Leader of the House.
Well, the honourable gentleman will be aware I've announced the coming business for the 2 weeks after we return from the from recess, but he's right to highlight the protocol. It is an important issue which needs to be solved. We need to get Stormont back up and running, and we need to solve the challenges that his community and communities across Northern Ireland face. Discussions are ongoing with the EU, but the government reserves the right to take action if we can't solve those challenges through negotiation.
Carolyn Harris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Would the Leader of the House join me in congratulating Elisha and the rest of the team at Blaenau Mice? I'm looking forward to hearing the Speaker say that. Drop-in Centre for producing the new community cookbook. The book is free, funded by the City Council, and recognising that what is left in the supermarket shelves at the end of the day and in food banks is not necessarily familiar to struggling families. It's a classic example of communities coming together to support each other, especially in the current economic crisis.
The House.
Well, I thank the honourable lady for her question. I am blessed with a PPS from Brecon and Radnorshire, so I have been tutored on how to say Blaenau Mice. Can I say to her, I wish her community well. I think they're doing great work. There are lots of suggestions across the House on how families up and down the country can meet the economic challenge that we face and the global battle against inflation.
Patrick Craigie.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Government Strategy for International Development was published as Command Paper 676 on the 16th of May, but the Government hasn't seen fit to schedule either a statement or a debate so that members can actually scrutinise this significant change in international development policy, which particularly diminishes the role of tackling climate change mitigation and adaptation in developing countries. So can he arrange for the Foreign Secretary to come and either lead a debate or make a statement on this important policy change as soon as possible?
Leader of the House.
Well, it's FCDO questions on the 21st of June. I'm sure he'll be in his place to put those questions directly to the Foreign Secretary, and I'm sure she'll be able to respond in due course.
Lillian Greenwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've repeatedly raised concerns about unsafe maternity care at Nottingham University Hospitals Trust. And he will know that the review that was commissioned last year has lost the confidence of families, of local MPs, and the Secretary of State himself said it was not fit for purpose. On the 22nd of April, we were told that the review would have new national oversight from NHS England and NHS Improvement under a new chair. On the 4th of May, that new chair resigned. Weeks later, we still don't know what's happening. Families have suffered unspeakable pain, and this delay and uncertainty is adding to their trauma. Will he urge the Health Secretary to provide an urgent update and actually do the thing that everyone knows is obvious and appoint Donna Rockenden to chair the review?
Leader of the House.
Well, I join her in her campaign. I pay tribute to the work that she has done. It's health questions on the 14th of June, and I hope she will raise that with the Health Secretary directly. But I will assist her in any way that I can to improve maternity services within Nottinghamshire and the wider area.
Liz Twist.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituency office in Bladen can't be the only one to still be inundated with passport queries from distraught residents who are really facing a tight deadline and facing increased charges from travel companies for rearrangement of dates. Can the Leader of the House ask the Government to come forward with a statement about the very practical steps they intend to take to ensure this fiasco is sorted out?
Well, I recognise the challenge that the Honourable Lady highlights. It is Home Office questions on the 20th of June, and the Home Secretary will be here to answer questions directly. But I would say that she has already introduced over 700, 500 staff already introduced, and 700 more coming before the summer. That's a commitment to improve the performance of the Passport Office, and we are starting to see the results of that extra staff now.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the interest of transparency, I would just like to declare that I am a trustee of the Albany Theatre, a wonderful theatre who is a cornerstone of my city of Coventry. It makes it does such wonderful work in terms of producing productions that represent people from all backgrounds to enjoy and have access to participate in the theatre. And just recently, they applied for a national portfolio organisation status. So will the Leader of the House and his counterpart in DCMS meet with me to discuss what we can do to further strengthen this MPO application and to bring the much needed investment into Coventry? Thank you.
Yes.
So, of course, I'll join her in wishing that theatre all the best. I hope she was in her place for DCMS questions this morning to highlight the cause that she talks about. Of course, Coventry is a former city of culture, and I'm sure that people up and down the country will have taken the opportunity to visit Coventry and celebrate all that is cultural within the city.
Patricia Gibson.
Tomorrow, the 27th of May, is World Animal Free Research Day. Now, the sentient rights of animals in the Animal Welfare Sentience Bill could have and should have been strengthened to recognise the rights of sentient animals undergoing horrific scientific testing and those in MOD military experiments. Will the Leader of the House make a statement setting out his support for all animals in the UK to have their rights as sentient beings enshrined in law, wherever they may be, a public scientific hearing on this issue, and will he join me in recognising the European Union is moving away from cruel experiments on animals and using cutting-edge replacements?
Leader of the House.
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for a question. I mean, the Government has a very good track record on animal welfare. She's right to highlight the fact we were the first government to introduce the Animal Sentience Bill. There were more animal bills announced in the Queen's speech. We have a great track record in the UK in terms of our welfare and agricultural production, and I think we are a proud nation of animal lovers, and I see no reason why that won't continue.
Andrew Gwynn.
Thank you. Can I return to the issue of written parliamentary questions? Because not only do I have a frustration with the Department for Health and Social Care at the timeliness of their responses, but when you get them, the standard of the responses. I'll give one example to the Leader of the House. I asked in relation to the immunocompromised, the clinically extremely vulnerable and the clinically vulnerable, what equalities impact assessment the Department had made in relation to the government's living with COVID strategy. The reply from the Minister stated she was unable to provide the information requested as it relates to formulation of government policy. That's why I asked the question, Madam Deputy Speaker. So can the Leader of the House pull his fingers out, get his ministers to respond not only on in time to written parliamentary questions, but to get the standard of answers much better than we're getting from the Department of Health?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. I committed from this dispatch box a number of times to try and improve the speed at which answers come from departments. I think the Department of Health, he will understand, was smashed by a number of questions when it was fighting a global pandemic, and I think we can excuse them some of the speed at which those responses came last year. We're now through that pandemic thanks to the hard work of that department, and I'm sure we'll see an improvement in the speed in which those questions come. I can't always guarantee he's going to like the answers, though. I think sometimes there may be some political differences between him and I, and him not liking the answer may not be something that I can deliver upon.
Sarah Sultana.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When I was elected as one of the youngest MPs 2.5 years ago, I had fantastic support for more experienced local councillors and activists in Coventry, and none more so than Councillor John Mutton. John very sadly suddenly passed away the weekend before last, leaving behind his wonderful wife Mal, 2 sons, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and an unrivalled legacy in Coventry. As leader of the council in 2010, John put his anti-austerity principles into practice, defending services from government cuts, and perhaps his proudest achievement was championing the International Children's Games, winning him international respect, which he helped bring back to Coventry this August. So will the Leader of the House join me in paying tribute to John and give government time for members to thank our dedicated local public servants?
So I'm delighted to join her in paying tribute to John, and she's done an excellent job in the way in which she paid tribute to him there and then. I think a debate to celebrate all that is local government and all that the sacrifices of those who work within local government is something which is worthy of further debate, and I know it would have cross-party support.
Nira Wilson.
Deputy Speaker, I have dozens of constituents who are desperate to bring family members to this country through legal routes, including a father who's been separated from his wife and son for over 6 months. His son is due to celebrate his first birthday in July and will only have spent 3 months of his life with his father. The reason for the delay in processing the mother's visa, we are told, is because of the pressures on the Home Office from the Ukrainian visa processing. Let's not forget it was ministers who insisted on all that red tape and bringing Ukrainian refugees over. So could the Leader of the House grant time for a debate to discuss delays across the Home Office?
Well, I thank the honourable lady for a question, and I'm glad that she recognises that legal routes are the best route to get to the United Kingdom. We have a huge track record to be celebrated. We're a very compassionate country. We've taken refugees from Syria, from Afghanistan, now from Ukraine. That will continue in the future, and the Home Office are working very hard to expedite that process as quickly as possible.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In 2016, a court judgment established that joint enterprise had been incorrectly applied for over 30 years. Research by the Centre for Crime and Justice Studies with the campaign group Jengva believes that the judgment has had little to no effect on joint enterprise convictions, with young black men disproportionately targeted. Will the Leader of the House agree to a debate in government time on the miscarriages of justice arising from joint enterprise laws and the legislative solutions needed to correct these historic and current injustices, including the Private Members Bill? Thank you.
Leader of the House.
Well, it'll be Home Office questions on the 20th of June, when I hope she'll be in a place to raise those matters directly with the Home Secretary. But the government takes the fight against crime very seriously. That's why in the Queen's speech we've seen the Economic Crime Bill coming forward. That's why in the Queen's speech we've seen the Victims Bill coming forward. That's why we've committed to 20,000 extra police officers, 13,500 which have already been recruited. Crime is top of our agenda and we're delivering.
Claire Anderson. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There's a catastrophic famine in East Africa at the moment, with someone dying every 48 seconds, according to an Oxfam and Save the Children report. 23 million people are experiencing extreme hunger. This is up from 10 million in the last year alone. We know the British public are very generous from the experience of Band-Aid many years ago, and they will want to have a debate in government time on the aid and the debt response to this crisis. Would the Leader of the House commit to doing this?
Well, thank the Honourable Lady for a question. It is FCDO questions on the 21st of June. As she's rightly highlighted, the UK has a fantastic track record of compassion and support for those who find themselves in difficult circumstances. That's why we're proud as a government to have introduced the 0.7% of GDP to support DFID. And I think it's a record which the government is very proud and will continue.
Stephanie Peacock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I ask the Leader of the House again if he will back an independent inquiry into why allegations of child sexual abuse were ignored?
Leader of the House.
Well, I'm conscious, Madam Deputy Speaker, that it's, that case is ongoing, the one that she refers to, but certainly the Conservative Party takes very seriously its who it chooses as candidates and how those candidates behave. There are systems in place now within this House that support victims, and I think that we've made huge progress as a House of Commons cross-party in supporting victims who come forward. And I think the one thing we can take from some of the terrible events we've seen is that if you are a victim of abuse, your allegations will be taken seriously, it will be thoroughly investigated, and those who have committed abuse will be held to account.
Madam Deputy Speaker, high streets in Enfield North are continuing to be blighted by gambling venues that prey on some of the most vulnerable in society. I asked the Leader's predecessor about when the review of the Gambling Act would report, and was met with no answer. It's now nearly 8 months late. So can we therefore have a debate in government time on the damaging effects of these venues on vulnerable people, and what action will be taken to ensure they cannot continue to buy our high streets with such ease and break up our communities?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for a question. She will be aware local authorities do have powers to stop betting shops appearing on their high streets if they wish to deploy them, and she should lobby her local council to make sure that they do not over-grant the number of betting shops.
Margaret Greenwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Access to Work provides practical advice and support to disabled people and their employers to help them overcome work-related obstacles resulting from disability. It can support people in work and getting into work. Support under the scheme can include things like communication support, support for interviews, help with travel costs and a support worker, British Sign Language interpreters, lip speakers or note takers, and adaptations to a vehicle so that somebody can get to work. According to Scope, there are more than 4.7 million disabled people in work. In 2020 to 2021, access to work provision was approved for around 36,000 people, a relatively small number. So will the Leader of the House allocate government time for a debate on access to work so that we can consider ways in which the scheme might be better publicised and access to it improved so that more people might benefit from it?
Lord President.
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. The Secretary of State for the Department of Work and Pensions is in her place and heard her question directly, but she'll have an opportunity to directly put her question to the Secretary of State on the first day back after recess at DWP Questions.
Gavin Newlands.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's less than a fortnight until the 10th anniversary of the UK signing the Istanbul Convention on Violence Against Women and Girls. It's been a long drawn-out process, but I very much welcome the government statement last week in which they confirmed they would finally ratify. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, it will be ratified with 2 reservations with relation to migrant workers and prosecuting UK residents for crimes committed overseas. So can we have a debate on ratifying without reservation? Because surely all women means all women.
Lord President.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. I think the government has a fantastic track record on tackling violence against women and girls. We've introduced legislation on these matters, and we will continue to push in that direction. And I trust the honourable gentleman will be there to support the government when it brings forward further measures.
Gerald Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. After months of late-running, cancelled and woefully inadequate bus services, Stagecoach are in the process of cancelling or cutting a further 17 services across Merthyr Tydfil and Rumney, leaving communities more isolated and jeopardising people's jobs. So could I ask the Leader of the House to arrange a debate in government time on the role of traffic commissioners across Great Britain to ensure that passengers have an added voice, to make sure that those private bus companies and other companies are not cutting services, leaving communities at risk?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't think there's ever been a Prime Minister who's more in favour of buses than the current Prime Minister. But I would say to the honourable gentleman gently, it's his party that's in charge of transport in Wales, and if he feels he's being let down by Labour Wales, then maybe he should consider crossing the floor and supporting us.
Margaret Farrier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Pupils from St Ninian's Primary School in Hill House, Hamilton, in my constituency, made a lovely fair trade curry for local residents last week using fair trade coconut milk and fair trade Kilimanjaro rice from Malawi to mark World Fair Trade Day. Would the Leader of the House join me in congratulating these students and schedule a debate in government time on the importance of fair trade values?
Well, I'd be delighted to join her in congratulating Hill Press in creating its wonderful curry. I'm sure there'll be members across the House that will want to come and share in that curry. Colleagues across the House enjoy a good curry evening, so I wish the school very well in all that they're doing.
Jim Shannon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this week the Emir of Qatar visited the UK. UN Special Rapporteur Ahmed Shahid has recently reported on discrimination facing Baha'is in Qatar, including forced deportations, arbitrary arrests and blacklisting from the labour market. In the run-up to the World Cup, would the Leader of the House join me and others in urging the Emir to investigate these reports and guarantee Baha'is the rights they are entitled to under the Qatari constitution?
Lord President.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank you for saving the honourable gentleman up till the end, so he has an audience worthy of his question. He's a huge campaigner on religious rights across the world. I think the Qatar World Cup will be an opportunity for the world to look at Qatar and all that it does, and I hope that we'll take that opportunity to improve human rights and religious freedom within Qatar during the World Cup.
Good job. I thank the Lord President for his business statement. I hope the House will now settle down. Statement, the Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the high inflation we are experiencing now is causing acute distress for the people of this country. I know they are worried. I know people are struggling. I want to explain what is happening, why it is happening, and what we propose to do about it. I trust the British people, and I know they understand no government can solve every problem, particularly the complex and global challenge of inflation. But this government will never stop trying to help people, to fix problems where we can, to do what is right, as we did throughout the pandemic. We need to make sure that for those whom the struggle is too hard and for whom the risks are too great, they are supported. This government will not sit idly by whilst there is a risk that some in our country might be set so far back they might never recover. This is simply unacceptable, and we will never allow that to happen. And I want to reassure everybody, we will get through this. We have the tools and the determination we need to combat and reduce inflation. We will make sure the most vulnerable and least well-off get the support they need at this time of difficulty. And we will turn this moment of difficulty into a springboard for economic renewal and growth, with more jobs, higher skills, greater investment. Our plan for a stronger economy. Madam Deputy Speaker, before I turn to the details of our plan, let me put into context for the House the challenge we face. This country is now experiencing the highest rate of inflation we have seen for 40 years. The Bank of England expects inflation to average around 9% this year. Our exposure to global shocks continues to explain most of the inflation above the 2% target. Supply chain disruption as the world reopened from COVID, combined with Russia's invasion of Ukraine and potentially exacerbated by recent lockdowns in China, are all contributing to significant price increases for goods and energy. However, over the course of the year, the situation has evolved and has become more serious. There are areas of particular concern. Even excluding energy and food, core inflation has become broader-based and elevated. Of the basket of goods and services we use to measure inflation, a record proportion are seeing above-average price increases. Also, we are acutely exposed to the European energy price shock, and, like the US, we also have a tight labour market. Make no mistake, the lowest unemployment in almost 50 years, just months after averting a jobs crisis during the pandemic, is good news. But combined with the shock to European energy prices, it does contribute to the UK's relatively high rate of inflation. And lastly, as the Bank have noted, longer-term inflation expectations have risen above their historical averages by more than they are in the US and Europe. We cannot and must not allow short-term inflationary pressures to lead people to expect that high inflation will continue over the long term. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, we can get inflation under control. It is not some abstract force outside our grasp. It may take time, but we have the tools we need and the resolve it will take to reduce inflation. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have 3 specific tools available to combat and reduce inflation, and we are using them all: independent monetary policy, fiscal responsibility, and supply-side activism. First, our primary tool is a strong independent monetary policy. Since control of monetary policy was taken out of the hands of politicians 25 years ago, inflation has averaged precisely 2%. It is right that the Bank of England are independent, and I know the Governor and his team will take decisive action to get inflation back on target and ensure inflation expectations remain firmly anchored. Second, we need responsible fiscal policy. That means providing fiscal support where required, but not making the situation unnecessarily worse, causing inflation, interest and mortgage rates to go up further than they otherwise would. Excessively adding fiscal stimulus into a supply-constrained economy, especially one in which households and businesses have built up over £300 billion of excess savings, risks being counterproductive and increasing inflationary pressures. In other words, fiscal support should be timely, temporary and targeted. Timely because we need to help people when the shock is at its worst. Targeted because unconstrained stimulus will make the problem worse, and temporary because if we do not meet our fiscal rules and ensure the public finances are resilient in the longer run, we create even greater risks on inflation, interest rates and the trend rate of economic growth. And third, we are taking an activist approach to supply-side reforms. This will increase our productive capacity, ease inflationary pressures and raise our long-term growth potential. The Prime Minister's energy security strategy will, over time, reduce bills by increasing energy supply and improving energy efficiency. The Work and Pension Secretary is moving 500,000 job seekers off welfare and into work, and doing more to support older people back into the jobs market. The Home Secretary is making our visa regime for high-skilled migrants one of the most competitive in the world. And in the autumn, we will bring forward tax cuts and reforms to encourage businesses to invest more, train more and innovate more, the path to higher growth. So independent monetary policy, fiscal responsibility, supply-side reform. The country should have confidence that using these three tools, we will combat inflation and reduce it over time. But of course, we know that households are being hit hard right now. So today, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will provide significant support to the British people. But as I have said, a critical part of how we are dealing with inflation is responsible fiscal policy. What this means in practical terms is that as we support people more, we need to think about the fairest way to fund as much of that cost as possible. The oil and gas sector is making extraordinary profits, not as the result of recent changes to risk-taking or innovation or efficiency, but as the result of surging global commodity prices, driven in part by Russia's war. And for that reason, I am sympathetic to the argument to tax those profits fairly. But as ever,
Order. A bit of gentle banter is fine, but when it gets to the stage that nobody can hear what the Chancellor is saying, it's counterproductive. Now, quieter banter, please. Chancellor of the Exchequer.
But, as ever, there is a sensible middle ground. We should not be ideological about this, we should be pragmatic. It is possible to both tax extraordinary profits fairly and incentivise investment. And so, like previous governments, including Conservative ones, we will introduce a temporary targeted energy profits levy, but we have built into the new levy a new investment allowance similar to the super deduction. That means companies will have a new and significant incentive to reinvest their profits. The new levy will be charged on profits of oil and gas companies at a rate of 25%. It will be temporary, and when oil and gas prices return to historically more normal levels, the levy will be phased out with a sunset clause written into the legislation. And crucially, with our new investment allowance, we are nearly doubling the overall investment relief for oil and gas companies. That means for every pound a company invests, they'll get back 90% in tax relief. So the more a company invests, the less tax they will pay. And we understand also that certain parts of the electricity generation sector are also making extraordinary profits. The reason for this is the way our market works. The price electricity generators are paid is linked not to the cost they incur in providing that electricity, but rather to the price of natural gas, which is extraordinarily high right now. Other countries like France, Italy, Spain and Greece have already taken measures to correct this. As set out in the Energy Security Strategy, we are consulting with the power generation sector and investors to drive forward energy market reforms and ensure the price paid for electricity is more reflective of the costs of production. But those reforms will take time to implement, so in the meantime, we are urgently evaluating the scale of these extraordinary profits and the appropriate steps to take. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, our energy profits levy will encourage investment, not deter it. It raises around £5 billion of revenue over the next year so that we can help families with the cost of living, and it avoids having to increase our debt burden further. because there is nothing noble in burdening future generations with ever more debt today, because politicians of the day were too weak to make the tough decisions. Madam Deputy Speaker, I know the whole House will agree we have a responsibility to help those who, through no fault of their own, are paying the highest price for the inflation we face. To help with the cost of living, we are going to provide significant, targeted support to millions of the most vulnerable people in our society, those on the lowest incomes, pensioners and disabled people. First, people on the lowest incomes. Over 8 million households already have incomes low enough for the state to be supporting their cost of living through the welfare system. They could be temporarily unemployed and looking for work, unable to work because of long-term sickness or disability, or on low pay and using benefits to top up their wages. Right now, they face incredibly difficult choices. So I can announce today we will send directly to around 8 million of the lowest income households a one-off cost of living payment of £650. Support worth over £5 billion to give vulnerable people certainty that we are standing by them at this challenging time. DWP will make the payment in 2 lump sums, the first from July, the second in autumn, with payments from HMRC for those on tax credits following shortly after. There is no need for people to fill out complicated forms or bureaucracy. We will send the payment straight to their bank accounts. Our policy will benefit over 8 million households in receipt of means-tested benefits from July. Uprating in that time frame could only be done for those on universal credit, and our policy will provide a larger average payment this year of £650, whereas uprating the same benefits by 9% would be worth only on average £530. There are 2 further groups who will need extra targeted support. Many pensioners are disproportionately impacted by higher energy costs. They can't always increase their incomes through work, and because they spend more time at home and are more vulnerable, they often need to keep the heating on for longer. And we estimate many people who are eligible for pension credit are not currently claiming it, which means there will be many vulnerable pensioners not receiving means-tested benefits. So I can announce today that from the autumn, we will send over 8 million pensioner households who receive the winter fuel payment an extra one-off pensioner cost of living payment of £300. Disabled people also face extra costs in their day-to-day lives, like having energy-intensive equipment around the home or workplace. So, to help the 6 million people who receive non-means-tested disability benefits, we will send them, from September, an extra one-off disability cost of living payment worth £150. Many disabled people will also receive the payment of £650 I have already announced, taking their total cost of living payments to £800. And I can reassure the House that next year, subject to the Secretary of State's review, benefits will be uprated by this September's CPI, which on current forecasts is likely to be significantly higher than the forecast inflation rate for next year. Similarly, the triple lock will apply for the state pension. Of course, we recognise the risk that with any policy there may be small numbers of people who will fall between the cracks. For example, it is not possible right now for DWP or HMRC to identify people on housing benefit who are not also claiming other benefits. So, to support them and others, we will extend the Household Support Fund delivered by local authorities by £500 million from October. This is a significant set of interventions to support the most vulnerable in our country. We will legislate to deliver this support on the same terms in every part of the United Kingdom, including Northern Ireland. And taken together, our direct cash payments will help 1/3 of all UK households with a cost of living support worth £9 billion. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are meeting our responsibility to provide the most help to those on the lowest incomes. I believe that is fair, and I'm confident the House will agree. But there are many other families who do not require state support in normal times. They are also facing challenging times. Yeah. Is it fair to leave them unsupported? The answer must surely be no. While it is impossible for the government to solve every problem, we can and will ease the burden as we help the entire country through the worst of this crisis. So we will provide more support with the rising cost of energy, and that support will be universal. Earlier this year, we announced £9 billion to help with the cost of energy, including a council tax rebate of £150 for tens of millions of households. And we plan to provide all households with £200 off their energy bills from October, with the cost of that repaid over the following 5 years. Since then, the outlook for energy prices has changed. I've heard people's concerns over the impact of these repayments on future bills, so I've decided that those repayments will be cancelled. So for the avoidance of doubt, this support is now unambiguously a grant. And furthermore, we have decided that the £200 of support for household energy bills will be doubled to £400 for everyone. We are on the side of hard-working families with £6 billion of financial support. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, to summarise, our strategy is to combat and reduce inflation over time through independent monetary policy, fiscal responsibility and supply-side activism. We are raising emergency funds to help millions of the most vulnerable families who are struggling right now. And all households will benefit from universal support with energy bills of £400 with not a penny to repay. In total, the measures I've announced today provide support worth £15 billion. Combined with the plans we've already announced, that means we are supporting families with the cost of living with £37 billion, or 1.5% of GDP. That's higher or similar than countries like France, Germany, Japan and Italy. And I'm proud to say that around 3/4 of that total support will go to vulnerable households. As a result of the measures we've announced today and the action we've already taken this year, the vast majority of households will receive £550. Pensioners will receive £850. And almost all of the 8 million most vulnerable households in the country will in total receive support of £1,200. And let me put this into context. The House will have noted the news from Ofgem earlier this week. They currently expect the energy price cap to rise in October to £2,800. That implies an average increase in people's bills this year of just under £1,200. The same amount our policies will provide for the most vulnerable people this year. I know there are other pressures. I'm not trying to claim we have solved the entire problem for everyone. No government could. But I hope that when people hear the significant steps we are taking, the millions we are helping, they will feel some of the burden eased, some of the pressures lifted. And they will know this government is standing by them. And Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, supporting people with the cost of living is only one part of our plan for a stronger economy. A plan that is creating more jobs, cutting taxes on working people, reducing our borrowing and debt, driving businesses to invest and innovate more, unleashing a skills revolution, seizing the benefits of Brexit and levelling up growth in all parts of the United Kingdom. The British people can trust this government because we have a plan for a stronger economy, and I commend it to this House.
Shadow Chancellor Rachel Reid.
Madam Deputy Speaker, after today's announcement, let there be no doubt about who is winning the battle of ideas in Britain. It is the Labour Party. Today it feels like the Chancellor has finally realised the problems that the country are facing. We first called for a windfall tax on oil and gas producers nearly 5 months ago to help struggling families and pensioners. Today he has announced that policy, but he can't dare say the words. It's a policy that dare not speak its name with this Chancellor. And it was Labour that first highlighted the unfairness of this government's buy now, pay later compulsory loan scheme. It shouldn't have taken a rocket scientist to work out that this wouldn't cut it, and we pointed it out at the time. But that is just the mark of this Klarner Chancellor. Announce now, ditch later. Here he is, once again, the Treasury's one-man rebuttal unit, the Chancellor himself. For months, it has been clear that more was necessary to help people bring their bills down. So what took this government so long? Every day that they have refused to act, £53 million more added to Britain's household bills during this cost of living crisis. This government's dither and delay has cost our country dearly. On this side of the House, we welcome the fact that the government is finally acting on our calls to introduce a windfall tax.
Absolutely. Our call.
And it's good to see the SNP U-turning today too and saying that they also are in favour of a windfall tax on oil and gas profits. Well done to the SNP. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, it was a painful journey to get the government to this point. First, Conservative ministers said the oil and gas producers are struggling. That was the Education Secretary, I think. But then the BP Chief Executive said that the energy crisis was a cash machine for his business. So they moved to the second defence. Ministers claimed that a windfall tax would put off vital investment. But the industry said that a windfall tax wouldn't even change their plans. So then they said that a windfall tax would be unconservative. So unconservative, Madam Deputy Speaker, that Margaret Thatcher, George Osborne and now this government are doing exactly that. And finally, the Chancellor himself said that it would be silly to offer help now, given he didn't know the full scale of the challenge. What nonsense. It shouldn't take £500,000 of publicly funded focus groups for the Chancellor to realise that helping families and pensioners is exactly the right thing to do. Now, every day for 5 months, the Prime Minister sent Conservative MPs out to attack the windfall tax and yet defend an increase in taxes on working people. He's made them vote against it, not once, not twice, but 3 times. And for months he's sent his MPs to defend the litany of rule-breaking in number 10 Downing Street set out in the Sue Gray report yesterday. Now, there is a lesson here for Conservative MPs. You can't believe a word that this Prime Minister says. And as long as he is in office, he's going to continue making fools out of each and every one of you. If they keep him there, Madam Deputy Speaker, that is the choice that they are making. Now, the problem, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that you can't fake fairness. You either believe in it or you don't. Labour called for a windfall tax because it is the right thing to do. The Conservatives are doing it because they needed a new headline. And we see that too from all the other things that the Chancellor didn't address today. The non-DOMs keeping their tax privileges while they increase taxes on working people. Young working people paying more, but those who earn money buying and selling stocks and shares not paying a penny more. contracts handed out to Conservative friends and donors while British businesses miss out. Global tech giants making billions in profits, while smaller businesses and the energy-intensive industry struggle with higher bills and higher taxes from the Conservative Party. And £11.8 billion lost in fraud because of a total lack of respect for taxpayers' money. That's why we should have had an emergency budget today. To spike the hike in national insurance, to cut business rates for high street and small businesses, to provide help for energy-intensive firms and ensure that every pound of taxpayers' money is spent wisely. Madam Deputy Speaker, we will look closely at the detail of today's announcements. Of course, most of them seem to have been written by us, but so far, we have seen nothing to suggest that this Conservative government has the ideas or the energy to tackle the challenges that we face as a country. A Labour government would have addressed the underlying weaknesses in our economy so we can stop this spiral of inflation, lift wages and provide greater security for families and for our country. The truth is that they are running our economy and people's living standards into the ground. We are forecast to have the slowest growth and the highest inflation in the G7. This government has weakened the foundations of our economy, leaving us exposed to shocks as we lurch from crisis to crisis. And still they refuse to come forward with a real plan to fix our broken system and provide the security we need to face the future with confidence. That means boosting our energy security too. We need to do much more to reduce reliance on imported oil and gas. That is why Labour's energy security plan includes a programme of home insulation to reduce bills not just for 1 year, but for years to come, and to get us all the way to net zero. It's why we've urged the government to double onshore wind capacity and to end the delay on nuclear power.
Absolutely.
And while we're at it, why did this Tory government get rid of our gas storage?
Order. It's important that we also hear the Shadow Chancellor. Rachel Reeves.
And Madam Deputy Speaker, while we're at it, why did this Tory government get rid of our gas storage, which would have left us better protected from wild fluctuations in prices? When will this government provide the strong leadership that this country needs? Now, there are a number of questions for the Chancellor about his announcement today. How many people are still waiting for the support that they were promised in March? A third of the Chancellor's own constituents are still waiting for their council tax discounts. Is it the case that households are still being asked to pay the supplier of last resort costs for those energy suppliers who have gone bust as a result of a decade of failed energy market regulation? Can the Chancellor tell the House how is this package being funded outside of the proceeds of a windfall tax? And if you have more than one home, do you get multiple discounts on your energy bills? Now, I know that the Chancellor has adopted 2 of our ideas today, but can I ask why he has not adopted a third? A cut in VAT on energy bills. It was once touted as the big Brexit bonus, but he's ditched that too. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a discredited, chaotic and rudderless Conservative government whose policies rarely last more than a few months. We pushed for a windfall tax. They adopted it. We said the buy now, pay later scheme was wrong, and now they have ditched it. This government is out of ideas, out of touch and out of time. When it comes to the big issues facing this country, the position is now clear. We lead, they follow.
Right. Order. Order. We're not going any further unless you're quiet. Fine. Thank you. Chairman of the Select Committee, Mel Stride. Oh, I beg your pardon. It would be best if I allow the Chancellor first to reply to the Shadow Chancellor. not trying to change the rules. I'm just trying to go a bit faster.
What are you going to say?
Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Say thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Honourable Lady Opposite for her contribution, albeit her response was based on a fundamental misunderstanding of why now is the right time to act. Since February and March, 3 significant things have changed. The situation in Ukraine has altered considerably from first envisaged. Inflation is now tackling considerably higher than previously expected. And finally, and most importantly, we now have concrete information on the autumn and winter energy price cap. And with this information, we were better able to both design and scale our policies. It is why, with time and thought, our energy profits levy has a very generous investment allowance built into it, not something, the blunt instrument that the party opposite proposed. And that is why, Madam Deputy Speaker, because we were patient, we have been able to scale our support for the problem, which means our proposals are in fact more generous than those offered by the party opposite. Because they rushed it, they got their sums wrong. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we all make mistakes, and being able to change course is not a weakness, it is a strength. And I won't criticise the party opposite for getting it wrong, just so long as they can acknowledge that with this package, we have got it right. Just briefly, Madam Deputy Speaker, to address some of the specific points. The Honourable Lady, I think, talked about energy security and somewhat bizarrely reflected on the lack of investment in nuclear capacity. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is the government that is correcting the mistakes of the past. She asked about energy efficiency. This is the government that is investing £6 billion to improve energy efficiency. She asked about business rates. This is the government that is delivering a 50% discount in business rates for our high streets next year. And, of course, she talked about growth. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the best ways to drive growth is to drive up business investment, something the party opposite will never understand. She also asked about VAT, Madam Deputy Speaker, and this goes to the heart of the issue. VAT is worth, on average, about £140 of support. Yeah. Our policy, universally, to all households in this country, is worth £400. Yeah. That is the reason not to do VAT. What we are doing is far more generous. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the final point I will make, because I know we're pressed for time, is about ideas. For our constituents, there are only good ideas and bad ideas, and whether you can do anything about them. And this government can, because we are always on the side of the British people. This government has been faced with challenges unlike any other, and at every step it has achieved things that the party opposite said were not possible. We averted the mass unemployment crisis they predicted because of our interventions of furlough. We led the country out of COVID with a vaccine programme they would have left us unable to deliver. And each time I'm at this dispatch box opposite the Honourable Lady, I find myself thinking the same thing. The public can see through it. They know the difference. They know the difference between a party playing politics and a government trying to help.
Thank you. Enough. Enough. And now we will hear from the Chairman of the Select Committee, Mel Stride.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I commend this announcement broadly? It is a very significant intervention that my right honourable friend has made, channelling billions of pounds in a targeted series of transfer payments into those who most need it. But as my right honourable friend will know, similar approaches were taken in the pandemic. There were many who missed out from support, who fell through the gaps. I note the additional increase in the household fund of £500 million, which is welcome. Could my right honourable friend set out to the House how he arrived at that figure and why he feels that will be adequate for the demand? And could I also ask him about the issue of inflation that he raised? These transfer payments will stimulate the economy. Granted, they will come with some tax increases as well, but could he share with the House his assessment of the inflationary impact of the announcement that he has just made? And finally, will he appear before the Treasury Select Committee immediately after recess so that we can look at these matters in greater detail?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank my right honourable friend for his questions. I thank him also for his thoughtful advice on how best the government should respond to the current situation. That's why we put the Household Support Fund in place with extra support, because very specifically the one group of those on means-tested benefits that we cannot deliver money to automatically are those who receive only housing benefit, because that's administered by local authorities, which is the main group that needs that specific help. But of course there may well be others, which is why the fund is there. And in terms of the inflationary impact, I do believe it will be manageable, but he's right to highlight it, which is why it's important that the support we provide is both targeted, where it can make the most difference, that it's temporary, and that it is timely and gets help where required. And that is the right approach. Being fiscally responsible is going to help us combat inflation in the long run.
SNP spokesman, Kirsty Blackman.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's quite amusing to hear the Chancellor talk about this being timely. I mean, it is timely. It just happens to have happened the week of the Sugre report. It just happens that that report came out yesterday, and the Chancellor has suddenly realised today that people are really struggling, that he's suddenly realised that he needs to announce something about it. Now, the Chancellor stood up in the spring statement that he made and when he announced the energy loan and said, "Look at these amazing things that I am announcing," and genuinely seemed to believe at that time that that was the best that this government could do. Now he has changed his mind. He has listened to the calls of the opposition. He has listened to the calls of people up and down these islands who are struggling in many cases more than they have ever struggled before. I don't understand, Madam Deputy Speaker, why he has announced only a £15 billion package. He has got £28 billion of fiscal headroom in public sector net debt. He has got £32 billion of fiscal headroom in balancing the current budget. Those are the OBR's figures from March. Yet he is refusing to spend that money now in the timely, targeted way that it is needed now for people. He has stood up and he has announced, and I am very glad that he has announced money for the poorest households. I'm glad that it's been targeted in that way. It's not enough, Madam Deputy Speaker. What he has announced fails to uprate benefits. It fails to account for the fact that the energy price cap that's coming in October will still be in place next year. It fails to ensure that benefits are keeping pace with inflation. And I have to laugh about the comments that he made on inflation. Brexit has increased food prices by 6%. Brexit has done that. People who are struggling to make the most basic costs, whose majority of their costs are being spent on energy and on food, have been hit incredibly hard by Brexit. The poorest 10% of households are seeing a massive inflationary increase in comparison to the richest 10% of households because of the percentage of their budget that is spent on energy and on food. Madam Deputy Speaker, he needs to actually uplift benefits as well as making the payment. The other thing that he chose to do today, which was pretty cheeky, was to include the £150 council tax payment in all of the figures that he was reading out, the rebate. That only went to people in bands A to D. That certainly did not go to all pensioners. That certainly cannot be included in the money that is going to all pensioners, cannot be included in the money that is going to all universal credit claimants, it cannot be included in the money that is going to all disabled people. It cannot be included in the cost of this support package because it is absolutely not universal. And on that point, the payment that we made in Scotland went to a higher percentage of households than the payment that was made in England. Madam Deputy Speaker, this does not go far enough. We are seeing an energy price increase of over £1,000 for all households because of the increase in the energy price cap. And yet he is only providing £300 extra for pensioners. That doesn't even touch the £1,000 increase that there is. He is only including these things. The uplift should have been a 9% uplift for inflation. It should have also included a further 25% uplift to universal credit, and a further £25 uplift to universal credit, and a further £25 uplift to legacy benefits. Lastly, Madam Deputy Speaker, he has failed in the uplift to disabled people who are facing the very highest cost because of their increase in the energy costs and because of the increase in diets, for example. I'm glad that he's put in place the windfall tax. I'm very disappointed that it only covers oil and gas companies. It should have gone much wider. We've been calling for this since 2020 when Kate Forbes and Ben McPherson called for this. We have been calling this. Labour Party failed to move. Failed to support our amendment on this last week.
Right.
So they're a bit cheeky as well in suggesting that we have not moved on this. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like the Chancellor to go further, to make a difference and to actually care about the poorest people in our society.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I know for some people it will never be enough, but that's why the SNP's plans would leave Scotland with, I think, a 20% budget deficit and bankrupt the country. That's not something that we will ever do for the people of Scotland or the United Kingdom. Her point on food prices I thought surprising and slightly puzzling, given I've just returned from a meeting of international finance ministers from around the world where everyone was talking about increasing food prices. And as far as I know, they didn't all leave the European Union, but I'll leave that to her. She talked about benefits uprating. Maybe she didn't understand exactly what we're announcing. What we are doing for those on means-tested benefits is more generous than uprating. Uprating, on average, would be worth just over £500, whereas the one-off payment is worth £650. And then lastly, she talked about timing. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, she mentioned many things that have happened this week. The other thing that happened this week is we heard from Ofgem. Yes. And we got more certainty on what the price cap will be in autumn. And that is the single most important factor in trying to size the support that we're providing to people, because it is energy costs that are the biggest driver of the inflation that we're seeing now. Yes.
John Redwood.
When the Chancellor approved £150 billion of extra cash to be printed in November 2020 and gave a full guarantee against losses on the bonds, did he then think there could be any inflationary and public spending risk from this? I fully support giving back the huge windfall tax he is already collecting on energy, the VAT on fuel, the rip-off at the pumps and the much enhanced profits tax coming from North Sea oil and gas. That should be given back because people need some relief. But on inflation, what did he think when he printed the money?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for his question. He and I have talked about inflation for quite a while, and he'll know that I have long actually been concerned about the potential of rising inflation and interest rates, something he and I discussed very early in my time in having this job, which is why from the beginning I've been careful to protect our public finances against the costs of rising inflation and interest rates, and I'm glad that we took those decisions, because now, because of that, we're in a position to act and support people.
Clive Betts.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. That's a very specific question about the Household Support Fund. The Chancellor says that anyone, I think he's saying this, wherever people live, if they're in the same circumstances, they'll get the same help from this fund. In other words, local authorities will have no control over how much money is being spent from the fund. Will he therefore give a guarantee that councils will get, pound for pound, from the government, every pound they have to spend to the people who need it?
No, Madam Deputy Speaker, that's not how the Household Support Fund works. It's always been at the request of colleagues in this House and indeed councils for it to be discretionary. What we generally tend to do is provide guidance on the types of people that we expect to have support, but leave the ultimate decision to those in local authorities. In this instance, for example, as I've said, the particular priority ought to be those who receive only housing benefit. The fund is more than sized to deal not just with those but with others as well. But ultimately, we leave the discretion to local authorities with guidance provided by my colleagues in the Work and Pension Secretary and the DLUC Secretary.
David Davis.
May I give the Chancellor an unreserved welcome for the help for the ordinary citizens? I think now cumulatively it's north of 35 billion all told. But may I raise two concerns? Number one, he talked about the risk of excessive fiscal stimulus. How does he reconcile that with the fact the latest figures show we're taking more money out of the economy than we ever have in history? Secondly, on the windfall tax, it will raise a small amount of money. Stability of tax and low tax both encourage investment and growth. Is there not a risk that the Exchequer will lose more in growth than it will gain in the windfall tax?
I thank my right honourable friend for his question. With regard to the figures on borrowing and stimulus, we actually are still running a relatively significant budget deficit this year, forecast to be 4% back in spring. So I wouldn't regard that as particularly tight policy on the fiscal side, and we will further, as I said, add support today. With regard to tax, I do believe it's important to continue to support investment. I believe the way that we've designed the energy profits levy with a doubling of the investment relief in it will mean that companies still have a very strong incentive to invest in the North Sea.
HAYLI.AM.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. People on prepayment meters, many of whom are on the lowest incomes, are still paying more for their energy than people who pay by direct debit. And they are increasingly likely to self-disconnect, to turn off the light and the warmth. When is the government going to act to end this price discrimination against some of the least well-off members of our society?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I know my right honourable friend, the Energy Secretary, is engaged with all the companies on how best to support people through this. With regards to the support we've announced today, about 7% of households are on non-smart prepayment meters, and we want to make sure that we get their support to them, and that has been taken into account and will be delivered through vouchers. And the remaining the remaining prepayment meters are smart, and the credit can be put straight on those meters, so they benefit.
Laura Trott.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can my right honourable friend confirm that under Labour's plans, my most vulnerable constituents in Swanley, in West Ham and elsewhere will receive £600, but under our plans they'll receive £1,200?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. The combination of all the support we've announced means that someone on almost everybody on means-tested benefits should be in receipt of £1,200 of direct support from this government, and as she says, double, I think, the support offered by the party opposite.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the word which occurs to me today is finally. Finally, after months of families in this country, proud families in this country who've never needed help before, crying out for help from this Chancellor. For pensioners who were sitting in cold houses in the winter because they couldn't afford to heat them. For all those people, for those families unable to put food on the table, this has come as too little, too late. As Liberal Democrats, we were calling on the Chancellor to bring in a windfall tax on the excess profits of energy companies in October, when it could have made a difference in the winter, instead of which the Chancellor was hiking up taxes and adding to the national insurance burden of those already hardest hit. So today, what I'd like to say to him is, will he listen the next time when, from this side of the House, he gets an idea, a suggestion that would help the people of this country rather than hike up their taxes?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, 70% of those in work will pay less tax this year than they did last year because of the changes we've made. And I said, now is the time to act because we have more certainty over what the price cap in the autumn will be. We're two-thirds of the way through the observation window. Ofgem have given us a sense, and that means we can scale the support appropriately.
Kevin Hollenrick.
Mr. Speaker, can I warmly welcome my honourable friend's statement. I did think the Shadow Chancellor made a very fair point, actually, which was how we're going to fund this £15 billion. But isn't it also fair to ask, on the basis that the windfall tax would raise about £3 billion by Labour's calculations, how will they fund all the spending plans they've announced today and in previous occasions, and the tax reductions she's announced today and her previous tax reductions she's announced?
Well, my honourable friend makes an excellent point. I think at last count we've had, £100 billion of spending commitments or tax reductions from the Labour Party. Less than a tenth of that has been funded, in spite of the Shadow Chancellor saying that she's committed to fiscal responsibility, because it's the same old story, Madam Deputy Speaker, with Labour. They ultimately always run out of other people's money.
Naz Shah.
Speaker, and I congratulate the Chancellor for pinching some of our ideas, and I'd really encourage him to look at the 17.5% of VAT as well. One of my constituents sent me a copy of bills. January 2021, electricity 10,731.70. January 2022, 48,694.56. 353.745% increase. How is the Chancellor's statement from today and his intervention going to help my businesses in my constituency, because it seems to have left them out?
Madam Deputy Speaker, with regard to businesses, we have the Energy Intensive Industry Support Scheme, which my honourable friend, the Business Secretary, is consulting on improving, extending and improving the generosity of. That helps our most energy-intensive industries in the country.
David Duguid.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the Chancellor knows, I have spoken in this House and to himself privately against Labour's proposals for a windfall tax, which I was waiting for the heckle, which, in my opinion, as I believe is shared by the Chancellor, were entirely blunt and too blunt an instrument and frankly punitive for the sake of being punitive. I welcome the Chancellor's support for those most affected by the rising costs, and I welcome his more targeted and specific approach to excess profits in the oil and gas industry and the relief on investment, which is already extensive, as my right honourable friend knows. Can I ask just two questions? Can he provide assurance that that charge will be applied to excess profits, and that those will be distinguished between the profits, or the increase in profits that would be expected in the natural cycle since the downturn of the last 12 years? And will he also commit to continue the constructive dialogue with the industry that has already been evident from this government in the interests of energy security and energy transition to net zero?
Well, I thank my honourable friend, and he's an excellent champion for the industry, and he's right to be so, because it's an important industry for the success of our future economy. Madam Deputy Speaker, it employs hundreds of thousands of people, it invests an enormous amount, and we want to see that industry succeed, and I know with his support and this government's, we will make sure that that happens.
Gavin Newlands.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. This statement today may have put out the fires on the backbenches behind them, well, some of them, but it doesn't provide the comprehensive support and plan these islands require. In a 22-minute statement, which began with an explanation of a rate of inflation, he presumably forgot to mention Brexit, Madam Deputy Speaker, which has directly caused a 6% increase in food prices relative to international food prices, and is the reason why the IMF expect UK inflation to remain far higher than the rest of the G7 for a prolonged period. So we've heard the wholly inadequate firefighting today. What's his plan for the medium to long term?
Madam Deputy Speaker, as I spread out over the long term, through responsible fiscal policy, independent monetary policy and supply-side activism, we will combat and reduce inflation, and we're making progress on all three fronts.
Duncan Baker.
Deputy Speaker, I warmly welcome the statement here today. The Chancellor said that into the autumn he will think about tax cuts, which will be very welcome. Could I ask if he would think about raising the income tax personal allowance for millions of hard-working families? It has been kept the same for the last 2 tax years, but in lifting it, we would start to see those families being able to take more of their income home with them, which is very much needed at the moment.
Well, I thank my honourable friend, and he's right that we want to make sure that our constituents can keep more of their hard-earned money, and that's why in July we will be raising the national insurance primary threshold to equalise it with the income tax threshold, a tax cut for 30 million people worth around £330 each.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chancellor says he can't solve every problem, but there is one problem he could solve that wouldn't cost him a penny but would save millions of people billions of pounds, because 1 in 10 households say it's loan repayments in themselves that are causing them destitution, with an average monthly repayment to find of around £370. In the cost of living crisis, it's the legal loan sharks and consumer credit companies that have profited from the delay in help we've seen today and the lack of regulation of their charges. This isn't just about buy now, pay later, it's all of them. So when will the Chancellor follow the lead of other countries, recognise how our constituents are being ripped off by these companies and introduce a cap on the cost of all credit?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend, the Economic Secretary, is in regular dialogue with the FCA to make sure the industry is properly regulated. But we also, and he deserves enormous praise for this, introduced last year the Breathing Space programme, which we continue to believe will help people. It provides a space where all payments, statutory debt repayments, are paused to allow families time to work through them and the benefits that brings.
Sir Desmond Swayne.
What difference in monetary policy has protected Japan and Switzerland from the levels of inflation that we're encountering here in the US and the rest of Europe?
Well, so I'd say my honourable friend, Japan, as he will appreciate, is a very particular case, but even there, they are experiencing their highest inflation rates relative in many, many years. With regard to Switzerland, the reason is a couple of things. One is a strong, particularly strong Swiss franc, which happens at times like this, but also a very different mix of energy, which I believe is provided overwhelmingly by hydro and nuclear from memory, but there's a completely different energy mix, which means that they suffer less from the shock that we are experiencing.
Coming in, Singh Desi.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Almost 5 months after Labour called for a windfall tax on oil and gas producers to help seriously struggling Brits, I am glad that this out-of-touch, out-of-ideas government has had that Damascene conversion and performed today's screeching U-turn. But it's already too late for many, including many of my Slough constituents, who have been forced into destitution and had to choose between eating and heating. So talking of U-turns, will the Chancellor today perform another U-turn by scrapping the national insurance tax hike? Because it is seriously hurting working people, and we are the only G7 country to be taxing working people, so much so that we now have the highest tax burden since the 1960s.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, 70% of people in work, including, I would imagine, his constituents, will pay less tax this year than last year as a result of the increase in the national insurance primary threshold. That is delivering a tax cut to the vast majority of people, but it's right with those on the broader shoulders do help contribute to funding the NHS properly as it needs.
Robert Chenrick.
I think there were 2 tasks for the Chancellor today. The first was to provide support for the poorest households who are facing a period of extreme hardship, and on that front I think the Chancellor has made all the right judgments. Direct payments are simple, easy to administer, and of course are non-recurring, and the experience in the United States was a generally positive one of doing something not dissimilar. The second task, however, is to inject some confidence into the economy, which is facing a recession or a long period of stagnation. On that front, would my right honourable friend agree with me that we need a steady hand from the Bank of England so that there is not further quantitative easing and its inflationary pressures? We do need the supply-side reforms that he alludes to urgently. We need delivery on the energy plan that the Chancellor and the Prime Minister has set out. And we need to think about the tax burden in the years ahead, because the announcement he's made today is heavily redistributive, and that's a good thing for hard-working families and the vulnerable, but it is being paid for by higher taxes on higher earners and businesses, and in the long term, we need to address that.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I agree wholeheartedly with my right honourable friend. He makes excellent points, and he can expect from me and this government we will deliver on all the things that he thinks are important.
Stephen Timms.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the recognition in the Chancellor's statement that benefit rates have fallen too low in real terms given current inflation. But I wonder if he agrees with me that it's time now to rethink the mechanism through which benefits are uprated. He's referred to the IT problems that have constrained him, and also the level at which benefits are set.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm sure the Work and Pension Secretary is the best person to talk about the implementation of benefits, but I know the honourable gentleman will know that next year benefits will be uprated by September CPI, most likely subject to review, and will mean that there's a very significant increase in benefits in excess of the rate of inflation next year, which will be very positive for those who are in receipt of them.
Natalie Elphick.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree that in addition to the vital, significant and welcome help to the cost of living, it is also important to continue to invest and create jobs in the economy? And would he join me in welcoming the £80 million investment made by the Treasury and HMRC in the White Cliffs HMRC border facility that will bring 400 jobs to Dover and Deal and help secure customs and tax revenue, border control standards and the UK tax base?
I know this is something that my honourable friend rightly cares passionately about for her community as well, and she's absolutely right. The best way to help people with the cost of living, indeed the best way to help them provide a better life for their families, is through well-paid work. That is why we are so focused on helping people into work and providing jobs. It's worth bearing in mind that someone moving off universal credit and into work is £6,000 a year better off. That is why we are focused wholeheartedly on moving people into work, and my honourable friend, the Work and Pension Secretary, deserves enormous credit for that.
Dame Angela Eagle.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. If the excess profits of the energy companies persist beyond this year, will the windfall tax persist? Will he actually explain how the sunset clause works, and will he also explain why his super deduction of 130% of investment has so far failed to spark the kind of investment he thought it would, but he thinks that a 90% investment allowance for the oil and gas companies will work?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we will put a backstop sunset clause in the legislation with the energy profits levy. It will remain in place until prices return to a more normal level. In the past, that was specified specifically. We will take the time to get that right, but it will not be automatic in 12 months. It will depend on when prices return to a more normal level.
Edward Timpson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, over and above the up to 30 hours free childcare for 3- and 4-year-olds and 15 hours for disadvantaged 2-year-olds, there's also tax-free childcare that could help alleviate the pressure for many families in Edinburgh and across the country with the cost of living. But only 1 in 5 eligible families take up that scheme, which has led to an underspend of about £2.5 billion over the last 4 years. So what is my right honourable friend going to do to help those families get the support that they're entitled to help them through this difficult time?
My honourable friend rightly is passionate about this subject, something he knows a lot about. I can tell him that both the Education Secretary and indeed the Exchequer Secretary are working very hard to try and combat the low take-up of tax-free childcare. It is a generous benefit worth up to £2,000 a year. We want to make sure that everyone who can benefit from it does.
Ian Paisley.
Deputy Speaker, most generous. This is a significant intervention in the economy. There's absolutely no doubt about that, and the Chancellor has said it's for all of the UK, and probably one of the reasons why we celebrate being unionists for that. But with regards to the cost of living crisis in Northern Ireland, the Road Haulage Association has indicated that cost of living is higher in Northern Ireland by 34%. So with that in mind, can the Chancellor confirm that these measures announced today apply to Northern Ireland without exception, and that will the EU have to be consulted about any aspect of these measures before they apply?
Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said, with all the direct payments through the welfare system, we will take legislative powers to deliver those directly in Northern Ireland, where we believe we have the operational capacity to do so. And then with regard to the support through energy bills in the autumn, we are open to exploring how best to deliver that support to those in Northern Ireland. Ordinarily, it would be barneted. It's worth £165 million because the energy market, as the Honourable Gentleman will know, is separate to the rest of Great Britain. But if there is a way for us to deliver that support directly, we are open to doing that. We just need to see if there's a mechanism to do so.
Sir Robert Neal.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The London Borough of Bromley has the highest percentage of pensioner households in the whole of Greater London. And my right honourable friend's well-targeted initiative will be very much welcomed by my constituents. Equally, of course, in the longer term, inflation is a threat to their pensions and fixed incomes. Can my right honourable friend assure me that we will make sure that, as well as dealing with the immediate pressures now, we will also pursue a policy of non-inflationary growth, and that, above all, surely must come from market and other reforms to improve our comparatively low level of productivity? Will he make that a priority going forward?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right, and I know he is a champion for the pensioners in his constituency, and he will be pleased, I hope, by their news today that they will receive an extra £300 this winter to help get them through. And his point about the long run is right. My belief is if we can get businesses to invest more, train more and innovate more, spurred on by tax reductions and reforms this autumn, we will be able to drive up our growth and productivity.
Lloyd Russell-Moyle.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome that the Chancellor has accepted many of Labour's calls, but for my constituent who is on £1,300 take-home pay, pays a rent of £800, council tax of £100, debt repayments of £100 a month, travel costs of £100 a month, and fuel of £200 a month, he's left with nothing to eat with. He's ineligible for universal credit, and because he lives in a block of rented flats where the landlord redistributes the fuel, will be ineligible for also the fuel rebate. Will the Chancellor give confirmation to councils for their discretionary money that must also prioritise people who live in park homes or people who receive their fuel from their landlords, so they can get support as well, because they're currently excluded?
I'm very happy to take away that suggestion, Madam Deputy Speaker, when we design the guidance for the discretionary fund.
Andrew Bowie.
Deputy Speaker, it covers no concern in this House that I have had my concerns over the implementation of a windfall tax on the oil and gas industry. And so can I thank the Chancellor for his engagement with me and with colleagues and my friend indeed from Banff-and-Buchan, and for resisting the ideologically driven smash and grab raid plan that the Labour Party were proposing, and for doubling the investment allowance to encourage people to invest in the North Sea. But there is still worry in the industry and in my constituency. So can the Chancellor commit to coming to the North East of Scotland, meeting with me, meeting with industry leaders, so we can ensure we retain the high-skilled, high-wage jobs in my part of the world and invest in an industry which is driving us towards net zero and making us more energy independent?
Well, I thank my honourable friend. He is a champion for the industry, and he's right to be so. I'm very happy to come and meet with him and representatives from the sector, because I share his view that this industry is an important part of our economy, and it's an important part of our future. As he said, it helps us transition to net zero and improve our energy security, and we will support it to do that.
Kirsten Oswald.
The SNP do support action at last on a windfall tax. And as my honourable friend pointed out, this is something that we first called for in 2020. But energy companies, which are disproportionately based in Scotland, are not the only businesses making excess profits during the pandemic and the crisis period. Did the Chancellor not give any consideration to expanding this tax to other companies unfairly benefiting from significantly higher business, like Serco or Amazon, for instance, to make sure that Scottish industry does not carry a disproportionate burden of funding a UK-wide response?
No, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're not giving consideration to that. Where we are giving consideration to, as I said, is the appropriate treatment of excess energy profits being made in other parts of the sector, in the generation side, and as I said, we will examine the scale of that challenge and the right steps to address it.
Richard Drax.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I warn my right honourable friend that by throwing red meat to socialists, by raising taxes on businesses and telling them where to invest their money is not the Conservative way of encouraging those who create our prosperity and jobs to do just that? And does he agree with me that by setting this bar, we are in danger, were we ever to lose power, of allowing the socialists to raise it, which they would do with relish, again, again and again?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank my honourable friend. What I would say to him is I do believe a pragmatic and compassionate Conservative government would act to provide support to the most vulnerable at the time of acute need, and a fiscally responsible Conservative government will look to try to fund as much of that as possible in as fair a way as possible.
Seema Malhotra.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Recent research by 38 Degrees has shown that in Feltham and Heston, 68% are experiencing more expensive energy bills, 78% experiencing more expensive groceries, and 25% has seen household income cut due to the cuts in universal credit. This has had a massive impact on the well-being of families and their confidence in the future, and being able to feed and clothe and pay the rent. Blocks such as Trinity Square as well in my constituency have seen their landlords massively increase their energy bills. So could I take it from the Chancellor's recent answer to my honourable friend, the member for Brighton Kempton, that he will be ensuring that landlords and those, for example, housing associations, make sure that these benefits can be passed on to those hard-working families that also urgently need this support?
I'm fairly certain my colleague, the Energy Secretary and Housing Secretary, previously engaged with landlords associations to ensure that they did pass on the benefit. I'm happy to talk to them to make sure they do the same thing again.
Peter Aldous.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome these measures, though I sense that my right honourable friend will need to keep the situation under constant review, with further measures possibly required, such as a social tariff and support for those on prepayment meters, as well as initiatives to trigger significant investment in energy efficiency. Transitioning and renewable energy in the North Sea is bringing good long-term jobs to coastal communities such as Waveney, and can I urge him, as he has indicated that he will, to work with energy companies to ensure that their investment is maximised and not undermined.
I'm happy to give my honourable friend that assurance. I'm happy to work with him and the industry because we do want to create a pro-investment environment. And with regard to energy efficiency, we're investing £6 billion over the course of this Parliament to improve the energy efficiency of public sector buildings and individual people's homes.
Ms Stevens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Chancellor on page 10 of his statement rightly, in my view, raised his concern, as we all have in this House, about the number of people who are eligible for pension credit and who are not claiming it. The latest figures suggesting 1.5 billion is unclaimed in pension credit. That's not something I think that we should have going forward. So can the Chancellor indicate if the Government is now going to look at a proper take-up strategy of pension credit, or is it the grant that he's mentioned today perhaps the way to go forward?
I know my right honourable friend, the Work and Pension Secretary, is constantly ensuring that those who are entitled to those benefits do get them, and I'm sure she will keep everything under review.
Sir Edward Lee.
There's ample evidence that the big retailers who dominate the nation's forecourts have not passed on the cut in fuel duty, and we know this from the Platts price. So, given our experience in this matter, and I would urge the Chancellor to try and take action to put pressure on these companies, given our experience, doesn't that rather underline the fact that we Conservatives understand that there are enormous difficulties in interfering in the marketplace, and the best way to help people is an overall reduction in the tax burden?
Whilst I broadly agree, my honourable friend, that is the best way over time to help people. In a particular circumstance like this, given the types of people we are trying to help, I believe direct cash transfers are the right way. He's right to raise it, and I know my friend, the honourable friend, the Energy Secretary, is very focused on ensuring the fuel duty cut is passed on.
Vicky Foxcroft.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Chancellor now admit he got it wrong excluding disabled people from the Warm Homes discount, which excluded 210,000 people who desperately needed his help? And can I confirm that this announcement means that those 200,000 people are now eligible for this?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Warms Home discount is an existing scheme that covers only 3 million households. It is also funded by other bill payers. What we are doing today is exchequer-funded support to all of those on means-tested benefits. So anyone who is on means-tested benefits will benefit from £650. Additionally, those in receipt of any other disability benefits, non-means tested, will receive £150.
Thank you, Barty.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank the Chancellor for this package. Clearly he's a Chancellor that listens and a Chancellor that does. But will my right honourable friend confirm that this government will continue to focus on energy sector reform so that we can meaningfully reduce the impact of energy costs on household bills in Meriden and across the country in the medium and long term?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and that's why the Business Secretary and Prime Minister announced a plan to reform the energy market so we can reduce those bills over time, and also double down on our initiatives to improve the energy efficiency of people's homes, which can save them £200 or £300 relatively quickly.
Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The windfall tax amounts to just £5 billion, but it could have been well over double that and still left North Sea oil and gas giants with the same profit levels they've had in recent years before they benefited from this price spike. So surely the Chancellor should be doing everything he can to help people struggling. So why is he still letting oil and gas companies keep billions of undeserved profits?
I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the official Labour Party view was that the windfall tax would raise £2 billion. The way we have structured ours, it will in fact raise £5 billion. It's a significant amount of revenue that will help fund the things that we've announced today.
Andrew Jones.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I particularly welcome the support that my right honourable friend is giving to those most impacted by this surge in inflation. But as part of his excellent statement, he highlighted supply-side reforms, which I think will be most important in the medium term, but they will take some time to come through. Could perhaps give a little more information about those supply-side reforms he's intending?
Well, my honourable friend speaks with experience on this matter, given his previous roles. But to give him a couple of examples, one we've touched on, which is energy supply and making sure we can improve the supply of energy, but also the labour market, which we know is tight, which is why it's very important that we move people off welfare into work, reform high-school migration, and beyond that, whether it's across all sectors where we can deregulate and improve our productive capacity, we will go after all of those opportunities.
Lillian Greenwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the Chancellor's watch, we've had 15 tax rises, and this year the UK is the only G7 country to be raising taxes on working people. He's known for months that our constituents were going hungry, sitting in the cold, worried sick about their bills, facing the biggest fall in their living standards since the 1950s. Why did it take the Prime Minister's boozy law-breaking being all over the news for him to finally impose a windfall tax on the bumper profits of energy companies?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, we did act, and that's why there's already £21 billion worth of support to help people with the cost of living this year. We are adding £15 billion to that today, after having more certainty about what energy bills are going to be in the autumn, and that's why we've acted now.
And Ken.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The consumer champion and money-saving expert Martin Lewis met the Chancellor on Monday and published a series of requests that he was making upon the Chancellor. He has since stated that, whoa, just reading this back, I think he was listening. Will my right honourable friend continue to meet consumer champions and respected individuals like Martin Lewis, who will provide independent assessments of policy making and judgments on behalf of some of the most vulnerable in society? And does he further recognise, whilst we have two countries at war in Europe, who are either large food producers or large energy providers, that there will always be a time where we won't be able to answer everyone's demands?
Well, my right honourable friend makes some excellent points, particularly his macroeconomic point about the geopolitics we're experiencing at the moment. But I'm very happy to give him my assurance that I will continue to engage with consumer champions such as Martin Lewis. Indeed, he's provided thoughtful and interesting suggestions, and I hope he will see that in the package we've announced today, many of those have been met.
Matthew Pennycook.
Madam Deputy Speaker, why has the Chancellor not provided additional targeted support to the 500,000 communal heating system customers who are not protected by the energy price cap?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, we haven't changed the structure of how the price cap works. It covers what it covers, but what we have done is provide discretionary funding, already £500 million this year between spring and autumn, and now an additional £500 million from October through to next spring to pick up all of those who might be in particular circumstances that need additional assistance.
Hugh Merriman.
Speaker, can I welcome the Chancellor's economic package? It's thoughtful, it's innovative, and it's incredibly generous, much more so than some of the ideas some are saying he has taken from the opposition side. Last week, I met our fantastic Citizens Advice team who work so hard locally. They had a number of measures. He's delivered on them all. They had one remaining. They were concerned that one-off payments, generous as they are, can sometimes be difficult for people with particular challenges to manage. Will he look at that in terms of rollout and ensure that we can really help the people that perhaps need it the most?
Thank my honourable friend for his support and join him in paying tribute to our fantastic Citizens Advice Bureaus for the excellent work that they do. He raises a good point, which is why the payment will be one of the reasons why the payment will be staggered in two tranches. So it won't come all in one go. The first tranche will come in July and the second tranche later in the autumn, and that I think will help address the issue that he raised.
Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Energy-intensive businesses in sectors like automotive manufacturing are facing huge challenges due to soaring energy prices. Companies like Vauxhall in Luton South need some specific support to keep plants running efficiently and keep people in skilled jobs. So, can I hear from the Chancellor his commitment to our manufacturing sector and what support he's going to provide to them, as it is so critical to our UK economy?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do believe the sector is important to our future, which is why they're being supported with a very significant tax incentive currently to invest through the super deduction, which we've said we will replace when it expires next spring, with further support. And indeed, our energy efficient industries benefit from around £2 billion of direct intervention with their energy bills.
Mary Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome this statement from my right honourable friend. And particularly I welcome the increase in the Household Support Fund. And this targeted intervention is exactly what people need. Yeah. It will, of course, be going through the councils. We've relied on local councils in the past to distribute these funds, notably during the COVID crisis. Will he have conversations with our councils to ensure that they've got the resources they need for any extra work that they need to do? And will he join me in thanking them in advance for the work that they were doing on this?
Well, I'm very happy as a former local government minister to join my honourable friend in paying tribute to the fantastic work our councils did during COVID and continue to do to support their residents, our constituents, through the challenges ahead. I'm very happy to tell her that we have a new burdens formula that compensates councils when that is triggered with the funding they need.
Dave Dugan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't know if the Chancellor's been to Scotland or if he's been recently, but let me reassure him we won't be taking any lectures from him on Scotland's viability as an independent state, sitting as he is on his £2.2 trillion sovereign debt built up by him and the party opposite. In terms of the announcement today, what discussions has he had with upstream oil and gas manufacturers like Halliburton and Baker Hughes in my constituency to discuss their future, and the sunset clause that protects energy companies to reducing burdens when prices come down? Where's the sunset clause for ordinary households? How can they know how long that their support will last?
Madam Deputy Speaker, as ever, we can keep all the situations under review to providing support for households. But what, as I said earlier, we do know is for the most vulnerable, they're likely, subject to the Secretary of State's review, to see a significant increase in welfare and pension payments next year based on September CPI, significantly in excess of the inflation forecast for that year.
Wood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chancellor's £15 billion package will make a massive difference to a lot of people in Dudley South. But can my right honourable friend tell me what distribution and analysis he has made of this package of measures, and how does that compare to the impact of abolishing VAT on domestic energy?
Well, my honourable friend makes an excellent point. We have published distribution analysis today, which I will point him to. It shows that the package we've announced is extremely progressive in its nature, with those on the lowest incomes benefiting the most. Three-quarters of what we've announced will go to the most vulnerable households, including pensioners, and a flat rate payment has the benefit of being more progressive than VAT, which obviously gives very high or higher tax discounts to those in particularly wealthy or large houses and energy bills.
Jessica Morden.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. In acknowledging the government's long overdue U-turns today, and we should be clear that this delay has cost people dearly, can I relay to the Chancellor that this week a local housing association told me they're seeing under 25-year-olds who have shamelessly paid a lower rate of universal credit, using it all on gas and electric bills, made worse by sky-high standing charges, which account for £3.50 out of £10, and particularly high in South Wales. What's the Chancellor doing to address these long-term issues?
I know the Energy Secretary is engaged in a conversation with the industry and the CMA and others about ensuring that our energy market works fairly for consumers, and I know he will take these matters as a priority.
Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Isn't a huge risk of increasing tax on business that they will seek to pass that increased overhead back to consumers? And whilst I can see how the energy price cap will protect that from happening for those on mains gas, there is a huge proportion of households in my constituency and businesses who are reliant on domestic heating oil and LPG. What mechanism will my right honourable friend put in place to ensure that businesses with a higher tax burden don't seek to pass that cost back onto those consumers?
Well, in general, Madam Deputy Speaker, the evidence from previous iterations of this shows that doesn't happen, and the main reason it doesn't is because these commodities are traded at international prices. So actually, the domestic tax regime doesn't change the price that is being passed on. But I'm very happy to take his point away.
Paul Blomfield.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chancellor talked about supporting the most vulnerable, but I think there appear to be questions about his targeting when you look at the detail in the announcement.
everybody accepts that the most effective way of getting support to those most in need would be restoring the universal credit uplift and extending it to those on legacy benefits. So why is he so ideologically opposed to the action that would have made the biggest difference to the hardest hit?
Again, I think the honourable gentleman maybe just didn't hear what I said. We are extending the support to all those in means-tested benefits, not just those on universal credit, who account for less than half of all the households on means-tested benefits. What we're doing is more comprehensive than what he's suggesting, and it's in fact more generous, because £650 of support is more generous than uprating, which in aggregate, on average, would only be worth just over £500.
Joe Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since 2011, the basic state pension has gone up by 35%, and today pensioners across Grantham and Stamford are seeing additional support at this very difficult time. But does the Chancellor agree with me that ultimately what we need to do is improve the culture of saving for a pension in this country so that pensioners are well prepared for challenges of the future?
Well, my honourable friend is thoughtful on this topic, and he's right. And that previous governments have reformed auto-enrolment to bring about that change in culture. And I think the advantages we're seeing now with financial technology making it far easier for people to access and direct savings means that I think we should only see that grow, and we will help to encourage it.
Munira Wilson.
Much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure the U-turn Chancellor will join me in congratulating the architect of one of his previous U-turns, Marcus Rashford, on his recent engagement. Rashford's campaigning on free school meals reminded us all how vital it is for every child to get a decent hot meal every day when families are struggling to put food on the table. Yet whilst food prices have risen by almost 7% in the last year, funding for infant free school meals has risen by 4 pence, Madam Deputy Speaker, since they were introduced by Liberal Democrats in government in 2014. So how does the Chancellor recommend schools make up the shortfall? By cutting portions for hungry children or sacking teachers?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're continuing to put record amounts into schools' budgets, over £14 billion over the next few years. And actually, we hear a lot from the parties opposite about the tax burden. It's actually, we are funding public services. For all those who are calling for even more investment in our schools or our NHS, at least it's incumbent on them to say how they would fund them.
Yes, exactly.
Deputy Speaker, I very much welcome the additional measures announced today, which will help many families across Stoke-on-Trent South. However, there's one industry that is in need of more support, and many ceramics producers in Stoke-on-Trent particularly have not been eligible for much of the support announced in the energy security strategy. So will my right honourable friend look at further support that might be offered, particularly to those ceramics producers in Stoke-on-Trent?
Well, I thank my honourable friend. He is a brilliant champion for the ceramics industry in Stoke. I've been pleased to meet with him and his constituents on multiple occasions. I know this is something that the Energy Secretary is looking at to ensure that our support for energy-intensive industries gets to the people who need it most, and I will happily mention it to him.
Ruth Cadbury.
Deputy Speaker, by doubling onshore wind capacity, £6 billion could be saved from household bills. As would our dependence on imported energy, it would contribute towards our net zero targets and create thousands of jobs. So is the Chancellor still blocking the development of onshore wind?
Madam Deputy Speaker, if the Honourable Lady looks at the energy security strategy published by the Prime Minister and Energy Secretary, she will see that there is a section specifically about more onshore wind with the consent of communities and making sure they benefit from that development.
James Wyle.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With the big increases in energy prices and other bills, my right honourable friend is correct to bring forward these further comprehensive proposals to help the most vulnerable people. And isn't this a response that's rooted in Conservative values, better targeted than the proposals put forward by Labour to help those most in need? And will he also bring that strong focus to delivering the investment, growth and supply-side reform that we need to see?
One friend, he's right. This is an intervention that accords with our values, supporting those most in need at a time of acute distress. But he's also right to focus on the long term, because the best way to help people over time and sustainably is to ensure we have a growing economy with more jobs, higher wages and better skills. That's what we will deliver.
Alan Brown.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. After the Chancellor's previous announcements of the £150 council tax rebate and the £200 energy bill rebate, there are still 6.5 million households who are classed as fuel poor, 6.5 households where people will be ill and more likely to die early. Now, with the cap rising to £2,800 in October, it's predicted there will be 12 million fuel-poor households. Now, some of today's measures are very welcome, but for the most vulnerable, it's just going to keep them standing still. Because of his lack of real action, how many more millions of households are going to go into fuel poverty in October?
Hear, hear.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as I've said, it is going to be a difficult time with the degree of shock that we're seeing on energy prices, but we know that energy bills on average will increase by about £1,200 this year versus last year, and roughly for those most vulnerable 8 million households, most of them receive support worth around £1,200.
Baron.
The Chancellor and the Government is absolutely right to recognise that more needs to be done. But I would suggest to him also that generally lower taxes bring forward greater prosperity over the medium to longer term. Given that inflation is going to be less transitory than many believe, this is what banks were saying only a few months ago, that it was going to be far more, it would only be transitory. Will the Chancellor give consideration to raising the minimum wages over ahead of inflation to help the lowest paid, given we have record low unemployment, whilst scrapping the corporation tax increases to help industry pay for that?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm proud that the minimum wage has gone up this year significantly, putting £1,000 extra into people's paychecks, and actually we have a target long-term to increase it to two-thirds of median earnings, which will ensure that it does tend to rise faster than inflation in normal times. But I'm happy to work with him on making that happen.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chancellor is slowing one crisis while accelerating another crisis, the climate crisis. So why is he investing in hydrocarbons, which should be staying in the ground, instead of investing in retrofitting those properties, which would ultimately save energy costs, as Labour has proposed, and would make a real difference to people's energy bills?
Unlike the party opposite, we believe in the North Sea and we believe in our domestic energy industry. It employs hundreds of thousands of people, and it's going to help us increase our energy security and transition to net zero, which is why it's not wrong. It's wrong to stigmatise it, and it's absolutely right to support it and support its investment ambitions in the way that we are.
Ben Lake.
Speaker, the Chancellor is aware, of course, that some 20% of households in Wales are not connected to the mains gas grid, and in rural areas like Ceredigion, that proportion is significantly higher. Will he confirm that the £400 grant that he announced today will apply to those off-grid homes? And if so, what, if anything, they'll need to do in order to receive the support?
I know the Honourable Gentleman's raised this recently, and he's right to do it, and as a rural MP I share his concerns. The energy bill rebate is done based on electricity meters rather than gas, so it will apply both to his constituents and mine.
Ruth Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Chancellor for his statement today. And I know constituents of Newport West will be grateful that he's acted to help them in some small way at long last. But can he confirm only those who are already receiving benefits or started a claim before the 25th of May will get the first instalment of the £650 he outlined in his statement today? Because am I right in thinking that this means a woman leaving an abusive relationship today and needing to claim for the first time won't get this instalment?
The Honourable is right. Of course, there's an eligibility date for us to process one-off payments, but that's part of the reason we have staggered the payments in two tranches to make sure that we catch those who arrive onto the welfare bill in between those payments, with a stretch period between them to catch as many of those people as possible.
Deputy Speaker, for months now I have been telling the Chancellor about the financial struggles that many families in my constituency of Coventry North West have been facing. This autumn, families are going to be facing an energy cap rise of more than £800, which comes on top of record high inflation. So can the Chancellor honestly tell each and every one of my constituents that today's announcement is the right decision at the right time? Because from where I'm standing, Madam Deputy Speaker, this feels like a classic example of too little, too late.
Deputy Speaker, this is the right decision at the right time. We're providing up to £1,200 worth of support to the most vulnerable third of households in this country, and that is, as I said, roughly similar to the average energy bill increase that we're likely to experience over this year.
Ian Byrne. Madam Deputy Speaker, can the Chancellor tell me if Treasury has made an estimated calculation of how much the current basic cost of living is per week for a single adult and for different sizes of households? Yes or no? And if so, how much is it?
So I'm not sure I follow the honourable gentleman's question, but what I do know is that whilst many families are seeing difficult times, we are providing significant support to help them. In total, £37 billion, 1.5% of GDP. The specific support we've announced today and in February is worth £1,200, up to £1,200 for a typical vulnerable household, a third of the country.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In my Liverpool Riverside constituency, 10 children in a class of 30 are living in poverty, 2/3 living in working families on poverty wages. The target of one-off payment does not go far enough, and does the Chancellor not agree that increasing welfare benefits in line with inflation and lifting the two-child cap will tackle this problem long-term, instead of a sticking plaster on the gaping wound he's proposed today?
Again, maybe the Honourable Lady may not have heard the last few times that I've answered this question. What we are doing is more generous than uprating. Uprating is worth, on average, about just over £500. The one-off payment we are providing is £650.
Patrick Grady.
Deputy Speaker, a number of members today have drawn attention to the fact that the standing charge on prepayment meters is one of the most inequitable aspects of the entire domestic energy circuit, and removing it is a key ask in the letter that he'll have received from the Scottish Finance Secretary yesterday. So when will he get together with the Energy Secretary, with the energy companies, with the regulators and anyone else that needs to bang heads together and remove this unfair charge?
Well, Madam Secretary, as I said, the Energy Secretary is extensively engaged with both Ofcom and the industry to make sure we can support people in the best way.
Jim Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank very much the Chancellor for his statement and for the substantial financial help that is most welcome, and Northern Ireland will directly benefit, as the Chancellor has indicated. Thank you for that. Can I confirm that there is a mechanisation for the funding which will enable the working poor who are on the threshold of universal credit but don't quite make it? Will the Chancellor consider realigning the threshold for the universal credit with the inflation rate, which will enable those on the border of poverty to stay on their feet and not to be knocked over?
Madam Deputy Speaker, that's why, as well as the very generous support for those on means-tested benefits, we also have put in place universal support to ensure that all households receive an extra £200 on top of the £200 we've announced. That will help those people, as well as the discretionary fund that we've established.
Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is right that those companies making billions in excess profits should contribute more tax during these difficult times, and today the Chancellor recognised that by announcing a windfall tax on oil and gas companies. Disappointingly, Labour has been strangely silent on huge profits made by other big business such as Amazon, even though that company's tax-to-turnover rate is a shameful 0.37%. So can the Chancellor tell us why he has not included large corporations like Amazon, which made billions during the pandemic but are not subject to this windfall tax, so that more help can be given to more people?
Madam Deputy Speaker, when it comes to digital companies, I'm proud that this government has helped work to agree a new international taxation agreement signed by over 130 companies to make sure that we can tax the profits of large digital companies more fairly, and that will come into effect over the coming months and years, and it's something that we should all be proud of and can all get behind. I do believe it's a policy that the Labour Party opposes and would scrap that treaty.
And finally, Barry O'Clark.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, my borough of Enfield has the 11th highest rate of child poverty in the country, and 1 in 5 people are on low pay. So whilst the Chancellor has been dragged kicking and screaming to an inevitable outcome, families have been suffering for months. The measures today, Madam Speaker, are welcome, but they need to be delivered efficiently and effectively. So can the Chancellor therefore outline what steps he will take to speed up the painfully slow council tax rebate, which is causing significant distress to my constituents?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I know councils are working as hard as they can to get the payments to people, and of course we remain engaged with them to help provide the support they need to do that as fast as possible.
I thank the Chancellor of the Exchequer for his swift answers to the questions following his statement. Point of order, Dame Angela Eagle.
Madam Deputy Speaker. On a point of order, yesterday during the Prime Minister's statement on the Sue Gray report, the Honourable Member for Caerphilly asked if anyone in Downing Street received a copy of the report the night before it was officially sent to Downing Street and if any edits were made. The Prime Minister said he did not receive the report in advance but did not answer the question of whether anyone else in Downing Street did. There's since been further speculation that this official was in fact the Right Honourable Member for North East Cambridgeshire, who doubles up as the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff. Given his unique position as a member of this House, a member of the Cabinet and the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, can I seek your guidance on if it would be in order to table a named day question asking if he received a copy of the Sue Gray report in advance and whether he sought either successfully or unsuccessfully to make amendments to it?
I am grateful to the Honourable Member for having given me notice that she intended to raise this point of order. It is, of course, open to the Honourable Lady to table a written question. If she is considering doing so, then she would be best advised to talk to the clerks in the table office, who would be more than happy to give her advice. But I will say to her that she will, of course, be aware that questions require a factual basis, not just immediate speculation. And no, we don't need any commentary on this. I'm answering the point of order. I know the Honourable Lady appreciates that such a question would require a factual basis, and of course it would need to entail a degree of ministerial responsibility, because that is the fact that makes ministers accountable to the House and at the dispatch box. I'm quite sure that the clerks in the table office will be able to advise her appropriately, and I hope that that answer is helpful to her. Thank you. I would now like to make a brief statement on behalf of the Speaker in relation to the humble address celebrating Her Majesty the Queen's Platinum Jubilee. The Speaker says, "The House will be aware that I am absent as I am travelling to the Falkland Islands for a long-planned visit to commemorate the 40th anniversary of the war there. I had hoped, and passed on my hope to the government, that the debate on the humble address might have been scheduled for an earlier day so as to avoid the clash, but for reasons I do not fully understand, that has not been possible. I hope, therefore, that the House will understand that I want to put on record that no disrespect is intended by my absence. Indeed, I look forward to celebrating the Jubilee in the Falkland Islands, where, in the words of the Chair of the Legislative Assembly, our distance only serves to strengthen the feelings of gratitude, love and respect that we have for Her Majesty the Queen." I would like to give, Mr. Speaker says, I would like to give my own short tribute to Her Majesty the Duke of Lancaster. Most gracious Sovereign, we, your faithful House of Commons, offer our heartfelt congratulations on the completion of 70 years of your reign. We are pleased to have contributed to the Jubilee lamps in New Palace Yard to symbolise the enduring and guiding light you have been to our nation and indeed to the whole world. Not only has Your Majesty been a constant presence in the lives of most of your subjects, but you are also the third longest serving monarch in world history and the first in this country to achieve a Platinum Jubilee, which is an incredible feat. Your long and distinguished reign has seen extraordinary changes at home and in the wider world, The United Kingdom of 1952 would be unrecognisable today. Back then, the country was making tentative steps towards rebuilding and recovering from the ravages of the Second World War. While today, we are grateful to our NHS for leading us through the pandemic and look warily upon the war in Ukraine and the shockwaves it has delivered across the globe. We have moved at lightning speed from rationing through to the jet age, to the space age, to the digital age. The nature of society has changed dramatically too, as today we are richly multicultural and multi-faith, celebrating diversity and equality, making this country not only a vibrant and exciting place to live, but one that is proud its people can be true to themselves. Our place in the world has also changed during this time. 70 years ago, this Parliament was at the heart of an empire. Today, we are one of 54 independent members of the Commonwealth, of which you are head. We are no longer members of the European Union, and we have chosen to delegate powers to the devolved parliaments of Scotland and Wales, as well as the Northern Ireland Assembly. The House of Commons today looks rather different from that in 1952. We have 13 times as many women members, from 17 female MPs in 1951 to 225 in 2022. And it's also a younger House. Without doubt, your lengthy reign and experience, your sage advice and your devotion to the UK, the British Overseas Territories and the Commonwealth of Nations has been of particular benefit to all 14 Prime Ministers who have served you over the years. Platinum is the appropriate epithet for this Jubilee. It is one of the purest of the precious metals. It is rare, durable, and enormously valued. For 70 years, Your Majesty has profoundly demonstrated all these qualities. On behalf of all the members of the House of Commons, may I thank you wholeheartedly for all that you have done, are doing, and will do for the good of our country. Thank you. I now call the Prime Minister to move the motion for the address.
To move that an humble address be presented to Her Majesty as on the order paper. Madam Deputy Speaker, since the Palace of Westminster was founded more than 1,000 years ago, it has seen war and peace, plague and plenty, the rise and fall of empires, and all kinds of revolutions, scientific, industrial, political, ecumenical, stylistic, and almost 50 monarchs. In trying to rank the achievements of those monarchs, it must be admitted that not all of them set exemplary standards of personal behaviour, and quite a few were removed violently and prematurely from office. But in our history, no monarch has ever served this country so long as this one, with the first Platinum Jubilee ever, but far more importantly, no monarch has ever served it so well. When Barack Obama was asked at the end of his time as president which world leader had impressed him most, he paused, and his mind doubtless ran through the gallery of contemporary figures, and he said, Queen Elizabeth. And I believe he was right, Madam Deputy Speaker. And that is why next week the people of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth will be unabashed in celebrating not just the institution of the crown, but the individual who wears it. This remarkable woman who, by God and her right, has led her country through good times and bad, who has dedicated her life to her people, to her beloved Commonwealth, and to the very idea of what a constitutional monarchy should be, and who has already racked up so many superlatives, as the Speaker, some of which the Speaker has already referred to. In her 25,677 days as Queen, Her Majesty has undertaken more than 21,000 official engagements in well over 100 countries. She's granted royal assent to some 4,000 pieces of legislation sent to her by this House, hosted 112 state visits, and been served by 14 British Prime Ministers so far. Across all her realms, she has offered counsel and wisdom to more than 170 heads of government, including 2 generations of Trudeau. So far. She is the holder of at least 7 world records, including the most summer Olympiads opened by one person. Although only one such ceremony did she parachute out of a helicopter in a pink dress. And of course, there was one Olympic medal ceremony where she could claim to have bred both the rider, the Princess Royal, and the horse. A claim that will likely go unrivaled for some time to come. And if you needed evidence of the mark she has made on our capital city, not 1, but 2 London transport lines have been named in her honour. And it is not so much what she has done as the way she has done it. Getting the best out of people, inspiring them to serve others and to serve their communities, helping to create that invisible thread of pride and allegiance that tugs on all our hearts and makes us happy to serve, or at least to do something for our country in the way that she serves this country. And I know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that Prime Ministers are not supposed to relay their conversations with the Queen, and I will not, except to say that her knowledge and understanding of politics and world affairs is profound. And there have been times, I'm sure the Honourable Gentleman knows whereof he speaks, there have been times when I've been scrabbling to remember a historical date or the name of some African capital, and she's got there first. And when it comes to some subjects, anything equestrian, I'm simply nowhere. And I bet I speak for every Prime Minister who has ever had an audience with Her Majesty when I say that our conversations are always immensely comforting, because she has seen the sweep of it. And she has seen the cycle from gloom to elation. And every time, her country, under her, has gone forward from strength to strength. She has seen an empire transformed into a happy Commonwealth that countries are now bidding to join. And in the 1,000-year history of this place, no monarch has seen such an increase in the longevity or the prosperity or the opportunity or the freedom of the British people. No monarch has seen such technical advances, many of which British scientists have played a leading part, from the dawn of the internet to the use of the world's first approved COVID vaccine. No monarch, by her efforts and dedication and achievement, better deserves the attribute of greatness. And for me, she is already Elizabeth the Great. While she remains resolutely supported by the Prince of Wales, the Duke of Cambridge, and other members of the royal family. We know that these celebrations will be tinged with sadness for Her Majesty by the absence of the Duke of Edinburgh, her strength and stay. And so I hope in the coming days that we can together further comfort her and reassure her, and show with every bonfire, with every concert and street party and aerobatic display, a love and a devotion to reciprocate the love and devotion and leadership she has shown to the whole country over 7 decades. And on behalf of the whole House, let me say, as the scholars of Westminster cried out from the Abbey's Triforium on Coronation Day 70 years ago, Vivat Regina Elizabetha, God save Queen Elizabeth.
Leader of the Opposition, Sir Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I second the motion and associate myself and my party with the sentiments expressed by the Prime Minister. It is an honour to humbly address Her Majesty on such a momentous occasion. This is the first Platinum Jubilee for a British monarch, the longest reigning monarch our country has ever had. Her Majesty is the personification of our nation's great history. At the time of her coronation in 1953, our country was emerging into a new age. The war behind us, new opportunities ahead. As it is now, Britain was at a crossroads, forging a new chapter in our history. Her Majesty has been so much part of that history that it's almost impossible to imagine Britain without her. 14 Prime Ministers, but Her Majesty has remained a constant. When historians look back at our Elizabethan age, they will write of how her commitment to her people, her dedication to duty, her steely resolve made her the perfect monarch for the people and the times that she led. I've been honoured with the pleasure of meeting Her Majesty, most recently, as the Health Secretary knows, when I became a Privy Councillor. But I also have the unique experience of being grateful for a time when Her Majesty was otherwise occupied. For the son of a toolmaker and a nurse, growing up in a town just outside the M25, being invited to Buckingham Palace to receive a knighthood was never really in the script. It was an incredibly special moment. My parents said it was the proudest day of their lives. But there was a catch. My parents couldn't bear leaving their dog at home. So in the car that drove through the gates of Buckingham Palace was my mum, my dad, and our family dog. Not some small dog, but a Great Dane, barking so loudly that the car almost shook from side to side. And the image of the Queen's corgis coming face to face with him flashed through my mind. And to this day, I'm grateful to the Royal Guard that my dad persuaded to watch over him during the ceremony. He had an audience with our family dog, so that my parents could have an audience with Prince Charles. Her Majesty is the most famous face on the planet. Her commitment to her people can be seen in everything that she does. She's been on more than 150 visits to her beloved Commonwealth. And wherever she goes, she's a beacon of the British spirit. Our United Kingdom has always punched above its weight. And even as our place in the world has changed and adapted, Her Majesty has ensured that we continue to do so. She's improved and protected Britain's reputation. Whatever culture, religion, or tradition her people come from, she's treated them with respect and with courtesy. Her Majesty has shared our greatest moments and suffered with us in our darkest days. the young Princess Elizabeth joined the Auxiliary Territorial Service, driving and mending cars for the Allied war effort. She presented Bobby Moore with the World Cup in 1966 and starred alongside James Bond at the 2012 Olympics. And of course, she also addressed the nation at the start of COVID lockdowns, reminding us that we would one day be back together again. At every moment of national joy or commiseration, she's been there, an unwavering presence through turbulent times, the very epitome of duty. It's not simply her status or her role which earns Her Majesty the respect, the admiration, and the love of people around the world. It's her commitment to others and her innate decency. We come together to celebrate Her Majesty this year, the year of the Platinum Jubilee, not just because of all that she's done, not just because of how long she's done it for, but because of the way that she's done it and the way that she has enhanced us all. We celebrate her not just for representing our great nation, but for making it greater still. We celebrate her not just for being our Queen, but for being a Queen for all her people. Thank you.
Father of the House, Sir Peter Bottomley.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I stand here between two crowns. There are two more over there, symbols of the fact that the Queen is an important part of our law-making process. We can thank the Leader of the Opposition and the Prime Minister for the way they've introduced this debate. The Leader of the Opposition referred to the knighthood. Last evening at Drapers Hall, Richard Luce, now Lord Luce, former Lord Chamberlain, Great Chamberlain of the Queen, spoke for her Platinum Jubilee in the presence of the Earl of Wessex. Drapers Hall is where the Queen was admitted to senior member of the court. Some years after she attended the opening of the Drapers Academy in East London, where two of the pupils, having a school dinner with her, were asked what it was like, and they said it was all right when we asked her what it was like during the war. And the Queen then became the person who we all know her to have been, who's been through more things than all the rest of us have in our lifetimes. I was calculating that the senior member of this House, the Right Honourable Member for Derby South, who was elected before me, and I have served on and off for two-thirds of her reign. When I was first elected, it was Sir Bernard Brain who was the member for the Overseas Territories and Dependencies. We've had others who fulfilled that role. We aren't just speaking for this country, we are speaking for the dependencies as well. And I'm very glad that the Speaker is able to be in the Falklands, and we send him our best wishes and thanks for doing that. On the human side, when my wife and I were living in South London, her equerry Patrick Plunkett bought a house nearby. He sadly died early, and the Queen and Prince Philip very kindly came to a birthday party for Robin Plunkett, the brother, and I've never seen such a fast gathering of prams and children provide a guard of honour for one of the Queen's informal visits. She just attracted people and spoke with them all, the kind of inclusiveness which we can occasionally see at a garden party when 8,000 of her closest friends come together several times a year. It was also notable that the Queen has 70 years on the throne, 69 years, I think, since the coronation. I was one of the people aged 8 sleeping out in the Mall. And for those who may get involved, and I end with this, get involved in quiz questions about the Queen and even the coronation, the person with Queen Saloti of Tonga was the Ibrahim IV, the Sultan of Kelantan in Malaysia, not the person in Noel Carr's joke. We wish her well.
Kristen Oswald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to be here on behalf of my party in place of my right honourable friend, the member for Roskillie and Lochaber, for this humble address on the occasion of the Platinum Jubilee of Her Majesty the Queen. And it is an extraordinary thing to consider that Her Majesty has reigned for 70 years. That is an incredible number and a historic achievement. No other monarch has reigned for such an extraordinary period of time. And the social changes which have occurred during that 70-year period have, of course, been profound. The world's a very different place now to June 1953, when Her Majesty took the throne. It's difficult to compute, actually, how much has happened in a time frame which has included 14 UK Prime Ministers and taken in the first radio broadcast, which the Queen made during the Second World War in 1940, and the first time the Queen published an Instagram post, which was in 2019. In fact, that's the same for me, the Instagram post rather than the radio broadcast, of course. And generations of us have known Her Majesty the Queen as a constant as she's gone about her duties. And I do remember, and I'm afraid this certainly wasn't yesterday, Madam Deputy Speaker, the occasion of the Silver Jubilee, when I was a very small girl in primary 1 or 2. And I recall receiving a commemorative coin marking the occasion, and the coins being very carefully taken home by all the children in the class. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is remarkable that Her Majesty, at the age of 96, continues to deal with affairs of state, to undertake official engagements, and also to continue to support charities and good causes. And clearly she continues to take an ongoing active interest in things she is interested in too. It's well known that she has a lifelong love of the outdoors, and her enjoyment of being out and about, including her enjoyment at spending time in some beautiful locations in Scotland, such as her homes in Balmoral and Holyrood, have been well reported over many years. And of course she has attended the opening of the Scottish Parliament and been there a number of times. It's also well known that she has a love of animals, and I understand that she has owned more than 30 corgis, and I think that that obvious fondness for pets is much appreciated by other dog lovers. But beyond interests and hobbies, of course, for all of us is family, and like all members, I was very sorry when Her Majesty the Queen lost her lifelong companion in her husband, the Duke of Edinburgh. I can't imagine how difficult it is to carry on, having lost someone who was at your side for so many years, and to deal with all that, particularly during the COVID pandemic, and still continue to undertake the duties required. It will have been very hard, and all those of us who have lost loved ones will appreciate that to some extent. A perhaps unexpected piece of information to honourable members is that since I was a very small child, I've always known when the Queen's birthday is. It's the 21st of April, and I know that because it was also my Gran's birthday, and my Gran was a great admirer of Her Majesty, and she obviously must have told us about this coincidence a number of times for it to have stuck with me. And since she was a young woman herself, she'd followed the progress of the Queen, and I think actually that they perhaps had that same attitude to carrying on and to helping others. I know the notion of public service was very important to my Gran, and I know that she, for her part, was very interested in seeing what the Queen was involved in, which charities she was supporting, where she was travelling to, and so on. And I know that she also attended royal visits with some enthusiasm. And particularly, I think she was interested in all of that because, of course, the Queen's late mother, the late Queen Mother, was an Angus girl. And having grown up in Angus myself, it's perhaps the case that people living in that area took a particular interest in what the Queen was doing. And the range of these things, the spectrum of groups and organisations and charities the Queen has supported over 70 years is undoubtedly extraordinary. I know that in Scotland alone, she is patron of numerous charities, ranging from well-known names like the YMCA to more local initiatives like the Aberdeen Association of Social Service. And of course, she has supported many other charities over many years, including some based overseas. And the website belonging to the royal family makes that clear, saying that she sees public and voluntary service as one of the most important elements of her work. And I'm sure, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I can speak for those involved in groups like these, as well as for colleagues on these benches, when I say that this is indeed a notable occasion, and that I congratulate Her Majesty the Queen on the extraordinary occasion of her Platinum Jubilee and send all best wishes.
Hear, hear. Theresa May. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is indeed a privilege to rise to pay tribute to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II on her Platinum Jubilee, on behalf of myself and my Maidenhead constituents. 70 years on the throne is a remarkable achievement. During each and every one of those years, what has shone through has been Her Majesty's utter dedication to duty, her selflessness, and her great love of country. She has served with dignity and grace through not only what have been some very remarkable changing times, but also through some difficult years for her family. As has already been referred to, she has seen Prime Ministers come and go. I was number 13. But I echo the comments of my right honourable friend when I say that she has greeted us all with charm and consideration and with an impressive knowledge and understanding of the issues of the day. For all of those 70 years, Her Majesty has been a rock for the nation, a point of stability around which the changing tides of history have swirled. Her commitment to service has been remarkable, and it should be an example and an inspiration to us all. Yeah. Of course, most people see Her Majesty when she's on her official duties, and they don't see what goes on behind the scenes. And I was pleased when, on the date of her Platinum Jubilee in February, the Palace released photos of her with her private secretary going through her red box, which she does assiduously, but which is part of her work, of which few people are aware. When she is out and about on her official duties and people meet her, the joy and delight that they have in seeing the Queen is obvious. But this goes beyond our shores, as we've seen from her past overseas visits. And I saw a little example of this myself when we hosted the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting here in 2018. The Queen allowed us very kindly to meet at Windsor Castle. And there was a reception before the lunch, and I was told that the Queen would be turning up to the reception, but nobody else knew. The minute she walked into the room, heads turned. There was a palpable sense of delight throughout the entire room, and people started to queue up to make sure that they had the opportunity to speak to Her Majesty. And we should particularly thank Her Majesty for all that she has done for the Commonwealth and for her great love of the Commonwealth, because its strength, the strength and growth of this network of nations has been made all the more possible by the fact that she has been at its head. Aside from official duties, however, I've also had the opportunity to see Her Majesty in more relaxed times. I speak particularly of the Prime Minister's weekends at Balmoral. And what is absolutely clear there is Her Majesty's great desire for all her guests to be relaxed and enjoy themselves. And she takes great care to put people at ease and to ensure that they are enjoying the benefits of the beautiful Scottish countryside. But it was also an example of a time at Balmoral that I saw Her Majesty's great love and understanding of the countryside. She was driving us to a place where we were going to have one of the famous evening barbecues. And there was a gate in the track, and in front of the gate stood a very large stag. Her Majesty had slammed on the brakes and said, "What's he doing here?" To most drivers, that would have meant, "Why is he in my way?" But not to Her Majesty. As she explained, she knew that the deer should be on a different part of the hillside. She couldn't understand why he had come down so low. She knew the countryside, she knew its animals. Her love of gardens is clear, and the joy that she had in being able to go to the Chelsea Flower Show this year could be seen by all. And her love of horses, of course, which has also been referred to. I think that was clear at the Royal Windsor Horse Show in the last evening when she was able to attend that event. And there was a particularly poignant moment when Lady Louise Windsor entered the arena driving the carriage of the late Duke of Edinburgh. Her Majesty has been a constant presence in our lives. She is respected across the world. She has been steadfast in her selflessness, in her dedication to duty,
in her commitment to her country. For 70 years, she has dedicated her life to service of her country and her people. And for that, from the bottom of our hearts, we say simply, ma'am, thank you, and God save the Queen.
May I commend the Honourable Lady on her Platinum Jubilee Purple. If we had thought it could have been made compulsory, perhaps on another day. Sir Ed Davey.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Liberal Democrats, it's a pleasure to join every party in the House today to send our best wishes and support this address to the Queen. Madam and Mr. Deputy Speaker, 2 weeks ago, during the Queen's speech, we sent our well wishes for Her Majesty's health. So it's been wonderful to see the Queen out and about in the last 2 weeks at various celebration events, most recently opening her namesake, the Elizabeth Line, and attending the Royal Horticultural Society's Chelsea Flower Show. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in her coronation speech, Queen Elizabeth said this: "Throughout all my life and with all my heart, I shall strive to be worthy of your trust." I think the whole country will agree our Queen has more than fulfilled her promises made to our nation. Her service, her sense of selflessness, her steadfast commitment to the nation. These values and her service have defined Her Majesty's 7-decade reign and will continue to define her. And that unwavering nature of service and duty is made all the more remarkable by the length of Her Majesty's reign. Our Queen is the longest reigning female monarch in history, and not just of this country, but of anywhere in the world. And unlike any other monarch, of this country at least, her reign has seen more peace and more prosperity than at any time in our nation's history. The Queen's gentle but strong presence throughout these years has been ever constant, and in challenging times she is always a source of calm and comfort. Her Majesty movingly described the Duke of Edinburgh, whose presence will be greatly missed at these Jubilee celebrations, and she described him as her strength and stay. Well, truly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Her Majesty is the strength and stay of our nation. And through it all, she has remained above the fray of politics, something which is so valuable and so important. Because we in this democratic place will inevitably have disagreements on many, many things. There are and should be many shades of opinion. But because of Her Majesty, being proud of our country, being patriotic, is not about your political allegiance. It's not grounded in whether you agree with the government of the day. So I'm grateful that the Queen clearly values her loyal opposition as much as her government. And it's because of the Queen we can come together here today, members across the House, political polar opposites, and together reflect on the many things that we have in common. That sense of pride in our nation is something that we can all celebrate and share in this Platinum Jubilee. But in 1977, in 2002 and in 2012, we've been fortunate enough to enjoy other Jubilees with street parties, commemorative mugs, and of course the unforgettable sight of Brian May playing guitar on the roof of Buckingham Palace. I was at school when we celebrated the Silver Jubilee, and to be honest, my strongest memory of 1977 is the Queen's smile and personal delight as Virginia Wade won Wimbledon. And my fingers are crossed, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that Emma Raducanu might serve up something similar later this year. Then for the Golden Jubilee in 2002, I was honoured to meet Her Majesty when she visited my constituency in the Royal Borough of Kingston. Back then, the Queen unveiled a stone commemorating the 1100th anniversary of the coronation of King Edward the Elder, crowned in Kingston, one of the great Anglo-Saxon kings. In 2025, Kingston will be celebrating the 1100th anniversary of the crowning of King Athelstan, the first true, undisputed King of England. Nothing would bring me greater pleasure than welcoming our country's greatest monarch back to Kingston to mark this special occasion. And as others said, the highlight of the Diamond Jubilee in 2012 was watching the film when the Queen parachuted down to the opening ceremony of the Summer Olympics. I've been honoured, Mr. Speaker, to have several conversations with the Queen over the years. I won't disclose those, but I will disclose a conversation I had with Queen Margaret of Denmark during the Summer Olympics, when I was able to visit her on the royal yacht, a rather small affair compared to the one the government currently wants to buy. And Queen Margaret, I asked her, when was she taking up parachuting? And she drew on a cigarette, because Queen Margaret of Denmark is a committed smoker, and she said, when I'm over 80. And I think she had some very kind words to say about Queen Elizabeth II. As for the Platinum Jubilee, I'm sure, like colleagues across the House, we've already been engaged in celebrations in our constituency. Last Monday, I channeled my inner Mary Berry to judge a Jubilee bake-off at Ellingham Primary School in Chessington. I was thrilled to crown Charlotte as the star baker for her delicious Union Jack cake, topped with raspberries and blueberries, and present prizes too for year group winners Nancy and Aidan for their Jubilee tributes. But amongst the mountain of the children's sponge cakes and cupcakes, I was struck by two things in particular. First, a huge temptation to cheat on my diet, but I didn't, Mrs. Deputy Speaker. But second, was the palpable excitement and enthusiasm the young children had for the Queen and the Jubilee. Indeed, one of the particular joys of Royal Jubilees is seeing how it brings people together and the excitement of young people, especially in our communities with those wonderful street parties. I'm hoping to go to a few, in fact many, in my constituency. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to join all sides of the House in wishing Her Majesty the very best on this momentous occasion.
Sir Edward Lee. Most of the people who've spoken in this debate have lived under no other monarch apart from Queen Elizabeth, apart from the father of the House. I must confess that as I was only one when the present Queen came to the throne, my recollection of the last reign is somewhat dim, but I've been very happy. I've been very happy to live during this one. The Queen is the only leading public figure, and I'm not sure this has been mentioned so far, who never asked for a job, never campaigned for it, never plotted for it, and probably never wanted it. So her whole life has been one of duty. What an incredible record. And there's another point I want to make which hasn't been emphasised so far. Her Majesty is one of the very few leading public figures left to acknowledge her faith. Others, perhaps, fear putting themselves on some kind of moral pedestal. Her faith is moderate, compassionate, non-judgmental. And of course, she reminds of it every year on the Feast of the Incarnation, when she talks to us in her Christmas address. And of course, at the end of the Queen's speech, she tells us, as we stand at the bar of the House over there, I pray that the blessings of Almighty God may rest on your councils. Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I doubt if they always do. But Princess Elizabeth has never been, and Queen Elizabeth has never been afraid of talking about her faith. Who can forget her 21st birthday speech in Cape Town to the Commonwealth, where she talked of wherever they live, whatever race they come from, whatever language they speak, and her vow that her whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to serving her peoples. And she ended that address by invoking divine help, when she said, God help me to make good my vow, and God bless all of you who are willing to share in it. The reign of the first Queen Elizabeth was marked by religious bigotry, division, and bloodshed. Indeed, one of my own ancestors was hung, drawn, and quartered for his faith. But the reign of this Queen Elizabeth has been marked by unity, peace, freedom, and toleration. And that is why, whether you're people of faith or whether you're atheists or humanists or secularists, you appreciate her long record of devoted service, which is, I'm sure, founded in her faith. And we celebrate her whole life. And may I just mention one final personal point? I know you're not supposed to talk about Privy Council meetings, but the Prime Minister has emboldened me by addressing in part what happens in his meetings with the Sovereign. When I was made a Privy Councillor, of course, I mentioned to the present clerk that I was very proud of the fact that my father had been clerk of the Privy Council some 35 years ago. Of course, he's a very modern civil servant. He looked completely blank. When I summoned up courage to mention it to Her Majesty, she immediately gave me an eagle eye and said, yes, I know it, I remember it, I know it. And that sort of sums up not just her devotion to duty, but the fact is she has a formidable intellect, and how lucky we are to have as a head of state somebody who has such an incredibly long institutional memory. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chris Elmore.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is an honour and a privilege to speak in this humble address to Her Majesty the Queen. We come here today to celebrate her service to our nation and to reflect upon her momentous 70 years as our sovereign. Her Majesty is now the third longest serving monarch in world history. When we look over her reign, we see a world transformed. When the Queen first took to the throne, the very idea of having the power of a computer in your palm was pure science fiction. The idea of putting a human on the moon was still a dream, and the Cold War was only just getting started. Closer to home, the NHS was still in its infancy. Giving people back control over their health and the welfare system was only just starting to truly level up the country. These achievements laid the foundations of a nation Her Majesty was about to be coronated to rule over to this day. Our armed forces, who so loyally defend and protect Her Majesty and our country, have faced many deployments during her reign. The government should be using this auspicious year as a chance to renew our covenant with them. Her Majesty has proudly led our armed service personnel, and it's only right that we reflect her pride in them in this Parliament. The United Kingdom has witnessed fundamental changes in how society welcomes others and expresses our gratitude for their contribution under her reign. Her Majesty showed us the way in being a more compassionate society by advocating the importance of the Commonwealth. She has acted as a driving force to bring people together from across the world to celebrate our differences and share in our joint aspirations for a more peaceful, prosperous world. Without a shadow of a doubt, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Commonwealth is one of Her Majesty's greatest achievements. The Queen is passionate about her horse racing, as many members have said today, and it would be remiss of me not to mention something that brings Her Majesty so much joy in a humble address that celebrates her life and achievements. She has had some truly fantastic horses, including one of the most famous, Estimate. Many a race-going fan will remember the poignant moment when, in 2012, Estimate won the Queen's Vase at Royal Ascot, which was presented to her by the late Duke of Edinburgh, someone whose service to our country we also greatly value and miss. For ministers on the Treasury bench who like a flutter, I've spotted a few runners that may be of interest today. You've got Oh So Audacious in 2 p.m. at Yarmouth, followed by Enough Already in the 3:30. But there again, Mr Deputy Speaker, they may prefer Danger Alert in the 2:10 at Haydock. Now, if Her Majesty is looking for something to really put the cherry on the Jubilee cake, I've got just the thing, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mysteg Town Hall, in my beloved Ogmore constituency, is looking forward to its long-awaited grand reopening, and I cannot think of anything better than welcoming Her Majesty to do the grand unveiling. So if anyone in the palace is listening, Mr Deputy Speaker, she's very welcome indeed. Speeches we have here today have rightly focused on Her Majesty's dedication and commitment to uphold our institutions and laws. The Queen's integrity and quiet perseverance in the face of difficulty should act as an example to us all. When she was needed, she delivered. It's vital that every single person in this chamber lives up to the oath we make when entering this House and carry out our duty with the same honour and integrity that she has displayed for more than 70 years. The Platinum Jubilee has the power to bring communities together. I know this is the case in my Ogmore constituency, and I look forward to the events planned in the towns and villages that make up my community. We have all faced an incredibly tough 2 years, and these Jubilee celebrations can be the opportunity for a real tonic. Our high streets are starting to be lined with bunting, kitchens starting to resemble explosions in a jelly factory as families try to recreate the Platinum Jubilee trifle, and most importantly, the pressure on our weather forecasters to forecast some decent weather over the bank holiday weekend can't be understated. Mr Deputy Speaker, Her Majesty represents the best of Britain. I thank her and wish her many, many more happy years as our sovereign.
Yeah. Robert Jenrick.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's a great honour to join my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition, and other colleagues across the House in our tribute to Her Majesty the Queen on the presentation of a humble address. I speak on behalf of my constituents in the ancient and loyal borough of Newark-on-Trent. Ancient because we received our royal charter from Her Majesty's forebear Henry II. Loyal because in May 1646, Newark was the last town in the royalist cause to surrender in the Civil War. It did so only upon receipt of a personal command from the King, who gave himself to the Scots outside the town. The town's defenders were impoverished, they were starving, they were ridden with disease, but all the contemporary accounts show they were entirely unrepentant and committed in their loyalty to the sovereign. Then, and more so in our modern democracy, the Crown relies on the loyalty of the people. Loyalty is a vague concept which can apply to many human situations. We can be loyal to our parents, our siblings, our friends, our employers, even, though this is less common, to party leaders. The loyalty which binds us to the Crown is peculiar because it's not based on any family tie or material consideration. In that sense, then as now, it has to be earned. And I'm sure that this whole House will agree that Her Majesty the Queen, over her uniquely long reign, has earned the loyalty of her country. The nation holds her in its hearts, not just as the figurehead of a great institution, but as an individual who has served our country with unerring grace, dignity, and decency. She has been a golden thread running through the weft and the weave of our lives. My grandmother joined her in the crowds that lined the Mall on VE Day. My father watched the coronation on a rented TV set, crowded into the front room of the one house on the street whose occupant could afford one. It was the first time he'd seen a TV other than in a shop window. Today he says that the thing he was struck by most was how beautiful the Queen looked, even on a terrible quality black and white TV. Afterwards he lit a bonfire with his friends in the middle of their street. It would be several years before the council filled in the pothole, so some things never change. Almost 70 years later, I had the privilege of meeting Her Majesty as a minister, often virtually, as Privy Council meetings were conducted during the pandemic. Samuel Pepys recorded that Newark's then representative during the Civil War communicated with the King by writing in cipher, concealing the script in a lead ball and asking the messenger to swallow it and then pass it out on arrival at the court. Fortunately for all concerned, Her Majesty has proven adept at using Zoom. Indeed, she always moves with the times. When I accompanied my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, to the Palace in July 2019, after the short ceremony of giving us our seals of office had been completed and a few words were exchanged, Her Majesty said, and I hope this doesn't betray any confidence, "Well, I suppose we'd all better get back to work." And that was that. And I think that was her. She is an example of efficiency, of dedication, of common sense, of humility and of good humour. Few countries, if any, have been as fortunate as ours to have such an anchor, bracing them against the storms, providing a well of consistency and certainty. Few countries are fortunate enough to have someone who can represent the whole nation, and we need that now more than ever. Few countries have benefited from such a capable and knowledgeable ambassador on the international stage. Indeed, she is arguably the most admired and respected public figure in the world today. Her Majesty the Queen has been guided by the pledge to serve, which she gave on her 21st birthday in 1947. The words were simple, and we as politicians know how easy it is to make promises and pledges. But the years have shown that they were uttered with deep conviction. The fulfilment of that promise has been the story of her life. I know my constituents in the loyal borough of Newark, and all of us in this House, would agree. Her Majesty the Queen has kept that pledge in full measure.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
I thank you for the opportunity to congratulate Queen Elizabeth on celebrating the remarkable milestone of reaching 70 years since she acceded to the throne. That is indeed what you call a lifetime of service. I would also like to take the opportunity to put on record my gratitude to the Queen and to Buckingham Palace, who, this week, on Monday, planted the John Stimplin rose in the gardens. The rose was planted in memory of the life and legacy of John Stimplin, the first recorded black man, indeed black person, in North Wales, following his abduction as a child from Western Africa in the 18th century. The rose was launched in his honour by Harkness Roses and We Too Built Britain as part of their work of telling and uncovering the stories of underrepresented people. The rose is, therefore, a powerful symbol of friendship and love, kindness and community, and those visiting the gardens in Buckingham Palace will now have an opportunity to reflect on his story and what the rose represents for many years to come. And while we still have a very long way to go, the rose is, of course, also a reminder of how far we have come as a society in the last 70 years. As has been mentioned, in 1952, for example, there were just 17 women in Parliament. And in this Parliament now, we have 225 MPs who are women, and I am proud to be the first woman to lead the Plaid Cymru group in Westminster. As the leader of my party, Adam Price, noted in the Senedd in his tributes earlier this week, the Queen's first official visit to Wales, which was on the 28th of March in 1944, was also a momentous day for women's rights. This was the day on which MPs voted to pay women teachers the same as men. Same as men. Can you imagine that? Yeah. Paying teachers the same as men. And the opposition there was to that at the time as well. An important, indeed critical milestone in the wider struggle for equality. And during her reign, women have fought for and gained reproductive rights. We've made progress on equal pay with key legislation passed in the 1970s and 80s. And now there is a growing movement calling for the fair recognition of the work women do in caring for children and families. These are among the bright strands of social progress woven into the tapestry of the Queen's life and reign. The Queen has also been present for some of the most important events in recent history in Wales, our Wales as a nation. In 1999, the Queen was present for the inaugural opening of our Parliament. Over 2 decades later, the Queen returned last year to open our Parliament's 6th session. And in that time, our Parliament has become a Senedd, gained important legislative powers, and introduced legislation reflective of all the voices and aspirations of Welsh society. And now the Senedd is set to consider proposals for historic reforms which will pave the way for a stronger Welsh democracy, with a greater ability to improve the lives of people across our country, energise our politics, and make our elected Parliament fairer and more representative, and thus more effective. And to close, and to echo the comments of my right honourable friend, Lord Wigley of Carnarvon, neither am I instinctively a monarchist, but in her Jubilee year, I stand in respect of the remarkable way Her Majesty the Queen has carried out her responsibilities over the years with consistency, dignity and grace. She has been a constant figure in all our lives. A llongyfarchiadau a phob dymuniad da iddi hi. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Jane Hunt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. My apologies. I am delighted to be able to participate in the debate today, and what an historic moment, being the first time we can celebrate a Platinum Jubilee in this place. I would like to join colleagues in wholeheartedly thanking Her Majesty the Queen on behalf of myself and all the residents of Loughborough, Shepshed, Barrow-upon-Soar, Quorn, Haddon, Sileby, Mount Sorrel and the Wolds villages for her lifetime of public service and her unwavering dedication to the people of the UK and those across the Commonwealth. What an impressive feat to be both the longest-serving monarch in the UK and the third, soon to be the second, longest-serving monarch ever to have lived. Loughborough has had the privilege of hosting Her Majesty on a number of occasions during her reign, including on the 28th of June 1996, to open the new English and Drama building at Loughborough Grammar School, which was named the Queen's Building in her honour. The deputy head of the school, John Whitesell, has shared the following anecdote with me from the visit. The Queen arrived in pouring rain to be greeted by the 2,000 children of Loughborough Schools Foundation. After formally opening the new English and Drama studio, as she entered the building for a tour, she gave instructions that the children should be returned to their respective schools, rather than continue to get wet waiting for her. I chose to ignore the instructions. Unfortunately, the rain ceased, and after touring the building, she walked through the quad to the main hall. To me, this showed that she cared more about the children's welfare than I did. Her Majesty also visited on the 19th of April 1966, when she signed and sealed the Royal Charter of Incorporation that granted university status to Loughborough College of Technology. The new Loughborough University of Technology was the first technological university in England and Wales. Since then, the university has thrived, becoming the largest employer in Loughborough, with a global reputation for its cutting-edge theoretical and applied research. As Professor Nick Jennings, Vice-Chancellor at the university, has said, Loughborough University was granted its Royal Charter by Her Majesty in April 1966, and we are immensely proud of the success we have achieved through our teaching, research, enterprise and sport activities since that time. We have been honoured to receive 7 Queen's Anniversary Prizes, and it has also been a great privilege to host Her Majesty on campus several times, most notably in 2003 when she visited with the Duke of Edinburgh to open the ECB National Cricket Academy. Everyone at the university is excited and delighted that the Queen's Baton Relay will pass through the campus on the 11th of July as it makes its way to Birmingham for the Commonwealth Games. On behalf of all staff and students at Loughborough, I would like to thank Her Majesty for her 70 years of service to the country. We send our best wishes for the Platinum Jubilee celebrations. Of course, as well as academic achievements, Loughborough University is synonymous with sporting excellence, having trained many athletes who have gone on to represent the UK in international competitions, including the Commonwealth Games and the Olympic and Paralympic Games. I am proud to say that Loughborough is the unofficial home of the Commonwealth sport in England, and I share the Vice-Chancellor's delight that we will be hosting a leg of the Queen's Baton Relay. The Commonwealth is, of course, the jewel in the crown, and throughout her reign, Her Majesty has overseen its modernisation to ensure that it represents everyone and brings together communities from across the world. Indeed, shortly after her accession to the throne, Her Majesty stated that the Commonwealth bears no resemblance to the empires of the past. It is an entirely new conception built on the highest qualities of the spirit of man, friendship, loyalty, and the desire for freedom and peace. To that new conception of an equal partnership of nations and races, I shall give myself heart and soul every day of my life. Her Majesty has been absolutely true to her word, as it is this strong commitment to bridging the gaps between communities for their own betterment that this has been the common thread throughout her reign. In that same way, local residents in my constituency from all backgrounds will be coming together next weekend to celebrate Her Majesty's achievements. In Loughborough, from the 30th to the 31st of May, the Bell Foundry Museum is holding a Ring for Royalty event. There is also a Great Central Railway celebration on the 2nd of June, and on the same day, the lighting of the beacon in Queen's Park. Queen's Park is also playing host to a big lunch on the 5th of June. In addition, from the 2nd to the 5th of June, there are a number of Thorpeacre Village events, and from the 3rd to the 5th of June, the Wheeltapper Pub is holding a Jubilee party. In Shepshed, the Word of Life Church is holding a family fun day on the 3rd of June, and there is a Platinum Jubilee concert on the 4th of June at Glenmore Park. In Mount Sorrel, there is an afternoon tea dance at Memorial Hall on the 3rd of June. And throughout the week, the Peter Marchant Trust is running Jubilee boat trips, and on the 4th of June in Quorn, there is a Jubilee fair at Stafford Orchard. In Barrow-upon-Soar, there is a party in the park on the 4th of June, and in Wymswold on the 5th of June, there is a street party at the Stockwell. We are really very keen on the Queen. All these community events are a testament to the huge impact Her Majesty's hard work and dedication has had on the people of Loughborough, and indeed those from every corner of the world. I'm sure I speak for all of Loughborough when I say, God bless Her Majesty the Queen, and thank you.
Harry Sherman.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very conscious that as you were one of my university students a long time ago, you're expecting a lot of history, but having heard all the remarks so far on the great history, I'm getting rid of that. I haven't even had, I've had some dodgy ancestors. No one's ever been hung, drawn and quartered, or yet. But could I be very personal in terms of my respect and admiration and love for the Queen, and my pleasure at contributing to this address on her Platinum Jubilee. I was sitting doing my 11+ exam in Kennington Manor School in Sunbury-on-Thames, and I looked up from the paper and saw something strange. The caretaker was taking the flag down in a funny way. He was taking it down to half-mast. And so that early memory of mine was the sad time when George VI obviously passed away that night, and the Queen became the Queen Elizabeth II. I remember that very well. And of course, all of us have memories of our childhood, the bonfires, and the fun. No one actually said it. I have the privilege, many of us in public life have had the luck of meeting the Queen on several times. And you know, it's the sense of fun that I think that I was most inspired by. I went, early on as a young Member of Parliament, I went to a civic occasion because the President of Brazil was visiting. And I sat there, had a very nice time. The whole royal family was there. There were a couple of speeches. And then there was a melee where people went to get their own coffee. And suddenly I saw this small woman coming towards me, and my wife, and she said, you know, hello, I'm the Queen. She did. I think, and I was taken aback that she said, I understand you have 4 children. And we got into conversations. She has 4 children, we had 4 children. What a lovely conversation. And she said, could you tell me one thing? The violinist in the small band, he was wearing an earring on his ear. Does that mean anything special? And my wife and I looked at it in sort of some puzzlement and could not give her an answer. But it's a sense of fun. Every time I met her, there was something quite funny, quite mischievous, but lovely. I was lucky enough to work closely with the Duke of Edinburgh, both on his wonderful work on design and on a Royal Society for Arts and Manufactures investigation into the future of the English countryside. And that was great joy because we met at the RSA and in Buckingham Palace. So I worked quite closely with him. And just was astonished that the close relationship between them, and also his sense of fun, because there was a Labour, a Conservative and a Lib Dem Lord on that commission, and he always had some little bit of information to tease you. But when you went to a reception, and we had a wonderful annual reception for a prize, the Duke of Edinburgh's Prize for Design, there would be a lovely party, and the Queen said to me, "You know my husband has a secret method when greeting people." He says he shakes them by the hand and sort of swings them away. And so, for the rest of the evening, I watched the Duke of Edinburgh with his wonderful way of shaking the hand and throwing you on to the next business. So a sense of fun is something I remember. I also, because I'm a member of Parliament for Huddersfield, they love the Queen in Huddersfield, and we are a very diverse community, much more diverse than when she became Queen. And everybody in our community in Huddersfield loves, adores the Queen. And the Queen has come to our constituency twice, to my constituency, to the town. And those of you who don't live on the railway won't know this, but if the Queen comes into your constituency by train, the Mayor greets her and the Member of Parliament is the next to greet her. And the first time she came to Huddersfield, my wife was abroad. And I got in touch with the people organising the Queen's visit and said, would it be all right if I brought 2 of my children instead of my wife? And the message came back, yes, indeed. And so little John and little Verity came along with me to the station, and the Queen immediately stopped because it's quite unusual. All the rest were sort of boring middle-aged people, but she had these 2 children that she was delighted to meet and to have a conversation with. So it's those personal things that I remember. So 2 visits to Huddersfield. She was very well received, and again, a great founder. Can I also say, because it is, I don't want to go into too much detail of what we're doing to celebrate in Huddersfield, but we, like the Honourable Lady from Loughborough, we're going to have lots of events. And I indeed can remember that some of those events when I was little. Of course, I don't want to give my age away. Everybody knows it, though. I saw my first television in black and white, the coronation service. Although I have to say it was in the next door neighbour's television, not our own. But one thing I do want to remind the House, that one of the special visits to Huddersfield, the Queen came to open Amateur Rugby League Centre. And what better time to remember the opening of the Amateur Rugby League Centre. And of course, those who are not so well up on Rugby League will perhaps not know that Rugby League was founded in 1895 in the George Hotel in Huddersfield. And it was founded because working men in the north of England had to work 6 days a week, and if they played sport, they lost a day's wages. And all the posh people in the south of England who played rugby said that would be disgraceful to give them the extra money that they lost for not working on that day. And in the end, they all met in the George in 1895 and said, we will start a new game called Rugby League, and with 13 in the team rather than 15, and rather different rules. And the only plug I will make, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is for the first time in very many years, Huddersfield are playing for the Silver Challenge Cup this weekend at Tottenham. So that's something that made me think of the Queen's visit. And the last thing I want to say is that we have had really tumultuous times. And we kind of forget them, don't we? We've gone through some really tough times in our country. We've had good moments, but we've had really tough times. We've had tough times when people in this House have not been very nice to each other. There are times when we have, I think, let ourselves down. And the whole country, became very divided on political grounds, in the nasty sense of division. And I think the Queen should be recognised for being that ability to actually bring all those divisions together and be that act of unity. I know that the influence of the Queen over these years, behind the scenes, and I haven't been privy to those meetings with Prime Ministers or anyone else, but I know in my heart that the Queen's influence on calming down when elected politicians fall out, when we become too aggressive, too personal, too unpleasant to each other. She has been that calming influence behind the scenes and sometimes taking a profile in that calming process. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm proud to be here today, both personally and on behalf of my constituents in Huddersfield. Thank you.
Thank you. Charles Barrow.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it's a great privilege and honour to congratulate Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth on her Platinum Jubilee on behalf of my constituents of North West Cambridgeshire. On a tour of Africa, the then 21-year-old Princess Elizabeth took a vow. That has been referred to by earlier speakers. And taking that vow, she declared, "I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be dedicated to your service." Mr. Deputy Speaker, Her Majesty has truly kept that vow. With her matchless sense of duty, she has worked tirelessly and given the nation and the Commonwealth 70 years of dedicated service. And throughout that period, until very recently, she had the unwavering support by her side of His Royal Highness, the Duke of Edinburgh. During Her Majesty's reign, there have been 14 UK Prime Ministers, the first being Sir Winston Churchill. There have been 14 US Presidents, starting with Harry S. Truman, and Pope Pius XII was the first of 7 popes. There have also been 10 speakers, beginning with William Morrison, covering 19 parliaments. And in 1952, there were only 8 Commonwealth countries, compared to the 54 that we now have. It has been an extraordinary reign, during which our country and the world has witnessed enormous change. To put matters into perspective, I was born in Kakira in Uganda, at a time when Uganda was still part of the British Empire. My family arrived here in the 60s, and now I, the son of an immigrant carpenter, proudly stand in this House, paying tribute to Her Majesty on behalf of my constituents from North West Cambridgeshire. Compared to 1952, there are now in the UK more opportunities for people to rise as far as their talent and ability will take them. More opportunities for education, home ownership, better health, more leisure time, and more prosperity generally. And of course, as has been referred to by previous speakers, we are a much more diverse nation. Diversity of race, diversity of faith, and diversity of culture. And through it all, Her Majesty has provided continuity, a platinum thread through the decades, a voice for good, whose advice has been sought by world leaders across the 4 corners of the world. Her Majesty has also played a crucial constitutional role. She has been the guarantor of the constitutional integrity of our nation, providing stability and constancy throughout the decades. On a more local level, my constituency is relatively new, having been formed in 1997. It comprises the southern part of Peterborough and 100 or so villages, including many in the northern part of Huntingdonshire. Records show that in 1978, Her Majesty visited the National Shire Horse Society Centenary Show at Alwalton. She opened the Peterborough Building Society's head office at Lynchwood in 1988, and in 1991 there were traffic hold-ups as 3,000 extra visitors tried to see the Queen at the East of England show. Moreover, in June 2012, Her Majesty was the guest of Lady Victoria and Mr. Simon Leatham, marking the Queen's Diamond Jubilee picnic at Burghley House, when some 7,000 people came along to enjoy music and aerial displays. My constituency has changed in many ways in the past 70 years. A large part of it, the Peterborough part, was until 1974 part of Northamptonshire. However, whilst much has changed during Her Majesty's reign, some things are timeless. And I'm sure that were T.S. Eliot alive today, he would agree that the village of Little Gidding, of Four Quartets fame, is the same now as it was in 1945 when he published his poem. And something else that is timeless is the love and affection that my constituents feel for Her Majesty. Sir John Colville spoke for many when he said in his book, The Elizabethans, and I quote, "In an age of melting convictions and questionable needs, the Queen's unassuming virtues and faultless example have stood out like a rock in a sea of troubles." My congratulations again, and thank you, Your Majesty, for a lifetime of service to our nation and the Commonwealth.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is an honour to be here today to pay tribute to Her Majesty the Queen. The Queen truly defines our modern history. Through the 70 years she has reigned, huge changes have occurred. In 1952, when Princess Elizabeth acceded to the throne, Winston Churchill was the Prime Minister, tea was still being rationed, and British troops were still fighting the war in Korea. 14 Prime Ministers, 21,000 engagements, and 70 years later, Queen Elizabeth II is now Britain's longest reigning monarch, seeing us through every milestone in recent history. For a constant amidst such change, the Queen has been nothing but a loyal servant to her country, and across Barnsley we remain incredibly grateful for her work and service. Indeed, Her Majesty has visited Barnsley, most notably in July 1977, as part of her trip to Yorkshire on her Silver Jubilee tour. Now, in the coming days and weeks, our town once again will come together to mark the 70th year of the Queen's reign, her Platinum Jubilee. Bunting will decorate our town centre, and on the 2nd of June, a commemorative beacon will be lit in the Glassworks Square at the same time as over 2,000 across the country. Across the region, there will be a number of events, such as the service of celebration at Sheffield Cathedral. And as part of the Jubilee celebrations, we congratulate our neighbours in Doncaster for gaining city status. And I know my honourable friend, the member for Doncaster Central, is particularly pleased after all of her years campaigning for Doncaster to become a city. There will also be community events across Barnsley East, from Brimethorpe to Hoyland, such as the garden party at Old Martha's Yard, where there will be a brass band and maypole dancing. Brass bands remain popular in South Yorkshire, and I would like to pay tribute to the Grimethorpe Colliery Band, who performed Brass Stuff live at the Royal Albert Hall last night, 25 years after the iconic film was released. And it is great to hear that local schools will be holding celebrations too. Ellis C.of.E. Primary, Jump Primary and Forest Academy are all hosting Red, White and Blue Days, with lots of activities, including special picnic lunches. Highview Primary and West Meadows are also hosting theme lunches, with the former creating an exhibition of work to commemorate each decade of the Queen's reign, and the latter hosting a sports day and poetry recital. Jubilee celebrations provide a fantastic opportunity for people of all generations to come together and feel united as a community as we honour the contribution Her Majesty the Queen has made over the past 70 years. We thank her for her service. God save the Queen.
John Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And on behalf of my constituents, it is indeed a great privilege and honour to pay tribute to Her Majesty on her extraordinary achievement. We offer our deepest gratitude, thanks and congratulations for her sense of duty and public service, which has been the hallmark of her extraordinary long reign. A reign, I happen to believe, was also, at least in part, inspired by the love and dedication to her father, King George VI. Not many monarchs make their platinum jubilee, and this is yet another achievement in a long and accomplished reign. Now, the vast majority of us have known no other monarch, so we are true Elizabethans. In a changing world, she remains a fixed point. Across 7 decades, we have all benefited from Her Majesty's quiet authority, dignity, and firm understanding of the British people and our Constitution. She has also been a great unifying force across the UK. On the world stage, the Queen reigns supreme as a peerless ambassador, not only for the United Kingdom, but also for her example of selfless public service. She has been central in helping the country transition from empire to Commonwealth, to the benefit of all countries and peoples involved. And her dedication and energy in serving her people is unparalleled in our history, and we all owe the Queen a huge debt of gratitude. She reminds us that leadership is about serving, and above all, leading by example. At times, Her Majesty has steered a monarchy through challenging shoals, but there is little doubt that it is now in good stead for the future. We recall the extraordinary photograph in which she featured, along with the Prince of Wales, the Duke of Cambridge, and Prince George, our current Queen with the future 3 kings. In a sometimes uncertain world, the monarchy is an important strength and stay. In Her Majesty's address on her 21st birthday, she dedicated her life to the service of the Commonwealth and her people, whether it be long or short. We have been fortunate that she has been granted a long life, and long may she reign over us. And I know my constituents will join me as we all agree in this place when I say, God save the Queen.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. You sort of threw me off there. I don't often get called just quite so early, so I'm very pleased to be called early. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to participate. It's been an honour to be an MP serving Her Majesty during this, her Platinum Jubilee. It was my honour as a much younger man to serve her with her, or serve in uniform for 14.5 years and serve Her Majesty. And now to serve in this House is something I do not take for granted, so I feel incredibly privileged, also incredibly humbled to be here today as well. I have many titles. It's husband, it's dad, it's granda, it's James by my mother, it's Jim by everybody that knew me from about 18-year-old. It's the honourable friend, unionist, loyalist, and more up today, it's royalist. I was raised at a time in Northern Ireland when most houses had either a photo of the Queen or a photo of the Pope. I was raised with a photograph of the Queen. That won't be any surprise to anybody, but that was the Northern Ireland that we lived in. I have a great respect for her, for my family teaching, and this respect has only grown as I've watched Her Majesty over the years and been impacted by her unparalleled service, her matchless dignity, her peerless dedication, and her unrivalled work ethic. An ethic that generation and my parents' generation clearly had. To watch her composed face as she sat alone at Prince Philip's funeral, refusing to ask for special consideration, and in solidarity with the notion that she had not been the only person grieved, and she would do what her subjects were being asked to do, even at the very advanced age of 95 reaffirmed all I knew of the character of my Queen. The memory of her alone in that chapel touched many of us and encouraged us to know that we had the most heart-rending example in her display of duty and the very quiet dignity with which Queen Elizabeth II is synonymous with. The Honourable Member for Gainsborough, who's not here, referred to her Christian faith, and I want to refer to that because it's so important. I've watched it, and I do pray, as I pray for many people in this House, but I pray for Her Majesty every day and the royal family as well. In recent years, I've further been inspired by the very quiet faith which she holds so dear and which informs each aspect of her life. It has been wonderfully and reverently included in her annual Christmas speeches. And as one newspaper said, as Britain has become more secular, the Queen's messages have followed the opposite trajectory. For the past 17 years, Her Majesty has taken on a different tone, with the Queen explaining her own personal faith. And I wish to quote what she said on one of those occasions. For me, the life of Jesus Christ, the Prince of Peace, whose birth we celebrate today, is an inspiration and an anchor in my life, a role model of reconciliation and forgiveness. It stretched out his hands in love, acceptance and healing. Christ's example has taught me to seek to respect and value all people of whatever faith or none, as she described in 2014. And continuing, Her Majesty said, billions of people now follow Christ's teaching and find in him the guiding light for our lives. I am one of them because Christ's example helps me to see the value of doing small things with great love. How much those words of Her Majesty have encouraged me to live my faith in a respectful, personal, yet a very open way, attempting to at all times to speak the truth in love. I know that many of us who love this institution, this House, this wonderful tradition we have here, will also love the lady herself. Have been concerned recently that the Queen's mobility is a sign of greater concerns, and yet I take great comfort in the measured way in which her heirs, the Prince of Wales and the Duke of Cambridge, are coming forward with a very steady hand. When we look at the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge with a modernised approach, soundly built in the historic foundation laid by Her Majesty, it is crystal clear that our monarchy will continue on as an example of selfless duty and service. Back in 2012, Mr Deputy Speaker, I had occasion to bring my mother and father over to the garden party. It was their first and only time they were ever there, but it was Prince Philip and the Queen who were coming round. My mum was 81, my dad was 83, so the people who were there at the garden party were very kind, and they managed to find chairs. I think there were plenty of chairs about, but they went and got chairs for mum and dad to sit at as the Prince Philip and the Queen came round. That was probably one of the best occasions of my parents' life. They were absolutely enthralled. My mum, she was really interested in all the vol au vents and wee small cakes and sweet stuff. My dad, he was interested in the garden, so the two of them had an absolutely fantastic time. They talked about that for many, many years after. So that garden party, and I know they didn't get to meet the Queen and Prince Philip directly. I think whenever the Queen came round, she's seen them in the chair, and of course she made it her business to acknowledge them, which of course made my mum and dad's day. And my constituency of Strangford is full of royalists. I don't say loyalists, but they are loyalists as well, but they're also royalists. And there will be dozens of Platinum Jubilee parties and events taking place the weekend after next. It will be no surprise to learn that in my office is full of royalists as well. My parliamentary aide was beside herself when she was able to attend the Queen's Garden Party this year, just 2 weeks ago, after 18 years of working with me. But the joy I take is in seeing my two younger staff members in their 20s excited to see what the Duchess of Cambridge is up to, and talking of their respect for her grace and dignity in the face of adversity. It bodes well for the future, and I think we should be encouraged that Her Majesty is leading the royal family in a way that I believe will continue for the future. So not only do I admire Her Majesty for who she is, but I admire her steady hand on the legacy that she is leaving with Prince Charles, Prince William, and even on to little Prince George, who's a special place in all of our hearts. In a world of celebrity motivated by numbers of likes on a tweet, empty sermonising and self-service hailed as worthy of admiration, we're able to see the epitome of promise fulfilled when at her coronation she made her pledge. Honourable Gentleman for Cambridgeshire referred to it. I want to refer to it as well, because I've often thought about those words, because they're good words for each of us, I believe, Mr Deputy Speaker, that we should, and I quote, "I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service. Her Majesty has done this and more in every one of those 70 years. A lady of refinement, of grace, of selfless dedication to duty and service, of diligence, of intelligence, humour, wit and faith. I could not be prouder to be British, and I always am very pleased to say I'm British, and claim her as my Queen. Long may she continue to reign over us. Indeed it is for me and for all of us in this House. God save the Queen." Thank you.
Drummond.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and it is an honour to speak in support of this humble address to Her Majesty the Queen on behalf of my constituents in Meon Valley. I was delighted yesterday to discuss Her Majesty's long service with some children from Denmead Junior School in my constituency who were here on a visit with the wonderful Parliamentary Education Centre, and they were in the Monarch Room. I met a group of school counsellors and we discussed how their work as representatives of their classes mirrors the work that we do here in Parliament representing our constituents. I mentioned that I would be speaking today in this debate and asked them what messages they thought they would like to send to Her Majesty. The first response is that they would like to say thank you to her for being a really nice monarch. Another response that Her Majesty has been amazing and helped our country. One remark, which I thought showed a precocious understanding of our Constitution, said, "Her Majesty uses her powers wisely." Sir Walter Bagehot would approve. With her expertise in our nation's affairs, stretching from Sir Winston Churchill to the present day, covering 14 Prime Ministers, I am sure that she's always been a wise counsel to those who carry on the business of government in her name. I was also asked to pass on the children's thanks for all her patience and hard work. Everyone recognises how hard Her Majesty has worked throughout her life, but I was struck by the word patience. Her Majesty has remained patient and dignified, despite some vicious commentary in the media at times about her and her family, and I think we can all here empathise with that. I was pleased the children recognised that there are bound to be times when being our sovereign is not easy or without complications, and yet Her Majesty has remained dignified and resolute. And lastly, the Council thanked Her Majesty for helping lots of different countries. Her Majesty began her life as the daughter of a King Emperor, and during her own reign has seen the transformation of lives of millions upon millions of people into democratic, self-governing societies. Most of them have retained their links to us and to each other through the Commonwealth. In many cases, these links have been strengthened through migration. As head of the Commonwealth, Her Majesty has been the most respected figure in world affairs throughout her reign. I know this Jubilee will be marked around the world as an expression of love for our sovereign. My own life began in Aden, which was a British protectorate, and I spent most of my childhood in Commonwealth countries in the Middle East, while my father served Her Majesty for 46 years. In every country, Her Majesty is recognised as a symbol of stability and continuity. Many millions of people, like my father, have now served in the name of Her Majesty, and she herself is a veteran, having served in the Auxiliary Transport Service during World War II. In the armed forces, she and other women of her generation were trailblazers in their roles which had previously not been open to them. And over the years, their successors have now been able to break into more and more careers previously reserved for men. In the armed forces in particular, I'm pleased that we're finally doing away with the last anachronisms of ranks, which reflect an assumption that they are held by men. But I'd just like to end by just reflecting again on how pleased I was at the response of children I met at Denmead Junior School yesterday. It gives me confidence that Her Majesty's examples of the values we should all aspire to and hope that our children adopt continue to resonate with people whose own lives will stretch well beyond our own. Long may she reign.
Gerald Jones.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to be called in this debate today to mark the Platinum Jubilee of Her Majesty the Queen on behalf of constituents across Merthyr Tydfil and Rhymney. As has been said, most people in this country simply do not remember a time when the Queen was not there, as the ever-present and reassuring presence that she's been through dramatically changing times, over 70 years, in itself a truly remarkable achievement. I'd like to take the opportunity briefly to reflect on the links between the Queen and my constituency. In my own case, there have been a number of examples of visits to Merthyr Tydfil and Rhymney, none more poignant than the multiple visits Her Majesty the Queen has made to the village of Aberfan. The first visit just days after the tragedy in October 1966, and the most recent to open the new Anis Owen Community Primary School in Aberfan as part of the Diamond Jubilee Tour in April 2012. I know many people in Aberfan and across the constituency appreciate the special bond that they have with the Queen and the royal family. Mr Deputy Speaker, I believe sincerely that the Queen and the royal family are a huge asset to our country. The Queen in particular is there to represent the whole nation and be a conduit for national events, but also to provide reassurance in difficult times. The Queen is a uniting factor for all the nations and regions across the whole of the UK, an unwavering constant in a changing world. The Honourable Lady for Dwyfon Meirionnydd spoke earlier about the links to Wales, and I think it's important to recognise that for every opening session of the Assembly and now Senedd, the Queen has been present to open officially from 1999 until October last year, when the latest Senedd was opened. From a young age, I have been always passionate about community, and particularly community spirit. One of my earliest recollections is taking part as a 6-year-old in the Silver Jubilee street party with friends and neighbours, in the same street where I still live, albeit in a different house, and where we will be having a street party a week on Sunday in the same way that we did for the Golden and Diamond Jubilees. Community spirit is still very much alive in many of our communities. Whilst it's not as strong as it once was, it is still there. Most people live very busy and certainly very different lives to those of our parents and grandparents in 1952. However, if people are given a reason to come together from time to time, that community spirit comes very much to the fore. And I believe there's no better focus to bring communities together in a positive way than a Jubilee or a royal event. Our communities have been through a very difficult 2 years, and what the whole country went through together as a collective was extremely painful. However, as painful as it was, the positive, if there was a positive, is that it seemed to rekindle a community spirit in many areas. People were once again on hand to help their friends and particularly their vulnerable neighbours, and I've spoken to a number of people who set up WhatsApp groups and chat groups with their neighbours to get through the pandemic, but many have kept that communication going. Across my constituency, I'm aware of a number of events being held to celebrate the Jubilee. Indeed, this week, Twitter and Facebook have been full of activities going on in local schools. Tomorrow, I'll be attending a number of Jubilee celebrations in local schools, and next week, there are church services, afternoon teas, photo displays across the Queen's reign, carnivals, fun days, a night of nostalgia and 50s music, a beacon lighting in Penderyn Square in Merthyr Tydfil and in other areas across the constituency, and of course street parties. Some organised, some on a more informal basis. But all of these events will have two things in common. First, to mark the Queen's service to our communities and our country over 70 years, but it will also bring people together in a national celebration, a fitting tribute to acknowledge Her Majesty's service to our communities and our country, and indeed the Commonwealth. It's also worth highlighting that the Jubilee will also support the local and indeed the national economy. I've spoken to organisers of community events over the Jubilee weekend who have commented on the difficulties they've had in securing things for their events. One told me they had difficulty in hiring a face painter for the children, stating that people that they'd contacted had told them that they'd been booked for weeks, but in the last month were having 3 or 4 calls a day for bookings over the Jubilee weekend. Other organisers have said they're struggling to get cabaret artists for the Jubilee weekend, being told by agents that their acts have been booked up for months in advance. And some organisers have even struggled to hire portaloos for outside events. I hope they're successful in getting those. But in all seriousness, I think it represents the scale of activity going on across the Jubilee weekend. It will certainly be busy in many communities with a range of events, but it will inevitably lead to that boost for the local and national economy. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, I return to the role of the Queen herself. For over 70 years, as we know, she's been a constant. She's demonstrated a lifelong commitment to the service of the nation and the Commonwealth. She is the longest reigning head of state in the world, the longest reigning monarch in British history, the longest reigning female monarch in history, and, as Mr Speaker said in the opening address read by Madam Deputy Speaker, the longest reign, the third longest reigning monarch in world history. But just as an update, in just over 20 days' time, she will become the second reigning longest serving monarch in world history, and only 2 years to overtake Louis XIV to become the longest. That's some achievement. As we've heard, on her 21st birthday, Princess Elizabeth said, "My whole life, whether it be long or short, will be devoted to your service." A statement that was sincere and has been evidenced by the exemplary service over 70 years. And I know the whole House will agree that the Jubilee is a time for great celebration, but I hope too that it will be an opportunity to thank the Queen for her service and will reinforce to Her Majesty just how much love and respect people across the UK and the Commonwealth have for her in this Jubilee year. Thank you.
Richard Drax.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member and to follow all the gracious speeches right across the House. And what an honour and a privilege it is for me personally to speak on behalf of my constituents from South Dorset, a very loyal county, to mark the Queen's remarkable 70-year reign, Mr Deputy Speaker. In fact, the monarch's longevity is such that Platinum Jubilee is not defined in the compact Oxford English Dictionary, whereas Golden Jubilee is. The publication refers to the latter as the, quote, the 50th anniversary of a significant event. It certainly was. But can I make a suggestion for the former? Perhaps it could be defined as, and I quote, the 70th anniversary of our great national treasure who epitomises grace, dignity and duty. I would like to remind the House of the quote that several members have used, and maybe they've been looking at my speech and cheating, but it is a very appropriate quote that she then made, Princess Elizabeth, on her 21st birthday to the Commonwealth, and I want to repeat it because I think it really is so powerful and so simple. She said, "I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service." Our Queen has kept her word, and we are all the richer for it. I have had the honour and pleasure to serve the Queen for 9 years in the Armed Forces and to meet her in person twice. It is appropriate, therefore, to mention next Thursday Trooping the Colour, because I recall with great clarity and pride being on parade for 3 of them many years ago. There's a moment during the march past in slow time that you salute Her Majesty with your sword. The movement is a graceful, flowing one, and with your head firmly to the right, you look directly at the Queen. It's quite a moment. Her expression is impassive. But you know, we all knew, that every movement is being scrutinised and any slip-up noted. Her attention to detail is legendary, and for those who get it wrong, really quite scary. The loyalty the Queen commands from the military is one of the many reasons our armed forces are the best in the world. Many friends who fought in the Falklands War told me that their best friend was the soldier beside them, but the loyalty to Queen and country too drove them to commit acts of bravery that no one, under normal circumstances, would consider doing. It's called service and sacrifice, which in my humble opinion epitomises the Queen. As I've said, I've met the Queen twice. On the first occasion, our battalion, based at Wellington Barracks, not far from here of course, was graced not just by one Queen, but 2, the Queen and Queen Mother. They were attending the presentation of new colours, and that photograph hangs proudly on my wall. The second occasion was when Her Majesty opened the Weymouth and Portland National Sailing Academy prior to the Sailing Games in my constituency. The many attendees were formed into groups of about 8, and we watched and waited as the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh worked the room, stopping to talk to every single one of us. I wondered then just how many times the couple had done this, and I marvelled at their nobility, patience, we've heard that word many times today, and endurance. The room was abuzz, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The reception of the royal couple received close on adoration. However, this was not some infatuation. It was a mixture of respect and affection generated by years of flawless service. Finally, I'm sure that, like many in the House, I watched The Crown. I paid little or no attention to the tittle-tattle in the script. But I was blown away by the historical sweep of the Queen's life and the role she has played in our island's history for 96 years. I was so moved, I wrote to her, simply to say thank you for a life of sacrifice and duty and a glorious reign that history will record for future generations to come. God bless the Queen.
Mary Glendon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And it's an honour to follow the Honourable Gentleman from South Dorset, because I believe it's about 12 years since I followed his maiden speech to make my maiden speech in the Chamber in June 2010. And it's also, Mr Deputy Speaker, both an honour and a pleasure to take part in this humble address debate in honour of our Queen's 70th Jubilee. My late parents, like many of their generation, were contemporaries of Her Majesty and other members of the royal family, and always held the royal family in great admiration. I, just like my parents, am a proud royalist, and I have enjoyed celebrating many royal events since my childhood. My parents, with several members of the family, were fortunate to get tickets for seats on the Mall for the coronation in 1953, and we still have those tickets as my dear aunt kept them as a memento. I always loved listening to my mother recalling her memories of the day, of her watching the procession in the rain. And something that always struck me, she said she remembered watching the Queen appearing a tiny figure waving from the gold stage coach. And I have a television story too to add to that of the Honourable Member from Uwick and the Honourable Member, my friend from Huddersfield. The street that I knew there was a television in was my late husband's street, and it was his family who had the tiny television. And my husband was about 6 at the time, and he said the house was full of neighbours and people trying to peer through the window to watch the coronation on the tiny set. And I think that just shows how people were so interested in such a big event. And indeed, the people of North Tyneside have always given the Queen and her late beloved husband, the Duke of Edinburgh, and all the royal family a great welcome whenever they visit our region. The North East has a great affection and deep respect for Her Majesty, and thousands will be joining in the Jubilee celebrations. And I'm very much looking forward to attending several events in my constituency, starting this weekend when I'll be joining the Wide Open and North Gosforth Community Association at Davison Hall for their early weekend-long Jubilee event. I won't be able to be there all weekend. But on the 2nd of June, I will celebrate with the Residents Association of Yeoman Street in North Shields, the street next to where I was brought up, at their Jubilee Street Party. And I'll round off the celebrations on the 5th of June at the Long Benton Estate Jubilee Party taking place in the local community garden. And I see, as others have, fingers crossed for good weather. Mr Speaker, on behalf of everyone in North Tyneside constituency, I wish to thank the Queen for her years of dedication and service to our country and Commonwealth, and to congratulate her on her historic Platinum Jubilee. May God grant her good health for years to come.
James Wilde.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise to support this humble address to Her Majesty the Queen. And in doing so, I'm mindful that while all my constituents are important, the Queen, through her Sandringham estate, is undoubtedly the most special. And Sandringham, in my North West Norfolk constituency, has long been held in affection by the royal family, with George V describing, "Dear old Sandringham, the place I love better than anywhere in the world." And having ascended to the throne at the age of 21, the Queen has lived her life in the public eye. But it's Sandringham that offers a retreat and a place for family gatherings where she can enjoy privacy, relaxation and, of course, her country pursuits. And it was Sandringham where the Duke of Edinburgh, who played such an immensely important role in supporting Her Majesty, chose to spend his time when he retired from public life to enjoy the sanctuary that it offers. And the continuity Sandringham has provided through 4 generations mean her Norfolk home occupies a unique place in the Queen's affections. Now, her love of horses has been well remarked upon in this debate, and a racehorse stud was first established there by Edward VII. And the Queen's expertise is demonstrated by her success on the turf. Just last weekend, one of her horses, King's Lynn, was a winner at HAYLI.AM Park, and it's expected to run at Royal Ascot next month. And if I can offer the House another tip, the bookies are offering odds of 14-1 at the moment, which I think is a pretty good price. And although it is foremost a family home, perhaps known most famously for that Christmas Day walk with the Queen and the royal family to the church in Sandringham, Her Majesty is much loved by the communities, the close-knit villages around Sandringham, and is a very special part of those communities. Communities who let the royal family and the Queen go about their business largely without fuss. Indeed, on one occasion it's reported that in a shop a local assistant said, "You look just like the Queen," to which the Queen is said to have replied, "How reassuring." And Her Majesty is a stalwart of that other constant in our nation, the Women's Institute, having been a member of the Sandringham branch since 1943. A few years ago, as they marked their centenary, the branch took part in a version of the TV quiz Pointless, with the Queen naturally leading her team to victory. And on that occasion, she said, "Of course, every generation faces fresh challenges and opportunities. As we look for new answers in the modern world, I, for one, prefer the tried and tested recipes, like speaking well of each other and respecting different points of view, coming together to seek the common ground and never losing sight of the bigger picture." Those words capture the essence of Her Majesty the Queen's dignified approach to leading our nation over the last 70 years. And across North West Norfolk, the Queen is greatly loved. And to celebrate this extraordinary year, we'll be having events, beacons will be lit, street parties will be held. There'll be a musical royal salute involving over 1,000 school children and adults, as well as new trails and paths opening up areas of the countryside that are special to Her Majesty, and much, much more. And all of those events are a very fitting way for my other North West Norfolk constituents to honour her continuing remarkable service to our country.
Clark.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's an honour and privilege to speak in this humble address to Her Majesty. I want to echo the words we have heard from honourable and right honourable members across this House and wish Her Majesty the very best on the occasion of her Platinum Jubilee. The warmth and affection we have seen towards Her Majesty from all sides, and a place where we often disagree, shows how important a figurehead she has been for our country over the last 70 years. One of the few constants throughout the incredible change we have seen in that time has been Her Majesty's steadfast service, despite the many challenges she and our country have faced. It is not too fanciful to say she has now become the metaphorical mother of the nation. Her commitment to our country has been truly unwavering, and we all owe her a debt of immense gratitude. My constituency of Enfield North has a number of celebrations taking place to mark Her Majesty's Platinum Jubilee. My own diary includes street parties across the borough of Enfield, a civic reception at the Town Hall, parties at Totteridge Road Church and the Nursery on the Green, and I'm sure all of them will be fantastic events that bring our community together on this very special occasion. I'm particularly looking forward to my visit to Bush Hill Park Primary School tomorrow afternoon to join pupils and teachers in their Jubilee celebrations. The pupils there have been learning about the incredible change we have seen over Her Majesty's reign and will be commemorating the occasion through parades, poetry and song. And I'm sure the pupils have put a lot of work into their preparation and that they will make themselves, their teachers and parents and Her Majesty herself proud.
Yeah.
Mr Deputy Speaker, events like this show the warmth and respect the people of this country have for Her Majesty, And like all members, I hope the strong community spirit we are seeing ahead of these celebrations may long continue. Finally, on behalf of myself and my constituents of Enfield North, I would like to send our very best wishes to Her Majesty as she celebrates her Platinum Jubilee. Long may she reign over us.
Hear, hear.
Colin Johnson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, it's a great honour to speak in this tribute debate to Her Majesty the Queen on the occasion of her Platinum Jubilee. The celebration of Her Majesty's Jubilee will involve many parties and much joy, but it will also be a thank you to Her Majesty, who said 70 years ago, as others have said today, that her whole life, will it be long or short, would be dedicated to service, and indeed she has done so, serving our country with grace, with dignity and with love. During her reign, the Queen has met many, many people. A YouGov poll back in 2018 found that around a third of the population have seen or met the Queen in real life. And for each one, it is a special and much treasured moment and memory. The same is, of course, true for me, Mr Deputy Speaker. I was 17 years old, a student at Gordonstoun in Scotland, when Her Majesty came to visit my school. I vividly remember the excitement, the preparations. These preparations did not just include mowing the lawn, Mr Deputy Speaker, but cleaning the gutters and repainting the white lines on the speed bump so that everything was perfect for her arrival. I remember the excitement that I, a mere scholarship student, had been chosen to sit opposite Her Majesty for lunch. And I remember the worry too. What if they give us spaghetti bolognese? How will I manage? I need not have worried. The Queen was truly charming, and as many have observed today, she is wonderful at making people feel relaxed and at ease in any circumstance. My particular memories from that dinner are firstly discussing travel. It was fascinating to hear of the Queen's many visits to and love for her Commonwealth. It was also interesting to reflect on how her visits to a country differ from those of her subjects. There are many places I realised that she can go and see that I can't. But there are actually also many places that I can go and see that she can't. My second memory of the lunch was that as it came to an end, there was to be a music recital, and the Queen moved round to get a better view, coming to sit right next to me. I remember how surreal it felt. It feels surreal to describe it, actually. An ordinary girl from Middlesbrough sat next to this completely magnificent woman. The Honourable Member for Huddersfield earlier spoke of how the Queen has a great sense of fun. And as I remember sitting there, lost for words, some may not believe this, but I was, feeling in awe and unsure what to say, when Her Majesty asked, would anyone like any more of those fudge squares? We, on our best behaviour, of course, said, no, thank you. And she picked the tea plate up, opened her bag, and with a twinkle in her eye, tipped the fudge inside, declaring them as good for the train later. We weren't sure whether these were for the corgis, for her, or for the grandchildren, but nevertheless it added some of her gentle humour to proceedings. Throughout the House there will be many, many memories to share, as there are across my constituency. Some of my constituents will remember her visits that she's undertaken locally, in particular to RAF Cranwell. Some were also well known to her son, the Prince of Wales, as he began his armed services career there in March 71. I've been delighted that a wealth of aircraft have this week been taken to the skies over RAF Cranwell to rehearse the flypast due to take place next week for Her Majesty's Jubilee, with more than 70 aircraft, including the Red Arrows, Spitfires and Hurricanes, set to be on display. But the nation, Mr Deputy Speaker, is not just coming together in London, but it's coming together in every village across our country. Preparations are underway across Sleaford and North Hykeham to celebrate Her Majesty's 70 years of service. In the village of Osenby, like back at school those years ago, they're ensuring the place is spick and span before the Jubilee celebrations, with a village tidy-up on the 29th of May to make sure that everything is just lovely. Many villages, like Sudbrook, are having street parties and cake competitions, but others are doing some interesting and unusual ways of celebrating the Jubilee. For example, in North Kyme, where there will be a Jubilee-themed scarecrow competition. In North Kyme, they will also light one of the 2022 charity beacons that will be lit across the UK for the Jubilee weekend. In Metheringham, they have a competition for the best poem about the Queen, the best dedicated crown, and I'm sure Her Majesty will approve of the dog and pet show. In North Skyle, they are producing a quilt with members of the community, each stitching a 9-inch square. and I noted that the instructions said, "Our Queen is thrifty. We'd expect you to upcycle or recycle the materials, not simply buy them." In Potter Hanworth, each child of primary school age will be provided with a beautiful, and it is truly beautiful, medal in a little gift box to celebrate and remember this momentous occasion. Brant Bruton are doing similar with commemorative mugs for all children under the age of 18. But however my constituents remember the Jubilee in the next week, the common thread running through all of these celebrations will be a gratitude for Her Majesty, all that she has done, all that she will do in the future, admiration for how she does it, and a genuine love for our Queen. I would like to offer thanks to Her Majesty on behalf of all my constituents. Thank you, Your Majesty. Congratulations on your Platinum Jubilee. God save the Queen.
Margaret Ferrier.
Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to speak in this humble address on behalf of my constituents. Nobody can deny Her Majesty's dedication to public service to her country. 70 years is a lifetime, certainly much longer than most when it comes to working life. Her Majesty has been on the throne for longer than many of us have been alive. An international symbol that instantly springs to mind when you think of the United Kingdom, the Queen and the Royal Estate are a huge draw for tourists from around the globe. Even now, at the very grand age of 96, she remains dedicated to her role and to the people. Her Majesty is notably the most travelled of any monarch to precede her, and in the Commonwealth alone has made in excess of 250 visits over her lifetime, from Canada to France, and who could forget, of course, Rutherglen. Rutherglen was granted royal borough status in the year 1126 by David I of Scotland, at a time before Glasgow was the powerhouse it is in modern times, and Rutherglen was much larger in size comparatively. On the 25th of June 1953, only a couple of weeks after her coronation, the Queen and the late Duke of Edinburgh visited. It had been quite the day. They were coming to Rutherglen following engagements in Glasgow. Residents of Rutherglen turned out in force to greet the young new monarch. It was a beautifully sunny day, and thousands lined Main Street, waiting for a glimpse of Her Majesty. Children in particular were excited to see her, taken from schools to see the visit, screamed in delight when her car passed. She remarked to the Provost that she had never seen so many children turn up at a visit. The Provost said that the children had given them the kind of reception only children can give. Those children will be well into old age now, in their 70s and 80s. Her Majesty took tea in the town hall before signing the visitors' book, and then off she went to Rutherglen train station, to the Royal train and on to the next destination. Even more popular with Her Majesty is Blantyre, also in my constituency. She has visited several times. In 1929, when she was still Princess Elizabeth and a small child accompanying her mother, who opened the David Livingstone Museum. The museum, which I brought to the attention of the Leader of the House just 2 weeks ago, is still going strong. It's recently been completely refurbished, and I'm sure she would love to visit it again and see what has changed. In 1942, she visited again as part of a series of visits designed to boost wartime morale. And in 1962, after she was crowned, she visited again to the train station as she made her way back from a visit to East Kilbride. This year's celebrations will be more modest in the constituency. Rutherglen West and Wardlaw Hill Parish Church will be hosting a street party following the success of the party they threw for the Diamond Jubilee, which made it on to BBC News. Rutherglen Community Council have decided to establish a subgroup to launch a more permanent legacy to Her Majesty's 70-year reign. The Community Council are pulling together a 5-year plan which they hope the local community can be actively involved in. I understand there are a few smaller private celebrations being held around Rutherglen too, in the form of lunches and teas hosted by members of the community. And I'm looking forward to attending a beacon lighting hosted by North Lanarkshire Council, supported by South Lanarkshire Council. The invitation came from the Lord Lieutenant of Lanarkshire, Lady Susan Hawkey. Lady Hawkey and other Lord Lieutenants across the UK are the Queen's personal representative in each lieutenancy area. These days it's more of an honorary title presented to persons of note in each area, but historically each Lord Lieutenant had military responsibilities. In summary, Mr Deputy Speaker, my constituency has long had royal connections, and I admire Her Majesty's 70-year contribution to public life. That sense of duty and that enduring commitment is worthy of our celebration.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Short of words is not a condition that many people associate with me. But I don't mind telling the House that I have struggled to put into words on this occasion how much I and so many people across Rushcliffe admire Her Majesty the Queen and how much all of us as a country owe to her. Although colleagues will see, I have got through it. History is populated by many great figures. Great leaders like George Washington, Winston Churchill, Margaret Thatcher. Great scientists like Isaac Newton, Charles Darwin and Marie Curie. Great authors like Jane Austen or William Shakespeare. But the measure most often used to define historical eras is the reigns of great individual monarchs or families. The Tudors, for example, or the Stuarts. And the reigns of the greatest monarchs name entire eras, like the Victorians. The question, Mr Deputy Speaker, sorry, I promoted you prematurely, is what future historians will make of our era. What will they call us? I have a prediction. I believe we will be a first. I think that for the first time in history, an era will supplant an earlier one and take its name. I refer, of course, to the Elizabethans. Historically, the era we call Elizabethan stretched from 1558 to 1603, the reign of Elizabeth I. She represents a great era, with everything from our discovery of the Americas and the defeat of the Spanish Armada to the invention of the first flush toilet. But I believe that era is fated to be subsumed into the broader Tudors, and 500 years from now, when people talk about the Elizabethan era, they will talk about the reign of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. For her reign is longer, more significant and more transformative. Throughout it, as Mr Speaker himself has said, our country and our world has changed almost beyond recognition. In eras past, the monarch was a remote, distant and unseen figure. And now, for the first time in history, our Queen has had a direct impact on a huge number of us. As the Right Honourable Gentleman, the leader for the opposition, has said, she is one of the most famous faces in the world. Although perhaps not to everyone, everywhere. I recall the famous story of the time Her Majesty drove herself to the Royal Windsor Horse Show. Greeted by a guard who didn't recognise her, she was told, "Sorry, love, you can't come in without a sticker." The Queen, unfazed, replied, "I think if you check, I will be allowed in." The Queen has transformed the relationship between the royal family and us, her subjects. For decades, she has been a steadying force at the heart of our country, but also a role model to so many. She epitomises duty, public service and a tireless commitment to this country and to the Commonwealth. For the last 70 years, Her Majesty the Queen has worked on our behalf. And now, at the moment of her Platinum Jubilee, we come together to congratulate her, to celebrate her and to thank her for everything she has done for us. And it's my privilege to speak today as the Member of Parliament for Rushcliffe, to thank and congratulate Her Majesty and to wish her well on behalf of our community. You see, in Rushcliffe we have a proud tradition of supporting Her Majesty and welcome her when she visits. For example, at the time of the Silver Jubilee in 1977, Her Majesty came to Trent Bridge Cricket Ground. She met the England and Australia teams during the Ashes Test. We went on to win that Ashes series. Here's hoping her talismanic properties see us reclaim the Ashes next year. I often visit schools and community groups in my constituency, and I'm struck by the awe and respect shown by everyone to our Queen. Her Majesty has seen political upheaval, personal tragedy, historic moments, and great milestones. She has always done so with a stoic and steely determination. Her personal sacrifice, sense of duty and commitment to public service, Mr. Speaker, has inspired many people to serve their local communities. And next week, it's also Volunteers Week, a time to celebrate and thank all volunteers in our communities. And in Rushcliffe, this includes the Trent First Responders, the Cotgrave Community Kitchen and Garden, Severday, Renew 37, our parish councillors, the Friary, Ruddington Museum, the Framework Knitters Museum, Tara's Angels, and all of those who lead the Scouting and Guide movements, amongst many others. And it strikes me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the real tribute to Her Majesty is not just the celebrations we will have over the weekend, but the tireless work of the many volunteers at the heart of our communities that epitomise the service and duty she has shown. Yeah.
Ordnance survey maps have one of my villages, Dunsop Bridge, at the very centre of the United Kingdom. It's even marked by a special telephone box. So on behalf of the people of the Ribble Valley, at the very centre of Her Majesty's kingdom, can I say, Your Majesty, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. I, like many of you, I've listened to these wonderful speeches, will be celebrating over the next 4 days, attending many occasions, including the inevitable street party. And I shall really be looking forward to that, because we will be royally celebrating this historic time in our nation's history. How exciting is it for all of us to be alive at this time as history is made? God save the Queen. The question is that an humble address be presented to Her Majesty as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Philip Oliver.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, thank you very much indeed. What a pleasure it is to see you in the chair. Could I thank Mr. Speaker for granting me permission for this debate, and could I welcome the Minister to her place on the front bench. The issue before us today is Her Majesty's Government's proposed deposit return scheme for drinks containers, whereby consumers will pay a small levy upon purchasing a drink, which is then refunded once the container is returned to a collection point. And specifically, I wish to raise my serious concerns that glass bottles are to be excluded from the scheme. Now, the omission of glass represents a real and serious threat to the effectiveness of which a deposit return scheme in England and Northern Ireland can realistically be delivered. Quite simply, its exclusion would be a potential catastrophe for our natural spaces as we all look to stem the tide of drink container pollution. But it also represents a direct betrayal of a promise made by the Conservative Party to voters at the last general election, when we said in the manifesto that we would introduce a deposit return scheme for both plastic and glass drink containers. I wish to use this debate today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to urge Her Majesty's Government to rectify this as a matter of urgency and to immediately revisit the scheme's design so as to include drinks containers made from glass. Now, in 2019, the Conservative Party laid out its ambitions for the future of our country in its election-winning manifesto, which attracted 60% support in the Kettering constituency. Central to our aspirations was positioning Britain as a world leader in rising to the environmental challenges which we are facing, which are facing our planet today. One of the challenges identified was how we manage and process waste, and in particular combating the growing problem of discarded waste, of which drinks containers are a large part. In that manifesto, the Conservative Party outlined plans for a world-class deposit return scheme for drinks containers in a bid to minimise their impact on the environment. The manifesto said, and I quote, "We will crack down on the waste and carelessness that destroys our natural environment and kills marine life. We will introduce a deposit return scheme to incentivise people to recycle plastic and glass." I would be honoured and delighted.
I first of all congratulate the honourable gentleman for Carrington for bringing this forward. Back home in Northern Ireland, in my constituency and my council area of Ards and North Down, the council have a strategy and a plan of action for recycling. It includes many of the recycling and doesn't try to leave anyone out or any part of it out. What the honourable gentleman is saying, that glass needs to be part of that recycling programme and there needs to be a commitment. And my council, each household has a glass return system and a plastic basin to put the glass into. You can also go to your recycling centres, which are probably no further than 3 miles from any one person. So those are examples of what we're doing in Northern Ireland, where there's a clear commitment and a strategy and a plan through the council, but across the Northern Ireland Assembly as well. Would the honourable gentleman like to see that as perhaps a strategy that we should be doing more with?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his very helpful and interesting intervention. I commend his local council for their recycling efforts. There are similar schemes across the 4 nations, but as I will come on to later in my remarks, the problem with leaving glass out of the deposit return scheme is that it will be a missed opportunity to increase overall glass recycling rates to the best international standards. And at the moment, my understanding is that the government's proposal for the deposit return scheme in England and in Northern Ireland will be different to the deposit return schemes in Scotland and Wales, which will include glass. And one of the difficulties there is that there'll be different deposit return schemes in the different parts of the United Kingdom.
Mr. Davis, I thank again for letting me come back once more. One of the things, again, just to illustrate the point and support the honourable gentleman and what he's putting forward, is that the recycling schemes in our council area have in a way reached their peak, and that's a problem. So what I think the honourable gentleman is referring to, and what I would fully support as well, and I know the Minister will give her comments on the matter whenever she comes to the floor, is some way of raising awareness with the recycling. And this could very well be the way of doing that, that there will be a reimbursement advantage for those people who recycle their glass or are prepared to do so. So whatever the honourable gentleman is saying, and I'll take a copy of this answered, and I'll make sure that I refer that to the relevant Minister at the Northern Ireland Assembly to do the very same, as anticipation of what the Minister will say in return.
So, Mr Deputy Speaker, as is usual across so many issues, the honourable gentleman and I are on the same page on this issue. And my contention is that the United Kingdom will not be able to achieve international glass recycling levels of the very best unless glass is included in the deposit return scheme. As Conservatives, we made a vow to voters to introduce a scheme which would serve the public and Britain's precious natural habitats. However, Her Majesty's Government has so far committed to introducing a deposit return scheme only inclusive of plastic bottles and aluminium cans across England and Northern Ireland by 2024. Glass is a glaring omission. Now, a huge 86% of respondents to the government's first consultation on deposit return schemes said they wanted glass to be included. But in spite of this overwhelming majority support from technical experts, charities, scientists, and the great British public, calls for glass to be included in the scheme have been ignored. The scheme's current design falls well short of what was promised and will see it fail to achieve what is required. A deposit return scheme excluding glass runs the risk of being a global embarrassment for a country which seeks to position itself as leading from the front on environmental issues. In its current form, the scheme's design will fail to crack down on glass waste and will miss a wonderful opportunity to protect our natural environments from glass pollution. The case has been made that including glass is problematic. However, this case has been made by glass industry lobbyists who have a vested interest in ensuring that glass containers are not included in such a scheme. One such argument is that glass, once collected, can be hazardous and dangerous for those charged with sorting it for recycling when it becomes broken. But this works both ways, as it can also be argued that it poses a greater risk to the public and pet owners when it breaks down in nature rather than in the controlled environment of recycling plants. A lack of a deposit return scheme for glass containers poses a very real risk that they will continue to end up on our pavements and in our parks and outdoor spaces, where they will be a health and safety risk for UK residents. This is a public safety danger which is unmatched by other containers. In this regard, the scheme's current proposal is failing to protect both the environment and the British public. Additionally, glass industry lobbyists have suggested that the inclusion of glass will drive consumers towards purchasing highly polluting plastic bottles. However, with the public already widely aware of the prevalence and environmental impact of plastic pollution, these claims, I would contend, are speculative at best. If we are to tackle the waste crisis, we must trust consumers to do the right thing, but it's vitally important that we arm them with the tools to do so. British Glass responded to the government's consultation, which closed on the 4th of June 2021, citing various concerns which I would contend have little foundation. One of which is that its inclusion would have a detrimental impact on closed-loop glass recycling, despite the industry's present inability to increase glass recycling rates. Indeed, British Glass explained in its response how the industry is committed to a 90% collected for recycling rate and a commitment to an 80% remelt target by 2030, which would see 80% of all glass recycled back into new bottles and jars. But the stark reality is that this goal will almost certainly never be realised. By global standards, the UK lacks well behind its international counterparts in the collection and recycling of glass bottles, sitting behind countries such as Ireland, France, Spain, Italy, Belgium and Bulgaria. In 2020, the UK's glass collection rate for recycling stood at just 76%, well below Italy, which boasts a recycling rate for glass bottles of 87%. Meanwhile, across the UK, it is estimated that 5 billion glass bottles are consumed per year. And under current recycling rates, this means some 1.2 billion glass bottles are destined to litter our environment or languish in landfill each and every year. Current systems to raise our collection and recycling rates are lacking. Much of the glass collected across the UK is not suitable for closed-loop recycling, where discarded bottles are turned back into new ones. This is due to the current collection process, which often sees the mixing of different colours and crushing during transportation. However, a well-thought-out, properly prepared deposit return scheme can address these issues with separated collection methods, which will make closed-loop recycling far more viable. And this should be considered as a point of urgency, as it's estimated that a well-designed scheme for the UK could improve recycling rates for bottles and cans to over 90%. And at the same time as the government is also presently consulting on the consistency of curbside collections in England, with the laudable aim of reducing confusion, through its plans for the deposit return scheme, it is paving the way for potentially 4 different deposit schemes to be in place in the UK. Potential confusion among consumers caused by the current design is likely to undermine the effectiveness of England and Northern Ireland's scheme. Both Scotland and Wales are set to see glass included in their own schemes, and a lack of consistency across the UK as a whole, where consumers obviously cross borders routinely, could see us fail to raise glass recycling rates to the levels they need to be, due to consumers not knowing when and where glass containers can be disposed of. The deposit return scheme for drinks containers should be designed with a view to avoiding this confusion and instead empower the public to do the right thing. British consumers are overwhelmingly in favour of a scheme which includes all beverage materials and are opposed to the exclusion of glass bottles. A populist poll commissioned in 2020 by environmental organisation Nature 2030 found some 84% of Britons want all beverage containers to be included in the government's proposed scheme. This polling was welcomed by campaigners and academics who outlined how a comprehensive deposit return scheme will give us the best chance to combat litter. What is vitally important, and something which the government mustn't ignore, is that the UK is not walking into unproven territory as it looks to deliver its own scheme. A host of countries have already implemented successful and highly efficient deposit return schemes inclusive of all materials. These have been proven to dramatically increase collection and recycling rates and can be used as a powerful template for Britain to follow in implementing its own scheme. Crucially, due to their success, these other international schemes prove that the issues raised by the glass industry lobbyists here are unfounded. Indeed, all inclusive schemes are common across the world. From over 40 such schemes globally, only 3 do not include glass bottles. And these 3 exclude glass because they already have in place a returnable system specifically for glass bottles, something which the UK obviously currently lacks. Australia implements a deposit return scheme which also covers beverage cartons, while Canada's scheme includes cartons, bags and boxes, and plastic pouches. Finland and Denmark, which are considered to implement world-class return schemes, enjoy an incredibly high return rate of 94% and 92% respectively. These successes are widely regarded as being due to their systems being inclusive of all materials, including glass, with the simplicity of the system being crucial to achieving the public support needed for these schemes to be a success. In my view, it makes little sense to deviate from such successful schemes, and even less sense when Scotland and Wales are looking to mirror these international successes. Scotland, for example, is set to introduce a scheme which includes glass bottles by August 2023, while Wales is set to introduce a scheme which includes glass by 2024. It is vital to ensure the interoperability between the schemes and help consumers adopt a consistent and responsible behaviour across the 4 nations of the UK. The government's derisory decision to omit glass is not only seeing us fail to be a world leader on the waste crisis on a global scale, but also fall well behind Scotland and Wales. Some 25 experts in this field have recently urged the government in an open letter to introduce a deposit return scheme for drinks containers which mirrors Denmark's system, with cross-party politicians, non-governmental organisations and academics calling for the government scheme to be inclusive of all materials, including glass, plastic and aluminium. Denmark has a track record of fine-tuning its own scheme to be as effective as possible. This is a ready-made roadmap which the UK could follow. It would help us avoid the potential pitfalls which we may encounter along the way if we follow our own bespoke path. I also wish to raise the issue of VAT. The government presently plans to apply VAT to deposit return scheme deposits on top of the VAT already charged on the drink. The current expectation is that if there were a 20p charge, it will be gross of VAT, i.e. 17 pence plus 3 pence, which means if the customer does not return the drinks container they buy, the producer will only receive 17 pence back instead of the full 20 pence. The remaining 3 pence will be taken in VAT by the government. Factoring in the estimated 28 billion containers on the UK market, this could mean as much as £185 million lost from the scheme through unredeemed deposits, assuming an 80% return rate in the first year alone. This will create a situation where the government effectively ends up profiting from the failure of its own deposit return scheme. What's more, VAT being added to the deposit fee effectively imposes a stealth tax on drinks producers, backing industry into a corner and creating the very real scenario of price rises on these products. If the government is serious about introducing a scheme, it needs to avoid the noise from the glass industry lobbyists and deliver a scheme which works for the environment. Pandering to industry calls make little sense in the face of overwhelming public support for glass to be included. Furthermore, there is a health and safety risk. Glass is a high-carbon, highly polluting material which presents a real hazard to the public once it is discarded in public places. We should be looking to create a scheme which drives the collection and processing of these upwards rather than one which makes closed-loop glass recycling more unattainable. Mr Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, the omission of glass from the government's deposit return scheme represents a real and serious threat to the effectiveness of which a deposit return scheme in England and Northern Ireland can realistically be delivered. Quite simply, its exclusion would be a potential catastrophe for our natural spaces as we all look to stem the tide of drink container pollution. But it also represents a direct betrayal of a promise made by the Conservative Party to voters at the last general election, when we said in the manifesto that we would introduce a deposit return scheme for both plastic and glass drink containers. I urge Her Majesty's Government to rectify this as a matter of urgency and immediately revisit its scheme's design so as to include drinks containers made from glass.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. And on the day of the humble address to Her Majesty, if he would indulge me, I would like to add my voice and that of my constituents of Bury St Edmunds to others in this place who have expressed their deep appreciation and thanks for Her Majesty's dedication, kindness, good humour and service to our nation. She's visited our great county on many occasions, and I know we will be celebrating, as the rest of the country is, with bunting and fanfare over the coming week. Indeed, I am looking forward to judging a fancy dress competition in one of my lovely villages. As a long-term advocate for our natural environment, Her Majesty, I'm sure, would be extremely interested in the important subject that we are discussing here today. And on that note, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Kettering for securing this debate and for the opportunity to discuss the Government's plans for introducing a deposit return scheme for drinks containers. As I'm sure my honourable friend is aware, there is an awful lot going on in this space, driven by our resources and waste strategy and the powers that we took in the Environment Act passed last November. And with that in mind, we are proud to be driving forward work across the collection and packaging reforms, which is made up of both the deposit return scheme, the extended producer responsibility for packaging, and that increased consistency in recycling collections to which he referred in England. DRS is pivotal to this government's commitment to increasing recycling rates. However, we shouldn't overlook that it will also provide other benefits. In particular, it will deliver that high-quality recyclate for recycling. It will enable the drinks industry to close the loop on their packaging. It will help move the UK towards a circular economy where resources are kept in use longer and waste is minimised, and take us away from that linear throwaway society into something much more circular. It will also deter the littering of in-scope containers and reduce the associated damage to wildlife and habitats, and therefore promote pro-environmental consumer behaviours with that potential knock-on effect to other positive environmental activities. Now, my honourable friend has raised some important concerns on behalf of the industry on the issue, and I want to be very clear that it's our ambition to introduce a deposit return scheme that works for everyone, for the consumer and also right across the industries. I know that in many of our households, and likewise across the UK, drinks packaged in metal cans are drunk regularly. And for this reason, we will all recognise that those cans, light, sturdy, convenient for storage and transport, have intrinsic qualities that will always make them desirable to consumers and the product of choice. We are, of course, mindful that any cost to people's purses or businesses is particularly tough in the current environment, but we do want to introduce policies that encourage recycling and reduce the amount of litter that blights our environment. While DRS is a complex policy to introduce, requiring the efforts of multiple industries, in one way, we are lucky, as he referred to, there are 40 other schemes out there with existing deposit returns in other nations that we can learn from. So not only are we drawing on the experiences of the rollout in Scotland to inform our implementation and planning, but I also had the pleasure of meeting with the Minister for the Environment from Lithuania, where a scheme was also recently introduced. And I have plans very shortly to visit Norway to find out more about the DRS scheme they have there, who, by the way, are one of those who haven't included glass in their scheme. And by way of information, neither have Netherlands nor Sweden. But I do understand, and I note the Honourable Member for Strangford is no longer in his place, that Southern Ireland, in their plans for a scheme, are contemplating excluding glass, I believe. So there is a mixture of schemes out there. I recognise we have a situation where there are different scopes of deposit return schemes across the United Kingdom, given that glass is excluded in England and Northern Ireland. But we remain totally committed to working with the devolved administrations and to ensure that there is a completely coherent, interoperable system across the UK. Now, excluding glass does actually offer us an opportunity, in my view, to look at options, how we incentivise the reusable schemes for glass. And those containers that are not within the deposit return scheme are within the extended producer responsibility scheme. So exclusion doesn't mean in any way that we aren't making policy to improve the reuse, recycling and resource efficiency of these things. To the question of VAT, we are, as he would expect, in discussion with Her Majesty's Treasury, and I've met with the Financial Secretary, as has the Secretary of State, on this matter in the recent past. Ultimately, DEFRA's ambitious collections and packaging reform agenda cannot be delivered by government alone, and the deposit return scheme will be an industry-led scheme. For this reason, we, alongside colleagues in the devolved administrations, are continuing to work closely with all the relevant sectors to implement a scheme that is as coherent and aligned as we can make it. I would like to thank this opportunity to all those who fed into the consultations and those continue to be generous with their insights and expertise into what is positive about schemes they run and where they think we can improve. And that will ensure that we deliver in England a successful deposit return scheme.
Before I pose the question, just want to wish, on behalf of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker team, everybody working at the Palace of Westminster, a most glorious, historic Platinum Jubilee weekend, 4-day celebration next week. The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many of that have been say aye? Aye. If you know, I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order, order.